Late start. Really late start. I just got out of the shower, so I didn't realize it was already like 10 past the scheduled time. I'm here. Okay. Continuing for today, I want to try and finish. I want to try and finish the chapter today. I'm only like 40-something% of the way through it. 44% of the way through. So trying to get this done all today, it's going to be a while. I'll try and I feel like if I say I'll try and speed through it, makes it sound like I'm not gonna give a shit about the story. But, at the moment, like so far, I'm enjoying the story. I wasn't saying a whole lot about it yesterday, but that's because I was like, I was starting to get like tired, like halfway through. Like I started feeling a bit sleepy, but I do want to try and get this done today. It'll be a while. It'll take some time. This will probably end up being like, I don't know, 6 hours long. It's a good thing I do this on Saturday because that way, I don't have to worry about staying up late going through this shit. All right, so guess we'll continue. Hey, Oscar. Story been good for you? It's been good, yeah. It's been good. Okay. Let's just continue from here. Wandering Sun. And that's something they realized could be shared and passed on to others. Dormitory lounge is it. Azael leaned against the doorway, listening to the cheerful voices drifting from inside. A week had passed since everything had happened, and today marked this month's family day. This day had become their little secret, one of the few days each month they truly looked forward to. Each training ended and no soldiers came to disturb them. The young boys and girls would bring out items they'd painstakingly saved for a modest yet precious celebration. Today was also when they would gather to make decisions about their shared future. Of course, this hadn't stopped everyone from celebrating Family Day. The others had already been preparing in the room, just waiting for Conway and Katraev to return. So Azael stepped out and waited for them at the entrance. We're back. Conway returned to the member dormitory with Katraev, wearing a smile that barely masked his exhaustion. Azael took one look and understood. Conway hadn't gotten the answer they'd been hoping for. Anything but life? About the order? Are they really gonna throw us out there? Still not saying a word. Conway managed a bitter smile. Katraev, walking behind him, reached up and patted his head gently. Katraev remembered when he first arrived at Izet, lost and grieving. At night he would hide away alone, missing everyone from the orphanage. Back then, Conway had always dragged Azael along to find him and patted his head just like this, hoping to ease his sadness. Let's go inside. We don't want to miss Family Day. If something's really coming for us, we'll face it together. Look, they're back. Three of them entered the room where everyone had been waiting eagerly. Whatever troubles they had were set aside for now. In those brief moments, they could shed any burden and simply be a happy family together. Hey, who said you can eat all of that? We're supposed to save some for next month. That's the whole point. He called out to the person sitting across from him, his voice tinged with annoyance. I just thought, maybe this is our last family day together. With that military order hanging over us, who even knows how long we've got? If we're not gonna get another chance, I figure we might as well enjoy it now. Hey, don't jinx us. What kind of bad luck talk is that? This isn't our last time. No way it is. Forget it, Abel. Just let him eat. Truth is, none of us really know anymore. The weight of those words settled over the room. Even the boy who'd been ravenously eating just seconds ago stopped, lowering his snack in silence. No one had forgotten what day it was, but wishing it otherwise couldn't change the truth. The moment to choose had arrived. Without a word, everyone drifted back to their seats, and then, as one, they looked toward Conway, Azael, and Katraev. So, about that military order, we haven't found anything new. Leif still won't talk. Just keeps saying he's working on it. Working on it? Stop acting like a fool, Conway. He's not trying to help us. He's buying time, hoping we'll just go along quietly when the time comes. He said he tried to get them to pull the order. It's been 3 months, Conway. If he could actually do something, he would have done it by now. But what do we have? Nothing. No answers, no updates. Just you running in circles while he feeds you the same line over and over. Open your eyes. He's lying to you. They're not part of us, not our family. Why would they fight for us? To Leif, the only thing that matters is his soldiers. His people. Azael, no fighting. It's fine, Katraev. Conway's head dropped, defeat written in the slump of his shoulders. Azael's right. He hated it, but Azael's right. If Leif truly had an answer, what had he been waiting for so far? We're not trying to tear you down, Conway. Yeah, I know. At our current training and conversion progress, the risk of real combat missions is extremely high. And if those reports are right, if they're sending us to high-risk war zones, we die. Conway couldn't bring himself to say these words aloud. It's not guaranteed, though. If Leif actually comes through with something, if we push harder, train faster, maybe things shift. Maybe there's a way through. But whether it's hope or despair, we can't be 100% certain which will come to pass. So here's where we're at. 2 choices. 1, we stay and wait. See what happens when the order drops, and figure it out then. 2, we leave before they start implementing the order. But if we go, we're on our own. No more supplies from the world government, no Azet walls protecting us. It's basically trading one fight for another, for a life on the run. He raised his head, gaze sweeping across those assembled. Now, this is a big decision, one we all gotta make together. It's about our future as family. And no matter which road we take, we've got our backs. We've got your backs. We'll protect you, no question. The boys and girls remained silent. In their hearts, they had already accepted this truth. Either way, there was hope. Either way, there was risk. Joining Azet had meant accepting, from the very beginning, that such impossible decisions would one day be theirs. I don't want to be sent to die. I didn't survive a war and dodge the corrupted just to get thrown away now. I trained for a whole week straight, till my legs gave out, just to pass the combat test and get into Azet. I finally had the chance to become stronger. They told us that after the conversion, we could save people like I used to be. I don't want to be thrown away like this. Yeah, we're Azet members. The Project Barleycorn's trainees, the seeds of the Golden Suns. We're not garbage, and we're not just some expendable resources they can toss aside. Look, if the corrupted had gotten me before I found Azet, fine. That would have been it. I could have accepted that. But we did find a home. We found people we can count on, people we want to protect. So why in the world should we be the ones who get cast away? We can fight. We're stronger together. If we all stick together, we can build a new home out somewhere else. Let's just get out of here. Azet isn't a place, it's us. As long as we're together, it'll never die. The light returned to their eyes, bright and unyielding. What did they have to fear? They had already lived the very things that terrified those in power. They had lost their homeland, buried their loved ones, stared death in the face. Fate had scattered them, then brought them together, had broken them, then given them reason to rise. Here in this place, they had found each other and a hope worth holding. They would not let go easily. We'll take the second path. Everyone shouted these words together in a heartfelt cry. Yeah, so what if people look down on us? We'll just live our best lives and prove them wrong. You want to give up on us? Fine. We'll just stand our ground and show them what we're made of. You think throwing us into some ruins is going to break us? You think we'll just scatter and die? We're not playing their game. We'll take those ruins, plant our seeds, and grow. We'll break right through the dirt and bloom, just like the first people of Azet did. We'll build our home all over again. A brand new Azet. That's all ours. The children answered with cheers, eager for a wandering journey that would ask everything of them. Having already tasted death, they had no use for ease or luxury. Their purpose was clear: keep their home alive and hold on to the belief that dawn would eventually break again. The next night, their grand escape began. Thanks to their knowledge of the fortress defenses, Kamui and his group slipped silently past the guards, quickly leading the children into the cover of darkness. After nearly a full day of escape, the trainees finally set up camp on a sheltered slope in the woods for a brief rest. Kamui, Azel, food. Pulling back the tent flap, Kachayev set down 2 cans of food and gently reminded the bear to eat something even as they worked deep into the night. Good timing. We'll eat after we finish plotting our next move. Whoa, hey Kachayev, face is all wet. Come here, let me wipe it off for you. Abel found water. Everyone's washing. You should too. Kamui peered outside the tent. There, bathed in moonlight, children were laughing as they played in a nearby spring, water glistening with each splash. So I went over yesterday's movement. We're slower than I hoped, but it could be worse. No Crota encounters, no sign of Azet tracking us yet. The supplies we grabbed midway should hold up for a while if we're careful. Let's keep the same setup. Kamui, you take point with the faster ones, clear the way. Petra, stay at the back, make sure no one falls behind or gets spooked. Yeah. So next step, we find a conservation area that doesn't have close ties with the world government. Just lay low for a bit. You grabbed that map from the archive room, right? Where are we headed? Azael avoided Kamui's gaze, his eyes fixed on the world outside the tent. He made no move to retrieve the map he had been keeping hidden on his person. There are a few options, but none of them are perfect. I'm still figuring out which one will work. Just give me a bit. I'll have it sorted by the time I'm done with the first watch. I'll give you an answer when you're up. Map. Kamui, Azael, come wash up. Just as Kamui opened his mouth to talk, he was interrupted by the children calling from outside the tent. Anyway, same watch order as always. I'll take the first shift, then you two take the second half. Remember to keep your beds close. Alright, it's been a long day. Everyone did pretty good. Promise secured, Kamui set aside his worries and joined the children at the water, washing his face with the same playful abandon as them, then gestured at Azael to come over. Azael smiled wryly. He knew that if he didn't comply, Kamui would definitely shout for Kachi's help and the two of them would team up to scrub him clean. He definitely didn't want those 2 idiots manhandling him, so Azael walked over on his own accord and scooped up the water to wash the dirt from his face. Before washing, he glanced at the surface. It was fairly clear, enough that he could see his somewhat weary face staring at him. Once I wash up, I'll feel better. With this thought, he scrubbed away the grime from their journey. But once he finished, he noticed the stagnant pool had grown murky with their washed-off dirt no longer as clear as before. His face was cleaner now, yet he could no longer make out his own reflection in the water. It bothered him more than it should. Some things were simply like that. Once the stain set, you can never scrub yourself entirely clean. In the end, you either lose sight of everyone else, or you lose sight of who you were. Frustration coiled in his chest. Azael grabbed a stone, hurled it at the water, and listened to the satisfying splash. The sound released something in him. By the time he turned back toward the group, his calm smile had returned. Darkness settled over them, and soon the others were asleep. The first half of the night belonged to Azael, and he sat alone in the quiet. His earlier reconnaissance had turned up no threats. For the moment, they could rest easy. When he returned to the tent, he shared with Kamui and Kachayev. He found, as expected, that Kachayev had once again pushed their 3 beds together leaving almost no space between them. Azael retrieved his terminal from beneath his pillow, then dug out maps and battle reports from his pack. He had never shown these to anyone. He sat on the bed, clutching these items, hesitating for a while before finally stealing his resolve and looking up. Azael. His back was to them. He was about to rise when Kami's voice stopped him cold. A familiar hand settled on his arm, and panic flared in his chest. Was Kami awake? Had he been awake all along? Did he already know everything? The hesitation lasted only seconds, then Azael turned. If Kami knew the truth, if accusations waited in his eyes, so be it. He would face them head on. Kami, you. He turned around only to find Kami's face inches from his own, slack with sleep and utterly peaceful. Guys, it's okay. Stay behind me. Sleeping beside Kami, Kachaev had been just as restless. His leg had draped over Kami's stomach, and an occasional kick downward had drawn pained groans from the other boy. Stowing. Hold. Azael. Middle. Kami. Squeeze right. Me. Left. What a pair of idiots. Azael carefully moved Kachaev's leg, though he had no illusions it would stay put. He then gathered the blankets they had kicked away, carefully covering them both again. After finishing, Azael stood and made it all the way to the tent entrance before he couldn't help himself. He walked back and used both hands to firmly close Kami's wide open mouth. If your drool gets anywhere near my spine, you're sleeping outside, Kami. After leaving the tent, Azael walked to a secluded spot far from the campsite. He glanced quickly at the map and documents in his hand, then used his terminal to dial a number he had long since committed to memory. 5 minutes. Little Azael, you're 5 minutes late. Do it again and I'll close this channel for good. You missed our agreed window. By the rules, I should cut you off right now. No more intel, no more supplies, nothing. But I'll let it slide just this once. Considerate sympathy between like-minded souls. We do share the same burden, don't we? So of course we look out for each other. At Marlis's words, Azael betrayed no vulnerability. He drew a steadying breath, then replied. You still waited, though. What do you actually want from Azet? I do like sharp children, little Azael. Of course I want something. This is a transaction. You do know what that word means, yes? The world government has a vested interest in certain items locked away in Azet's old archives, but Leif has always been terribly stingy with me about them. Won't share a thing. But you're his right hand, aren't you? You help run that place. I imagine you know more than you let on. What are you planning to do to Azet? To Azet? Darling, we're on the same side. The world government and Azet share an enemy. I simply want to understand our allies better. Is that so wrong? Honestly, Azael, you're such a good kid, but that suspicion of yours is unbecoming. That supply station I sent you to, wasn't it exactly what I promised? Well stocked, perfectly safe. I've held up my end every time. Don't tell me you care more about that place, the one that lied to you, that was ready to throw you and those children away, than the kids actually depending on you right now. Azael's brow furrowed slightly. I know the archive password, but before I give it to you, I need the other half of the map. There we go. I do love a child who knows how to make a deal. That soft beep signaled Marlis sending the remaining data to Azael's terminal. In return, Azael passed the password Marlis needed through the communication line. Does your promise still stand? That I can reach you if I need help? The counselor on the other end heard the hesitation in the question and chuckled despite herself. Oh, my dear little sons. Of course it does. Don't worry, we have plenty of time ahead of us. I look forward to our next chat. Wait, hold up. Something's wrong. All members had proceeded as Azael directed, making their way toward the next destination. The route suggested they should have arrived at the conservation area's edge by now. Yet here they were, still lost, the dense woods closing in around them. Maybe the data is outdated, but there has to be a conservation area nearby. Let's push through. Find shelter first, then figure out the rest. The weather had been far from cooperative. Fog rolled in as they pressed on, forcing the team to stay close, each step forward harder than the last. Eventually, the entrance gate to the conservation area emerged through the haze. There it is! Guys, look! Still speaking, the boy approached the entrance and reached for the communication device. Then he stopped. The gate wasn't locked. It gave way easily at his touch, swinging open without resistance. Huh? Abel, wait! Don't go in there! Tommy's warning came too late. The boy had already dashed into the conservation area, and barely 3 steps in, a brutal attack caught him square, hurling him back onto the ground with a heavy thud. Corrupted! 2 points of red lights flickered through the fog. Tommy lunged forward without hesitation, seized the boy, and wrenched him back to safety. Conway, on your left! Azael shouted a warning. Catcher Eve swung his blade and charged, teeth gritted, barely managing to block another corrupted sneak attack as it came. How? Did some of them slip inside? Conway blocked the corrupted's charge with everything he had. Then he surged forward, battle cry tearing from his throat, and landed a blow that hurled the monster several meters through the air. It's many. There are more inside. There can't be anyone alive in there. This place is gone. We gotta move, now! They withdrew quickly, following the path they had taken in. The fog, however, showed no sign of clearing. Disoriented, they found themselves once again before a fractured wall at the conservation area's boundary. The corrupted had swarmed in numbers far beyond their expectations. In unfamiliar territory with attacks coming from everywhere at once, injuries mounted quickly. To make matters worse, every direction looked the same. There was no telling which path led to escape and which led to more danger. A heavy impact had echoed through the air. It was Carol. A metallic arm had howled out from the thick fog, tearing apart her backpack and slamming her hard against the wall. Carol! Carol, move! Out of nowhere, Lauren emerged. He was fully armed, lunging ahead to shield Carol from the incoming strike. Reinforcements arrived on his heels. Not many, but their gear was superior. It would be enough to hold the line. Uncle Lauren? Evac route secure. Everyone with us. They're right on us. Can't break away. Tommy called out to Joe. Despite their efforts, the corrupted kept coming. They had eliminated several, but the horde was endless, pitting them in place with no path to retreat. Some of us will stay to buy time. Listen to me. You run. Don't look back. Don't stop. You get to Izette in one piece. Got it? No, Uncle Lauren, I'll stay with you. Sorry, little Carol. I'm not letting you have your way this time. You're Barleycorn's hope. Izette's hope. Hell, maybe all of humanity's hope. So if someone's gotta bleed for that, let it be us old-timers. You don't die here. Not today. Joe, get her out of here. Get her out of here. Now. Fine. But you hear me, Lauren. I'm not playing babysitter forever. You damn well better make it back. Move. We wait any longer, we're all dead. Ignoring Carol's cries, Joe had seized her hand and forced the path through the corrupted's encirclement. The other evacuation soldiers had moved with them, shepherding the children forward, but the ones who stayed had made their choice in silence. Calmly, they had turned to face the horde, knowing full well they would not survive. The corrupted had formed a tight ring around Lauren. Their roars shook the ground, and in another heartbeat, they would tear him to pieces. Ha! That all you got? You think loud noises scare me? You monsters stormed into our home. You butchered our families. You destroyed everything we built. You don't show mercy, do you? Not to the old, not to the sick, not to the weak, my little girl. She must have faced things like you. At the end, I couldn't save her back then. But you bastards will not touch these children. Die! His roars split the air like an enraged lion, a battle horn calling the faithful to war. And at that call, every soldier who had stayed behind charged into the fray. They were soldiers, had been soldiers, strong in body, armed with purpose, filled with courage, sustained by faith. As the corrupted tore into them, those qualities faded one by one. But even mindless, even dying, their bodies held the line. It became a wall of flesh and bone, carving a red path through the machines so the children could escape. How long had it gone on? They'd lost track. Time meant nothing. The number of dead blurred with the number still standing. Corrupted howls and the wet sound of pierced flesh became the only music left. Pain stopped registering. Eventually, even the idea of being alive slipped away. So this was sacrifice. Something so simple, so fleeting. Go to hell, you monsters. You will never touch our kids again! He pulled the pin on his grenade, his final desperate measure. No one would ever catch the children fleeing back to Izet now. The children would make it home in their stead, and that was enough. The explosion came deafeningly. Crimson flames climbed toward heaven like a barrier of pure resolve, cutting off the path completely. Communications room Izet. Leif's gaze remained fixed on the screen, where every member's signal was displayed. He sent one last confirmation ping only to receive silence again. He was quiet for a long moment. It's you. All of you. You arrogant little brats. Unable to accept the reality of the situation, Joe requested permission from Leif to return and support Lauren's team as soon as he arrived back in Izet. When the reinforcements finally reached the scene, however, they found their path entirely blocked by debris from the explosion. Forced to remain in the communications room with the children, Joe waited and hoped for a signal from Lauren, but heard nothing in return. Confirmation pings went unanswered by the soldiers left behind, and most of their signal devices were registered as destroyed. It was painfully clear. None of them was coming back alive. If you hadn't run off like a bunch of idiots, that fool Lauren wouldn't have noticed you were gone. He wouldn't have rallied everyone to come find you. If he hadn't been so damn determined to save you, Carol, he'd still be alive. Don't talk to her like that. No one knew there'd be corrupted in that conservation area. As always, Carly had stood up for her sister. This time, however, Carol did not hide behind her and the others like the frail little girl she once was. Indeed, she stepped forward on her own, clutching a brooch tightly in her hand as she broke into tears. It was me. Before we left, I was scared Uncle Lauren would worry, so I wrote him a letter. I told him we were leaving. This was his birthday gift to me. It belonged to his daughter. There's a tracker inside. He said she gave it to him so she'd always know where he was and if he was safe. That's how he found us so fast. That's why, if I hadn't written that letter, if I hadn't taken this brooch, it's my fault. I'm the one who got him killed. Carol found herself unable to speak another word. Bowing deeply to Joe, her hair tumbled forward, concealing her tear-streaked face while she sobbed without control. Joe, too, lost his composure. His face flushed red as he fought to hide his own unraveling. I told him. I said stay away from those kids. I warned all of them. Don't get attached. Don't play hero. They're never coming back. What good are your words now, you little... You should be the ones there, not... Joe, shut your mouth. Leif's shout coincided with Kamwi's sudden movement. But just as Joe's arm swung down, Kamwi lunged for it and blocked the slap that had been intended for Carol. Kamwi! Azael, I'm fine. Better you stay back, or come back. Stay by my side. Kamwi did not dwell on the slap. Instead, he met Joe's gaze with calm composure. This all started because we tried to run away. I'll take full responsibility. Whatever punishment's coming, I'll face it. But we never wanted anyone to die. We knew about the relocation order. Even given another chance, we couldn't just stand there and watch our friends get thrown away like cannon fodder. I'm the one who planned the escape, so blame me all you want. But please, let the military leave the others alone. The ones who just didn't want to die for nothing. They don't deserve that. Don't listen to him. I helped plan it too. Whatever punishment there is, bring it to me. Same. What are you talking about? We all decided together. You think we just let you take the fall? Yeah, we just didn't want to be thrown out like sacrificial lambs. We didn't want to die. What's so wrong about that? If you're gonna punish someone, punish all of us. Better than getting tossed into some high-risk zone like garbage. If our lives can pay for Lauren and the others, then fine. Enough! Leif's furious shout silenced the restless children. This is my fault. When Kamwi first came to me, I should have been honest. With all of you. The military orders came down. I'd already fought with the higher-ups. I got them to agree that our own soldiers deploy first. We meet the rescue quotas, not you. For now, you just focus on your training here in the base. When you reach the next phase, when you've got more control, then you'll be brought into missions gradually. With conflicted emotions clear on his face, Leif looked around and spoke in an almost pleading tone, a sentiment that touched the children in the room. However, I object. You all know how bad it is out there. Those rescue zones are death traps. That's exactly why Command wants Barleycorn units deployed, because your abilities might actually break through. We can't send all our soldiers. We need bodies here to protect the base. And if even our best elites can't complete these missions, what then, huh? We just throw our own people into suicide runs? So what you're saying is that we should follow that counselor's playbook? Sacrifice children? Kids who aren't even adults yet? Send them to die in our place? We are soldiers, warriors, and above all, we are adults. No matter how much pressure they put on us, we carry it. We have to. Joe voiced no further objection. Those words were impossible for him to say. He questioned himself over and over. Was it resentment? Unwillingness? The truth was, he still hadn't recovered from his closest friend's sacrifice, and the thought of himself now paying the same price was unbearable. And put me on the roster. After a long while, he finally spoke. I saw the list. The places that need reinforcements. One of them is my hometown. Lawrence too. And many more. Places where soldiers like us grew up. Places we swore we'd protect. I've heard them talk, around the barracks, late nights. They talk about their families. Some of them are already dead. Some are trapped out there, waiting for someone to come. I'm sorry. That's why we pushed you before. Why we wanted the relocation plan sped up. Let us go. If someone's gotta die for this, at least let it be us. Let us fight for our homes one last time. As Kami watched Joe's trembling form, he noticed the tears the man struggled to contain in his reddened eyes. A burning sensation rose in his own chest in response. Your Barleycorn's hope. Azet's hope. Hell, maybe all of humanity's hope. But if someone's gotta bleed for that, let it be us old-timers. Uncle Lauren's final words, the explosion of fire, and now Joe's face as he risked everything on one last chance. These visions seared themselves into his memory. From the very beginning to the end, not a single person from Azet had abandoned their family. But, ironically, it had been their care and compassion for one another that drove wedges between them, causing them to lose sight of the real enemy lurking in the shadows. That military order, which had set the entire tragedy into motion. Aoi drew a deep breath, the air scraping against his throat with the metallic sweetness of blood. I'm going with you. To everyone's surprise, Kami was the first to raise his hand. I can't just stand here while others risk their lives for me. This is my choice. I volunteer as a Barleycorn representative to join the missions. The military's analysis isn't completely wrong. Combat experience helps catalyze corona gene conversion, and it may help enhance combat ability. Commander Leif, we know you've been protecting us. We're grateful, really. But we're warriors too. Azet runs in our blood. Hero's blood. We want to protect you and everyone's homeland. Please, let me fight with you. Count me in too. My strength's as good as Conway's. You need us, and someone's got to carry on Azet's heroic spirit. We're all going. I'm going too. Uncle Lauren's family is still out there. I'm going to save them myself. Us too. A number of the trainees also raised their hands. Azet had offered them shelter and a place to call home, but they felt compelled to take risks for that belonging. They held on to the memory of every soldier who had stood guard over them and the compassion they had once been shown. Those soldiers had protected Azet with their own flesh and blood. Now, the children believed it was time to honor that sacrifice. They would do everything possible to safeguard their home, the home that belonged to all of them. Watching the fervent young volunteers, Leif felt a wave of hesitation, but ultimately decided against stopping them. He shared their desire to avoid further soldier sacrifices. However, if a chance for victory existed, he knew he needed every hand available. And there was another truth, one he had once imparted to Conway. He could not protect them forever. Their devotion and passion were genuine, and they had earned the right, after climbing every necessary step, to stand radiant as the sun. We'll keep the petition in the archive room. Anyone who wants to volunteer for the relocation operation, come sign it. Deadline's 1 week from today. When that day comes, everyone whose name is on that list departs together. Joe stepped forward to sign first, accompanied by a handful of soldiers, followed by Kamui, Azael, Kacharev, and several trainees. As the most exceptional candidates Project Barleycorn had produced, they had already addressed those remaining behind. Their message was simple: have no fear, keep training and advancing at the base. They would be the ones to charge ahead and protect them all. The remaining members all fell silent. They considered themselves weaker, more timid. Just imagining that terrifying battlefield made them instinctively want to run. Yet those who had volunteered appeared utterly fearless, as though they carried something unique inside. And that something, they realized, to be shared and passed on to others. 1 week later, Leif made a final review of the signatures on the petition. It included every soldier and every trainee from Project Barleycorn. Finally, Leif signed his own name in the last remaining space. In 2162, following orders from the world government, all personnel from Ozette embarked on a relocation and rescue operation codenamed Solar Exodus. The mortal and the mourner. Always too late to save the ones you love, aren't you? Ozette corridor present time. It's open! Let's roll. Using the current password you found in the archive room, Kamui successfully opens the passage leading to the comms room. The two of you press on, your hopes of rescue growing stronger with each step forward. So, after Operation Solar Exodus kicked off, you guys were on relocation and rescue missions the whole time? Yeah, a long while actually. The beginning was pretty rough, not gonna lie, but it got smoother. It didn't last forever though. Once Project Barleycorn hit the next phase, we all headed back for the final conversion. It was my first time seeing Ozette moving. Throughout the Golden Age, despite many of its people having fled war-ravaged areas, Ozette itself remained rooted in its isolated location. As far back as Kamui's memory went, it had never shifted from that place. It was so cool to see. Kamui, you've been through a lot. You did great. You reach for Kamui's head. For a moment, your hand lingers hesitantly, then softly touches the info device. It has already changed, no matter what it once was. Thanks, Commandant. I'm not as sad about it anymore. A warm smile crosses his face as his eyes looked beyond the amber light, seemingly envisioning a scene from long ago. Children, clasping hands, fought to stay alive. Their small, fragile forms pressed close together emerged as the sole source of light in that era of darkness. Those years, they were hard, but they're also what made us family. All of Ozette. Even when it hurt, even when it felt too much, we'd still choose it. Broke down the walls, stood together, got strong enough to actually protect the people we love. I've never regretted any of it. I walked that whole road, and it brought me here. To everyone. To you. It was a promise you and Kamui made during frame adaptation in Babylonia. In the beginning, as his frame adjusted to the chronogene, the turmoil inside his mind proved overwhelming. Each time he regained consciousness, Kamui remained unsettled for hours. He explained to you that if he ever appeared distant or off, it likely meant he was wandering alone through some forgotten corner of his memories. When that happens, just pat his head. Though through your familiar touch, he can always quickly find his way back to himself. Once the brief moment of tenderness ends, Kamui's smile disappears, and he continues guiding you slowly through the gloom. Then, without warning, a subtle ripple courses through the murky air. What is it? The faint disturbance does not go unnoticed by Kamui. Acting on instinct, he pulls you behind him and immediately sweeps the area for any indication of ambush or hidden intruders. Punishing virus concentration nearby is spiking. This corridor leads straight to the comms room. No way. Don't tell me. Having confirmed that no enemies lurk in the vicinity, Calmy moves to the wall and seizes the intercom. As far as he can recall, this device connects directly to the communications room. The line opens at once, yet silence greets him on the other end. Only the clamor of chaotic crashing reaches his ears, and a feeling of dread begins to creep through him. Hey, anyone there? This is Conway. What's happening over there? This is SU0 Conway calling. Somebody copy, please. His shout cuts through the intercom, reverberating along the corridor and overwhelming the commotion from the other side. As then, footsteps approach the receiver and a woman's raspy voice emerges, fragmented and strained. We? Though faint and fragile, the voice is sufficient to freeze Calmy where he stands. He knows it at once. It belongs to Carol. Help us. Please. Hurry. Help us. A blood-curdling scream, sharp as an arrow, suddenly bursts from behind the door. As in an instant, it bridges decades of time and drives itself mercilessly into Calmy's heart. Calm's room is under attack. Elizabeth, we gotta move. Together, you sprint toward the communications room. The concentration of punishing virus rises steadily as you approach, just as expected. Fragments of intel from Babylonia flash through Calmy's mind. Why skip him and target the comms room? Why skip him and target the comms room? Were the agents stalking them all along? Damn it! Calmy pounds his fist on the door. Despite entering the passcode as fast as possible, the door stays firmly shut. Locked from the inside? Open up! He throws his body against the door, yet it merely trembles in response. Mere inches beyond, a storm of anguished cries rages violently. Carol! You damn monster! I'll take you down with me! Carly, don't! My hand! It's gone! Stay away! Please don't! I don't wanna... Waves of agonized screams wash over him, each one raking his heart like cruel claws. The scene stirs a painful familiarity. Memories of comrades lost, of being helpless and trapped. He will not let this end the same way. Calmy brings his weapon down on the door, abandoning all caution. A single moment's hesitation, he knows, and he will create another unerasable regret. Smoke billows as Calmy shatters the door that stood between life and death. A nightmarish scene unfolds before him, bodies scattered in grotesque disarray. Before he can make sense of them, a torrent of crimson crashes violently into his sight. Wait. Like worthless garbage, a torn and bleeding body is kicked out of the way. From the shadows, the mastermind behind the slaughter emerges, radiating an air of casual, unbothered confidence. Marlis, you monster! Calmy lets out a scream directed at the one who orchestrated this devastation. Even after all this time, her features are unchanged, exactly as he recalls. It is evident that the world government counselor who once monitored Azette so intently has transcended humanity. My, little Conway. Look at you all grown up. So different from that reckless little fool I remember. It's been so long. Did you miss me? Oh, silly me. My memory's just terrible. Right now you must be dying to see your family again, Words mingling with laughter, she clutches a petite figure that dangles helplessly, like a rag doll in her grip. Her slender fingers dig without mercy into the throat of her captive, already breaking the skin and drawing blood. A slight increase in pressure and she would effortlessly choke the life from her prey. Too bad you're a bit too late. Almost everyone's already gone. But I'm thoughtful, you see. I saved the very last one just for you. Go on, it's a family reunion. Say hello. Wait. Run. Now. Carol's throat is ravished, her voice reduced to a broken echo of itself. She hangs limp and motionless, completely helpless. Gathering the final fragments of her strength, she pushes out a fragile whisper, a desperate plea for Conway to run. Let her go! Conway, consumed by rage, launches himself at Marlis with lightning swiftness, but she remains completely calm. He first raises the concentration of punishing virus around her to slow his approach, even as her fingers tighten without mercy, extracting an anguished cry from Carol's broken throat. Stop! Don't you dare hurt Carol anymore! That's not for you to decide, sweetie. Or do you really think you can reach me faster than I can squeeze? Marlis, former world government official, now listed as a defector. Why come back to Azet? What do you want? Isabeni, Commandant of Grey Raven, the big hero who keeps pulling off miracles. Since you're so brilliant, why don't you take a guess? Whatever it is, I promise you, you won't get it. We'll see about that. Poor little Calmly, always too late to save the ones you love, aren't you? It must hurt so bad. So I'll be generous. Beat my game and I'll give Carol back a chance to finally save a family member. How's that? I don't need your charity. Me and Usabeni will wipe the floor with you. Oh, you silly boy. When did I say I'd be your opponent? You Azet people never play fair, so I'm keeping Carol right here with me. Can't have you pulling any tricks. As for the test, your opponent is someone else. Don't worry, this will definitely be a fight you've been waiting for. Coming in the Commandant, engage in battle. Rather than fighting some possession of opponents, prepare for comedy.
妙に懐かしい感じがする。おい、誰なんだ？なぜ悪に加担してる？
俺を忘れたのか？本当に俺たちを忘れられるつもりか？これはお前の罪なんだぞ、カムイ。
逃がすか？はっきり答えろ。お前とマリスはエゼットに何をするつもりだ？
真実が欲しいんだろう？俺に追いつけたらお前が望む全てを教えてやる。まだまだだなカムイ。これじゃあ俺には勝てない。
邪魔だよ化け物め。どけ、道を開けろって。絶対に俺たちが勝利をつかむ。
やるな。それでこそお前だカムイ。だが時はまだ満ちていない。今のお前にはその資格がない。
道を塞ぐなら俺が切り開く。邪魔なもんは切って道を開いてやる。俺が死の闇を払いのける。行く手を阻む者は全て消えてなくなれ。俺が死の闇を払いのける。できるなら俺を止めてみろよ。くそ、また逃げられた。指揮官、すごく嫌な予感がする。あいつまだ何か重大な秘密を隠してる気がする。
Marlis still has hostages. We should deal with that first.
あいつ奥へ逃げた。追跡するよ。
Communications room is at. Come, Lee. Why? The last words remain unfinished as Marlis coldly crushes the throat they gave them voice. The dense, punishing virus has ravaged her form, corruption seeping into her mind. Though she exists as a construct, every last trace of her life is now consumed entirely. Carol! He springs forward, catching her shattered body as it falls. The heat of life has already vanished from her frame. No death or anguish or remorse can change it. Carol is gone and she will never return. That's over. What a shame. Just like I thought. You are not the golden sun I'm looking for. These insects actually fought me, clawed and scratched to keep me away from the essence they were desperately protecting. Kept saying if they waited for you, if they gave it to you, you'd save them all. Pathetic. Sunspots are always sunspots. Take the essence. Think of it as charity. Burn yourself to ashes with it. Maybe buy yourself a few extra seconds against me. Shut up. The tragedy of insects is their misplaced hope. And yours, you just won't face reality. Saviors or fairy tales, but this world is full of nobodies. And when nobodies pretend they can save the world, they just lose more. Everything they love. Everyone they can't protect. You lost everything, and still couldn't save one. That's the real tragedy for nobodies like you. I said, shut up! The desperate swing passes through vacant space. Kamui finds only emptiness waiting for him, a phantom devoid of all substance. Why? Why didn't you run? Why did you stay here? Why did you wait for me? Why? He stands motionless, staring at the bodies collapsed before him. The urge to shout overwhelms him, to demand answers, to scream that they should have escaped while they could, retreated to somewhere secure, forgotten about him. That would have been enough. Yet no one speaks to answer his silent outcry, but in their stillness they have already given him the same reply. Kamui's gaze falls upon the spot where their bodies accumulated, a desperate barricade shielding something beneath them, a locked storage cabinet. The truth dawns on him. They died defending whatever is inside, choosing to wait for his return instead of escaping. And so they suffered this devastating fate. You step carefully through the congealed blood, making your way toward the cabinet. Open the cabinet. The cold metal container slowly opens, revealing a delicate yet dazzling thread of golden light. This bottle, its solar essence. According to the label, its purity level is much higher than what we've seen before. It'll be much more effective for repairing your mind. All this just for a bottle of solar essence? You. He holds the bottle tightly, yet feels hollow in his hands. All of this for nothing. They should never have gone so far, never paid such a terrible price just for this, for him. He does not deserve any of it. Solar essence. Golden sun. Kamui remembers what Marlis said earlier. This is not over. Marlis is still looking for real golden suns. There are others. They're in danger right now. The memories remain vivid, every moment etched into him. Even without the corona gene's side effects, agony lances through his mind. He cannot let these tragedies recur. He will not arrive late again, failing to save those who need him. Power. He needs power. I've absorbed it. I should be compatible enough now to move immediately. The essence storage is Azet's last fallback point. As many we need to get there now. Let's go. Kamui carries you now, pushing forward at maximum speed to save every precious second. Keep calm, Kamui. Do not act recklessly, Kamui. Do not give in to fear, Kamui. He tells himself over and over again. This kind of thing has happened before, right? Even in more desperate situations, they have always been okay. Even during that grueling battle years ago when darkness blotted out the sun for days on end, did they not pull through that too? Sunspot. Family can never be a burden. Ruins in the past. The sound of metal rang out sporadically across the ruins. In the absence of any other living presence, the silence felt deeply unsettling, amplifying each noise beyond measure. Kai stumbled over a broken pipe in his way. He lurched forward, attempting to press on, but instantly lost his footing on a loose tile. Just my luck. Rain had recently fallen, leaving the atmosphere thick, humid, and clinging, oppressive to breathe. Puddles of stagnant water filled the ground's hollows, mingling with mud and debris carried by the storm. The slick, grimy surface explained how even a loose tile could send him sprawling. Kai recalled that this area had once been an open space in a park. It was clean and expansive. Children ran here, elders stretched in morning exercise, and doves along with other birds would land to rest. He extended a hand, as though those simple pleasures existed only yesterday, nearly close enough to touch. But he could reach no one. Could not hold those fleeting phantoms, those moments of happiness, nor his family in Azet. Ugh. Seriously, am I seeing things from hunger now? Like I could ever actually hold onto anything. Better scrounge up some grub before it gets dark. Kai had initially packed provisions sufficient to last until his arrival, but unforeseen complications had multiplied beyond expectation. While crossing another refugee zone, his conscience would not permit him to hoard his remaining supplies. He surrendered everything to a pregnant woman accompanied by children. Later, his navigation device was destroyed and an encounter with corrupted, forcing him to spend considerably more time reaching his destination. Hello, Liu. This existence of a lone wanderer proved far more brutal than he had envisioned, yet he felt no regret. If enduring such trials alone meant others might be spared, that was enough. Hours of searching followed, during which he examined every structure in the vicinity but found not a single edible thing. Appears any useful stuff would have been picked clean ages ago, not to mention food. All that's left are probably just some useless combustibles. Nothing but junk. Kai let his eyes fall shut. The exhaustion had become too great to continue, so he chose to rest for the moment. Whatever came next, he would entrust to fate. Kai's consciousness sank into darkness, but something about this darkness felt strangely off. He caught the aroma of green onion oil mingled with pepper. The smell drifted back and forth in the air around him, sometimes drawing close, sometimes fading into the distance. The scent was so powerfully familiar that Kai's eyes opened involuntarily. Tommy's face loomed large before him, and between them hung a piece of hard tack, chewed down to a mere fragment. That was the source of the aroma. Calmly blinked. Kai blinked in return. For several long seconds, they stayed motionless, locked in place, until a tiny crumb detached from the cracker and landed on Kai's cheek, breaking the spell. Oh! Hey! Kai, you're awake. Ah! With a hurried push, Kai moved calmly aside to create space and sat up. Brushing the crumb from his face, he scrambled backward. Kami? What are you doing here? And Azael and Katriv too. Why are you all even here? Why are all of you even here? Fighting back the impulse to roll his eyes, Azael reached out and took the hard tack that Conway had been gesturing with, an air of resignation about him. Don't waste food, Conway. You said you were saving that for Kai, so quit messing around. What? I wasn't messing around. You said not to freak him out, so I used my brain and came up with the perfect plan. Excuse me. Let's check it. My special pepper powder magic recipe makes hardtack actually taste good. And Kai's the only other person who gets it. Using it to wake him up was a total no-brainer. Excuse me. So what do you say, Kai? That was just a taste, right? I've got a whole stash, all for you. Pepper, green onions. I brought them. For heaven's sake, both of you enough. Unlike his usual manner, Kai offered Kamui no playful response. He refused the hardtack Kamui held out, remaining silent with his head bowed. Several minutes later, he finally spoke, his face hardening into an icy expression as though each word had been deliberately selected. I don't need it. Huh? But it's pepper. Did something happen to your taste buds, Kai? This garbage isn't food. You guys should keep your scraps and choke on them for all I care. Stop following me. Stop looking for me. Got a better place to be now. Don't get in my way. While talking, Kai retreated several paces, increasing the gap between them. Kamui stood frozen, bewildered by Kai's strange behavior. What had changed? Why did Kai now recoil from pepper, something he once loved more than anything? Confusion swirling within him, Kamui moved instinctively closer, yet every advance made Kai shudder and withdraw further. You know we're not buying that, Kai. It's been rough, hasn't it? Being out here alone. Come on, let's go home. No, I'm never going back to Azet. Just go away. Leave me alone. Turning abruptly, Kai fled, his only thought to disappear from their view. Carrying no light, he was swallowed by the growing darkness as day surrendered to night. He forced himself onward, running further, seeking better concealment. If he could tuck himself behind those crumbling structures, he would lose them forever. A strange, unsettling whoosh cut through the air, forcing Kai to react instinctively. With his heart pounding, he strained to see into the gloom. The corrupted had reached the area and it had seen him, immediately giving chase. Given his depleted stamina and strength, his prospects appeared bleak. He carried no real weapon, only a small pocket dagger, and frantically searched his surroundings for anything useful. The first few lunges he evaded with agility, but when he moved to counterattack, a blinding pain erupted in his skull, doubling him over. The corrupted barreled directly toward him, yet Kai found himself utterly without the strength to flee or evade. Kai! Kai lunged ahead, intercepting the strike, as Azael and Katareve moved in swiftly behind him to protect Kai, who lay frozen and defenseless. Azael, get him out! Katareve, back me up! With a roar, he swung his greatsword through the gloom, striking the corrupted's core dead on. Luck was on their side. The monster was already wounded and operating well below its full strength. Kamui and Katareve dispatched it with relative ease. Once certain the threat had ceased moving, they moved anxiously to where Kai lay. How is he? Is Kai okay? No external injuries, but the corona gene side effects are hitting him hard. The inhibitor! Good thing we brought it. Quick, hit him with it! Without hesitation, Kamui administered the inhibitor to Kai, to make a makeshift camp at the spot where Kai had collapsed, rotating responsibilities between tending to him and keeping watch for danger. They remained there until Kai's condition stabilized and he finally awoke. Where? You guys. Kamui. Why are you still here? Get away from me. Pushing against the ground with his arms, he made a shaky attempt to stand and flee, yet his strength failed him and he crumpled back down almost immediately. Kai! Kamui caught Kai's body with quick reflexes. This figure who had once stood tall and warm in their eyes now felt as thin and light as paper. Kai, you're in bad shape. You need real help. Come back with us to Azet. No, I can't. I can't be with you guys. I have to leave Azet. Kai. Azael had no patience for Kamui's sentimental roundabout approach. He chose to cut straight to the chase, blunt and direct. We know why you're here. This is the place we found you, where you lost everyone you loved before Azet. This place has been nothing but rubble for a long time. We're well aware of that, and deep down, so are you. It was Kamui who figured out that you could come here, to end things here. You think you don't deserve to come back, so you ran back to the ruins of your old home instead. Is that it? If you still remember anything about the family you built in Azet, if you remember this idiot dragging us all the way out here on nothing but a hunch, then stop talking about leaving so easily. Kai, I brought magic potion. Magic potion? Azael shared a look of confusion with the other two. None of them had expected such a whimsical word to emerge from Kachaev. Clumsily, Kachaev produced a packet of hardtack from his pocket and attempted to press it into Kai's hands. Kai, eat. Eat this, and you won't cry. Breezes below, breezes blow. That raspy, recognizable melody sent Kai's thoughts drifting. It was a song he remembered from long, long ago. A soft, soft song drifts along. Bright, bright starlight flows along. The breezes blow, the breezes blow, the breezes blow. Off we go to that far land we know. Kai, why sing? Shh, kids are asleep now. Kids crying before. That's because I have a magic potion. With the flourish of a magician revealing a trick, Kai produced several packs of hardtack from behind him. Oh, you've been giving them your rations. Hardtack. Magic potion. Yeah, they've been enchanted with a special spell, infused with a little bit of family's love. That's what makes them magical. See? These kids, they don't go hungry anymore. They're not afraid of the cold, and so they don't cry anymore. Amazing, isn't it? You'll understand better when you're a little older. Back then, he always treated everyone with such gentleness. Magic. I now know. So don't cry anymore, Kai. You don't need to be afraid. You don't need to be sad. None of them stepped forward to wipe away Kai's tears, but through their words and actions, they let him know he didn't need to be afraid. The unexpected clumsy warmth overwhelmed Kai, causing him to stifle a small sob. Yet after a moment's reflection, he shook his head with visible pain and averted his gaze. I can't go back with you. Huh? Is the potion, not working? Don't worry, Azael and I have loads more stashed. That's not the point. I know what's going on with Project Barleycorn. I know we've hit a dead end and no one can break through anymore. It's been going on for so long. Life and the others are at their breaking point. The higher-ups already sent down a sunspot name list based on the latest data. My name's on it. Even if I'm not a full-on risk yet. It's only a matter of time. I've got no shot at a successful conversion anymore. I might even lose myself. I'm just burning through resources, holding you all back. It's better if I just go. Leave the supplies and the hope for the rest of you. You're not a burden, Kai. Family can never be a burden. That's not how it works. Look at you. You barely took anything. You think you could survive out there on your own? If you're still thinking about us, even now, even at the end of your rope, then why won't you let us do the same for you? Hope belongs to all of Azet. Everything we do is to give hope to every single one of our family, including you. So trust us, yeah? And trust yourself too. Now come on, let's go home. Kai's composure finally broke, and he fell into Conway's arms, weeping without restraint. Together, they had weathered countless nights of darkness. This was just one more along their path. But it didn't matter. In the absence of light, before the sun could rise, they could still discern one another's forms as they pressed close for warmth. Golden Sun Training Grounds. Is it? Yeah. With a roar, Kami unleashed another full-power strike, sweat pouring down his face. Despite his exhaustion, he would not allow himself to ease up, not even for one repetition. Azael, having just completed the same punishing regime, was in no better shape. Worried about Kami's condition, he quickly logged the most recent data and immediately powered down the equipment. That's enough. I'm done for today. Kami, cut your Eve. Pause your training. Get over here and look at the readings. Kacharev had driven himself even nearer to collapse. He had to turn in circles several times just to steady himself before falling into step with Kami as they headed toward Azael. Physical output is up. Stability is worse. Overall, the corona gene conversion rate and mind stability both improved, but neither broke 0.67%. Might as well be nothing. It's not the training, it's the conversion stage. We've hit a wall. Ever since we hit this wall, it feels like we're dumping everything into a black hole. No matter how hard we push, we don't even get a ripple. Is there really no other way? Without a breakthrough achievement, Azet would not be able to secure more resources from the world government. The relocation operations had never stopped, and they continued to rescue and shelter more people. If this went on, the pressure from either side would eventually suffocate Azet. Keep training. Don't stop until we drop. This was the only solution Kacharev could think of. Leif would not let them handle military and government affairs, and they had no authority to share that burden. Their only option was to do everything possible to advance Project Barleycorn as quickly as they could. Just one person. Just one more person achieving the breakthrough, and they could secure more hope for Azet. But don't overdo it. Azael panted for breath, his movements gradually faltering as waves of muscle pain overtook him against his will. If we break down, we're just stalling ourselves. We've all hit our limit today. Let's head back. Yeah, I'm good. I've got like a second wind or something. You guys go ahead. Or stay and watch. I'll show you this new move. Tommy never completed his sentence. He crumpled suddenly, hands gripping his chest. The warning signs had arrived. His body had suppressed its threshold, and then agony ripped through his consciousness. Even someone of Kami's resilience could no longer fight or hold himself upright. Awareness faded into a haze between sleep and waking. Conway! They rushed forward to check Kami's condition, and upon realizing something was wrong, immediately lifted him up and dashed toward the medical ward. Medical ward Azet. A brief examination and basic treatment revealed no major physical issues with Kamui. He was simply sprawled on the hospital bed, murmuring unintelligible fragments beneath his breath. Hurts so bad. Kacharev, go easy on me. Killing me. Azael, why are you hitting me? I didn't touch your heart attack. Bewildered, the two boys looked at each other. Kacharev attempted to pry open Kamui's eyelids, but the unconscious boy only continued his fragmented murmuring. Out of options, Kacharev glanced at Azael, whose expression had already darkened, and moved aside. Azael's mouth twisted in a slight grimace before he surged forward, delivering rapid, stinging slaps at Kamui's cheeks until his eyes flew open. Without a word, expression stern, Azael seized Conway's ear and twisted 30 degrees, 60 degrees, 150 degrees. Ow, ow, ow. Who's... Conway shot right upright in the hospital bed, indignation twisting his features as he readied himself to challenge his ear tormentor. The complaint withered on his tongue, however, when he saw Azael, arms folded, utterly silent, standing before him. The last time Conway had witnessed such fury from Azael was after he had returned to combat prematurely, aggravating existing injuries. Azael had fixed him with murderous glares throughout the treatment process, right here in this same medical ward. Azael, don't try to butter me up. It won't work. You got some nerve, Conway. Ranking up the punishing virus concentration in your training area, making it exceed the safety threshold. You think those numbers are just suggestions? They exist so you don't die from the virus mid-workout. Doubling it. What were you thinking? If you're that desperate to check out, do it on the field, not by collapsing on the training ground, making us scrape you off the floor. Azael let his emotions carry him too far, and his words went beyond what should have been said. No sooner had they escaped than Katraev, standing next to him, quickly extended a hand and pressed it over Azael's mouth. Mom said, "We don't say mean things. Say bad words, cover mouth. Say more bad words, smack mouth." The words struck Azael still. They echoed memories from years past when the casual cruelty he had once directed at Conway, the coldness he had shown Katraev upon his arrival at Azet, In those days, Odile would correct them using that same role she had created. Hello, Ksenia. Azael abandoned his intended outburst. Reaching up, he softly took hold of Katraev's wrist, gesturing that he could let go now. Conway did wrong. Azael, sad. Did wrong. Must apologize. With a guilty look, Conway darted his eyes toward Azael and Katraev, his shoulders rising in a timid, apologetic hunch. "I'm sorry, Azael." Katraev. "I shouldn't have made you worried like that." Azael held his silence at first, fuming inwardly, but when he noticed Conway's head drooped so low he seemed ready to sprout mushrooms from sheer misery, Azael managed to compose himself and finally spoke. "At the very least, you should have talked to us first. If we need to push harder, we do it gradually, bit by bit. We hit the limit, we stop. That's how you don't break." Conway, look at me. We haven't entered the final conversion phase yet. We're not constructs. We're still human with mortal bodies. Humans only get one life. Once you're gone, you're gone. How many times do you think you can gamble that one life of yours? Conway knew Azael too well to misunderstand. If he was talking, he was no longer angry. Relief mingled with sheepishness as Conway rubbed his head and began to explain himself. "Yeah, I know you guys are looking out for me. I'll be more careful from now on, I swear it. But..." Conway's expression turned serious. "I don't think we can afford to take it slow anymore. We're running out of time. Marlis reached out to me recently, told me some stuff. If Azet can't show the world government better results, they're gonna cut our resources again. Or worse, cut us off completely. Let us sink or swim on our own." "Marlis? Why would you talk to her?" Excuse me? Azael's reaction was far more agitated than Conway had expected, startling both Conway and Katraev. "Conway? Why do you even have a way to contact her? Where did you get that?" "Well, hey, she contacted me first. Sent some anonymous letter, but she didn't exactly hide who she was. I figured it out. I knew she wanted something from Azet, so I just asked her straight up. If it was something small, maybe we could have worked a deal. Bought us some time, you know? Get through this rough patch. But turns out her only goal is to either disband Azet completely or bring us under her thumb. No way. Yeah, no way we take that deal. So that leaves us one option. We have to break this wall, break past our current limits, and use that to claw back more resources for Azet. With the corona gene in our bodies, it's nowhere near enough." Kamui's assertion went unchallenged by Azael. Being the three most accomplished trainees within Project Barleycorn, they understood this situation all too well. Until they discovered new theoretical methods, their only option was to take a dangerous gamble, using every possible means to accelerate the corona gene conversion. I'm in, with Kamui. Once Kachaev had absorbed the full scope of the situation, he found himself in agreement with Kamui's assessment. However, he still refused to let Kamui shoulder such dangerous responsibilities alone. The only solution he could think of was to take more training together with Kamui. Don't even think about it. The rough, familiar voice startled Kamui, making him jump. His eyes went wide as he turned toward the door. It was Leif. Huh? Leif, what are you... The test results came back. Your punishing virus levels are through the roof past the safe limit. The docs called him the second they saw it. With an air of ease, he rested against the hospital bed, his posture silently conveying that he didn't do anything to stop them. Otherwise, knowing how stubborn you are, you would just sneak off and keep pushing until you dropped. Azael's right. Starting today, I'm regulating the punishing virus concentration in the training room. No more excessive training, period. Calmly. I know you're doing this for Izette, but not like this, not by destroying yourself. But Izette can't wait any longer. Kamui opened his mouth to argue, to beg Leif to fight him, let him fight for Izette. But when he tried to rise, Leif's hand pressed lightly atop his head, guiding him back down. The touch carried no force, but more of a gentle reassurance. Kamui froze, overwhelmed by the unexpected softness. How many years had passed since anyone had offered them such warmth? After Odile and Eurydice died, no one had cradled them like the children they still were. They had become so accustomed to being the first into the fray, carrying a sky perpetually on the verge of collapse, that they had forgotten they were still just young teenagers. Everything has its order. We old folks are still here. Let us carry the heavy stuff first. I'm still in talks with the world government. Before I came to Izette, I had some pull in the military. Don't you worry. If we all do our part together, we'll find a way through. Yeah. Whatever happens, we'll figure it out. Together. Trust me, Kamui. We're gonna fix this. Azael fixed Kamui with a stare of absolute resolve. These were not empty words meant to soothe. His promise was genuine, to Kamui and to Izette. He would save them in his own way. He pocketed his terminal, face revealing nothing. Behind him, the gleaming display flickered once before sinking into the shadow of his pocket. It was a freshly sent message. I warned you not to touch anyone else from Izette, especially Kamui. Don't forget our deal, more or less. The Sun Seeker and the Ash Bearer. The sun was rising, but why? Why couldn't he see the light? City ruins past. Hey Azael, you really think this whole lab facility thing is legit? Coordinating personnel assignments over the radio with Kamui, Azael paused, surprised by the question. Who knows? That's exactly why Izette sent us as a scout team, yeah? To check things out. Look, this is the only lead we've got right now. People are already turning into sunspots. Anyone we've sent out for tech help came back with nothing. At least these guys actually responded. If their research on the punishing virus can actually fix the issues with Project Barleycorn, then it's worth taking the shot. I know, it's just... something's bugging me. I swept the whole outskirts with my team completely clear. First city ring you checked is also clean. Barely a single corrupted in sight. You really think they're all trapped in that lab in the core area like they said? Probably just what they said. Some kind of leak during experiments attracted the corrupted. Makes sense they'd all cluster there. Either way, mission's the mission. We finish sweeping the outer zones, head back, gear up, and then 3 days from now we push into the core area and pull those scientists out. Don't overthink it. One problem at a time. Continuing progress report. Inner area sweep complete for the first city ring. Moving to the second city ring now to finish up. If all goes smooth, target areas will be cleared, and we're good to go for the rescue op. Copy that. Outskirts are fully swept on our end. We're holding position here. Just give us a shout if you need backup. No need. Take your team and head back. Prep time's tight, so better get started. But the second ring is right next to the core area where the lab is. If there's any hidden danger, there won't be. For a few seconds, Azael paused, his expression softening once he realized his tone had been too assertive. When he next spoke, his voice carried a gentler edge. Think about it. We swept the first ring completely clean. No security risks, nothing. The second ring's adjacent. It doesn't even touch the restricted core zone. There's no way anything major slipped through. Don't worry, Conway. Head back. Petraeu's with me. We've got this. Besides, your squad's been pushing the red line lately. Their corona genes aren't stable. Long exposure to high-pushing environments would be dangerous. You need to get them back to base and let them recover first. Don't worry. Azael and I, we're together. Petraeu, having just finished inspecting another checkpoint, returned to report when he overheard their conversation. He approached and joined Azael in persuading Conway. Alright. We'll head back. But I'm checking in every half hour on comms. You better reply to me. And I mean it. If either of you misses a safety ping for more than 5 minutes, I'm hauling ass into that second ring to find you myself. Call me extra if you want, I don't care. From now on, none of us are losing anyone. Not again. Fine, whatever you say. Can we all head back now? Just stick to the route back. Don't wander anywhere near the inner ring. Yeah, I got it. Jeez, Azael, you're so naggy today. Comms. Projection. Can't reach. Hit him after we go back. Outskirts city ruins. Alright team, inventory's done. Everyone's accounted for. Let's head back to Ezet. Copy. To err on the side of caution, Kami walked from the front of the line to the back, double checking that no one had been left behind. Wait, where's Andrew? Huh? He said he was going to take a leak a minute ago and then... actually, where is he? No, he got lost, right? Inner ring, city ruins. Wait, so Andrew might have wandered toward our side? Yeah, dude's probably lost. His location ping shown moving toward the second ring, but his communicator's busted so we can't reach him. I want to send someone after him, but half my team's already showing symptoms of the punishing virus concentration. I gotta get them back to base first. Copy that. We're already sweeping the second ring anyway. I'll tell Petraeu to keep an eye out. I heard. On it. I'll watch for him. Good. If you find him, have Andrew link up with the outermost team. Don't let him come any deeper. This zone's too close to the core. Way more dangerous. Roger. Azael ended the call with Conway and Petraeu, then turned to face the Azet members gradually gathering behind him. Azael, all target areas swept. No suspicious threats detected. Good work. I'll handle the remaining locations myself. You'll head to the outer perimeter and rendezvous with the other team. Let them finish their sweep there. Copy. Once everyone else had left, Azael finally felt secure enough to open his terminal. Sweep complete. No potential threats confirmed. Deep rescue operations may proceed. Reported by Azael. He quickly typed his entry into the mission record, then closed the page immediately as if unable to face what he had written. Keep it together, Azael. You haven't actually lied about anything. He muttered to himself, his words echoing through the empty ruins. This area really is free of any corrupted threats. That part's true. What comes after isn't anything to be afraid of either. Just necessary measures. All of this is for Azet. Beep, 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 beep. His terminal rang. Azael stared at the number, unlisted yet buried into his memory, with trembling fingers. Despite his hesitation, he finally answered the call. What are you doing? We agreed. No contact until everything's done. What if someone finds out? Oh, don't be so jumpy. As a council member with clearance to Project Barleycorn, it's hardly suspicious for me to be in touch with Azet. Besides, someone as careful as you wouldn't let this line be traced. Would you, my dear future leader of Azet? Since you brought it up, you promised you'd leave Leif alone after this. Don't go back on your word. Of course. I only ever disliked him because he controlled access to Azet and kept me out. That stubborn old man. Once he's away from Azet, I couldn't care less about him. Just cut his comms during the operation so he can't respond in time. I'll handle the rest. Slap him with dereliction of duty. Easy. Your people, those researchers at that facility, they better be reliable and not make extra complications. I've already shared some of their findings with you, and you verified them yourself, haven't you? They're genuinely useful in your situation. I'm saving you all, remember? You're saving your own status, your own power, and feeding that sick ambition of yours. You really will stop at nothing to get control of Azet. But isn't it a beautiful plan? Once your team moves deep into position, we cut off Leif support and then I make my entrance. You get the technology to advance Project Barleycorn, I get authority over Azet. Win-win, wouldn't you say? Greedy as a hungry wolf. But right now, this wolf is the only one who can save you. I have the technology, but if you want it, you give me something in return. That's only fair. And I've been fair to you, Azael. You help me, I reward you accordingly. Under me, you'll be the highest authority in Azet. I've already settled on this. You didn't call just to repeat yourself. Stop dancing around it. What do you want? Sharp as always. This time I want top-level access to Azet's internal communications. I know you still have the passwords. What? You think I'd break our agreement? Nothing wrong with some extra insurance. You Azet people are so tight with each other. I'd hate for you to have a last-minute change of heart and refuse to cut their comms. Let those kids successfully call for help and ruin the lovely trap I've set for Leif. Trust requires investment, and haven't I invested? The technology, the researchers, they're already at that facility. And if you're worried I won't pay up, just take what you want yourselves during the rescue mission operation in 3 days. We each get what we need. What's not to like? One more thing. How do I know what happened before it won't happen again? I need actual proof this time. You mean Solar Exodus? I told you the information just wasn't updated in time. You were the one who cut off all communication with me first. By the time I found out that conservation area had fallen, it was too late to reach you. I don't accept subjective excuses. Then let's talk objective facts, little debater. Your own people just finished advanced recon and I didn't interfere once. You saw it yourself. No corrupted in the vicinity, right? Powerful as I may be, I'm still just a human. One with some power, yes, but human nonetheless. Remember your words. If everything goes according to plan, we both get what we want. But if you hurt my family again, Azet will never let you go, Marlis. A tremendous noise erupted from the ruins behind Azael. Flipping around, he caught a glimpse of a figure darting away, and even in that brief moment, he recognized the familiar Azet combat uniform the person was wearing. Oh my. Looks like a little mouse heard something it shouldn't have. With that leaks, everything we worked for collapses in an instant. Make your choice, Azael. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll have my people handle it. You want to hurt one of ours? What's your alternative? Sacrifice the future of everyone in Azet for one person? You should understand protecting the majority better than I do. One life for a better future for all. That's a bargain. Even if they knew the truth, I'm sure they'd understand your position. Isn't that the Azet creed? Give everything you can for your family. So let's all make the necessary sacrifices. Now don't waste time. Clean this up, quickly. With those final words, Marlis cut the communication, clearly leaving Azael no choice but to make a quick decision. Damn bastard. You really think Azaz is powerless against you? Even without Leif's support, your troops no match for ours. Once we find those researchers and take their tech, no one will be under your control anymore. But I can't let her get suspicious, not yet. Azael clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white, as his eyes remained fixed in the direction where that figure darted away. All of this is for Zed. Someone has to make the sacrifice. He bit down hard on his lip until he tasted the metallic tang of blood. With his mind made up, he set off in pursuit. I'm sorry, but this is for Izette's future. City Ruins core area 3 days later. So this is definitely the last place anyone saw Andrew, right? Conley surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed in concentration, but despite his best efforts, he couldn't think of any logical reason why Andrew would have come to a place like this. Here, Azael and I, together. Uncharacteristically, Katriv answered Conley's question first. His response came even before Azael's. He usually hung back, letting others take the lead, but not this time. It was only when both Katriv and Conley turned their gaze toward him that Azael snapped out of his daze, realizing it was his turn to speak. Right. I spotted him while surveying the high-risk zone. Thought he might run into trouble, so I went after him. Ran into Katriv on the way. We both caught a glimpse of Andrew here, from a distance. But by the time we got close, he was gone. I had to report him MIA and wait for the official rescue op to keep looking. Right, Katriv? Yeah. Something felt off about them today, Conley sensed, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He took some vague guesses, but there was no time to dwell on it now. The mission had to continue. And Katriv and I'll keep searching for Andrew. Azael, you and your team push deeper, scope things out. If it gets hairy, call us. We regroup after, then pull those researchers out. Leave Andrew to me. I'll bring him back in one piece. Katriv, let's roll. With that, Conley eagerly rushed out with several team members. Katriva, however, didn't follow immediately. After hesitating for a moment, he finally turned to look at Azael beside him. Should we tell Conley? Not yet. For now, neither of us says anything. Later, you tell him yourself. I will. I promise you. When this is all over, I'll tell Conley everything. Yeah, I trust you, Azael. Azael reached out to ruffle Katriv's hair before tightening his wristband. When it came to taking care of himself, Katriv remained as careless as ever, no matter how much he grew. Since Conley couldn't be counted on for those things either, Azael had gradually developed the habit of straightening up after his two reckless brothers. Look after yourself and Conley. And if anything happens, call me. Here you go. Ruined Depths. Found it! This is Andrew's terminal. And look, Azette markers nearby. We totally went the right way. He was definitely here. Come on, let's follow these. And feel it. We're gonna find him any minute now. Conley and Katriv carefully observed their surroundings after parting ways with Azael, and they successfully found subtle traces of their target. Throughout it all, however, Conley didn't merely revel in self-satisfaction. He vaguely sensed something unsettling about the path they were following. Andrew's tracks don't make sense. They're all over the place, no consistent direction at all. And there's only one explanation. He was running. But we swept this whole area. Didn't find any corrupted hordes or hostile forces. So who was he running from? Conley, ahead. Conley looked in the direction Katriv was pointing, to a spot not far ahead of them. Is that uniform? We found him! Andrew's right there! A familiar figure lay collapsed on the ground, his back to them. Calmly rushed over immediately, hoping Andrew was just injured and trapped there. At least they had found him now. Andrew? Calmly moved to Kachuryu's side, and in that moment, he saw what had caused Kachuryu's hesitation. Andrew! Andrew's eyes remained open. He wasn't unconscious or peacefully asleep. His skin had turned deathly pale, his eyes bulging so wide they nearly protruded from their sockets. Blood vessels webbed across them, matching the brownish-red pool of blood on his chest. One hand still clutched desperately at his pierced chest, his face frozen in shock, astonishment, and disbelief. This was his final expression before death. Andrew was dead. Realizing what had happened, Conway immediately contacted Azael. Azael, it's a trap! Get out now! I was about to tell you the same thing. Rally your team, regroup fast, keep everyone alive. We found the researchers outside the facility. They've been dead for a while. There's no technology or equipment inside. Get everyone out. Move before the exit. If we wait any longer, we're not making it. City Ruins core area. For 5 days, Azet's action team had been trapped here. Conway and his companions hid precariously among the ruins, forced into cover by the numerous corrupted that roamed the abandoned city. 3 more turned into sunspots today. 5 more are borderline. Cons with Leif are still dead. And even if they weren't, by the time anyone broke through, we'd be gone. We need a new plan. Or we don't make it out. I'll take the serum we got with the temporary extractor to them first. Then we figure out breach routes. Conway, wait. Kai stepped forward to stop Conway. Ever since they were trapped in the core area, Conway's team had been isolating members who showed sunspot symptoms due to the punishing virus's corruption, prioritizing their protection, and Kai had been serving as their leader. Keep the serum. For yourselves. Stop extracting for us. And these... He pulled out a collection of serum already loaded into storage vials. We talked it over. These days you've protected us and fought off the corrupted. If this keeps up, we'll just slow you down. We can still extract the usable serum from ourselves, essence too. Combined with what you've already given us, it should come in handy. Are you insane? No way. Conway, what other choice is there? If you can't fight, then none of us will break out. Stop with the pointless sacrifices. You're the ones who matter now. It's not pointless. Nobody gets left behind ever. That's not how this works. But we don't have the strength to save everyone anymore, Conway. Escape routes cut. The entire team's been surrounded by the corrupted for 5 days. The only way anyone gets out if you're alive is if you keep fighting. If you stay strong. Conway. Petri rushed over, interrupting their conversation. Corrupted. Trying to break in. Door won't hold. We're out of time. Kai, status on your team? Some fatigue, but no serious injuries. Don't worry about us, we'll keep up. We make the most of what we have. Serum and solar essence. Stop hesitating, Conway. If we wait any longer, we all die here. Damn it. Fine, let's end this quickly. Conway snatched the vial from Kai's hand and forcefully jabbed it into his vein. I'm not falling here. No matter what, I'll hold on until the very end. Nobody stands in our way. I'll cut down anyone who tries. Everyone, stay behind us. We've got this. Every single one of us is making it back to Azet. You hear me? Now, let's charge through. Together! The solar essence began to take effect, burning through his veins and brain. The long, stagnant mire finally began to break free, carrying with it a desperate hope mixed with defiance, erupting with explosive force.
さすがに敵の数が多すぎる。もうこれ以上は持ちこたえられない。 太陽を落とさせたりするもんか。ここはまだ俺たちのゴールじゃない。立ち止まるな。俺を信じろ。絶対にみんなを連れて脱出する。
カムイ、なんか強くなってない？よかった、助かった。
もう安心していいぞ。俺がお前たちの力になる。みんな俺の後ろに。他の人たちを助けに行こう。ごめん、来るのが遅すぎた。
カムイ、こっちはもう無理だ。残った連中を連れて早く逃げ。
しっかりしろ。すぐ助けに行く。
敵が多すぎる。俺たちのことは構うな。エネルギーを持って早く逃げろ。
嫌だ。家族を一人だって見捨てるもんか。来いよ。まとめて相手してやる。全員粉々にしてやる。俺が死の闇を払いのける。暗闇なら焼き尽くしてやる。これは俺が守りたい全て。絶対に俺たちが勝利をつかむ。
Out of my way! Kami mustered his strength to send the last corrupted clinging to his feet flying through the air. He crashed hard against the distant ruins and finally stopped moving. He was nearly at his limit, but fortunately all obstacles before him had finally been cleared away. The exit. We finally made it. Azael, Catcher Eve, you guys okay? Still breathing. Let me get back to Zed. Don't waste time. Keep moving. I'm managing. You two head back with everyone who can still walk. I'll find a safe spot for the ones who can't. Go back and call for rescue. Until then, I'll keep them safe. We've broken the wall. With our new power, we can do this. I know we can. Guy? Hey, wake up. We made it. Let's find a safe place. Then we wait for rescue. Kai? Can't we? Put me down. And you keep going without me. Can't we? Put Kai down. With trembling hands, Kami gently lowered Kai from his back and propped him against the wall. Only then did Kami clearly see the terrible state Kai was in. You lied to us too, didn't you, Kai? With what little strength he had left, Kai placed his hand on Kami's arm. Kami. Kami felt tears welling up in his eyes. Just like the others, and everyone who fell. He told us they weren't hurt bad, but they could hold the rear. They'd be fine. Why? Why'd you throw yourself in front of us like that? You knew. You knew this would happen. So why? Because we knew. This was as far as we could go, Conway. But you're different. This hope you found, this chance, don't let it go again. Conway, you always say we're family. We can't be the sun anymore. So you You have to see the dawn for us. Look, the sun is rising. The sun was rising. The sun was rising, but why? Why couldn't he see the light? As the essence continued to affect his corona gene, calmly instinctively clutched his head, enduring the unavoidable pain of the absorption process. Essence. Breakthrough. Power. I've got it now. Everything I fought for. So why? Why don't I feel happy at all? Isn't this the future we wanted? The one we all fought for? It hurts. My wounds. Hurt so much. Oh. It's not the wounds. His brain burned with the power he had once desperately craved, forcing him to stay awake and see with perfect clarity how he differed from his fallen family lying before him. How did this happen? He actually made it. So why? What's the point if we only see the dawn? What about all of you? We fought together. We came this far together. We did it all to protect everyone. Without you, what was any of it for? He lost the bonds he once depended on, and gained these red threads instead. The red threads were the essence gained from burning, extracted from their bodies, and channeled into his own. They were the final traces left behind by the fallen, both empowering him and imprisoning him. Home and ruins. Azael? Retrieve? Is it? Present time. So yeah, that's how the three of us pulled off the breakthrough back then. Zet lost so many people just to give Project Barleycorn a fighting chance. We're here. This is it. Kami's gaze lands on the door ahead, and he starts walking toward it without hesitation. Path's clean. No fights. None of the doors ahead got forced. Guess we're good for now. Last door, then down the hall, and we're at the essence storage. Finally, I can find them. Please complete identity verification. Access will be granted upon authorization confirmation. Notice, this is a level 1 security verification. Please complete information matching first, then proceed to password verification as the second step. First, please enter your identity information and member designation to complete the information matching verification. Verifying. Please wait. Warning. Member Kamwi's designation does not include SU0. The identity you entered does not match the member designation. Would you like to use another designation associated with this member for verification? Though his chest no longer houses anything that beats, he feels something caught there, an obstruction that won't clear. But the warnings flash red again. The result never varies, no matter how many times he tries. Accepting his fate, he falls back on another familiar designation. Member Kamwi, matching designation SUE03. Verification successful. Granting access now. Hey, come on, don't look at me like that, Isabelle. I'm good. I was just, checking. Knew what it was gonna say. Let's put that aside for now and get back to your story. You haven't finished that story about you three, right? I think it's better just to go a second. You haven't finished that story about you three, right? Let's put that aside for now and get back to your story. After that, you already know the rest. The stuff we learned before heading down to the surface. So, after the breakthrough, the three of us were in the final stretch until Azet was attacked by the corrupted. Azael and Kachaev successfully became the Golden Sons. They stayed to protect everyone, while I was shipped off to Babylonia. That's what the signal told us. But I want to hear from you. What do you remember? Same thing, Isabeni. Word for word. The signal wasn't messing around. Look, since we got here, everything is checked out, aligning with what the signal said. Izette's got survivors, got remaining solar essence, got hit by Marlis. They're literally waiting for us in the comms room right now. And no doubt, those are definitely Izette people. The solar essence here did help my mind recover. So, I'm not that son. Real sons have been here the whole time. That just means the information about Izette is accurate. But after you left, they had no way of tracking you. What if you'd already started converting on the way to Babylonia? You can't rule that out. No, that moment was the finish line. My mind recovery has stopped. The story I just told you is all the memories I can retrieve. There's that problem we pointed out during the frame adaptation. I should have taken the hint and admitted it when even Asimov couldn't solve it. Project Barleycorn was all about gene enhancement. A successful subject's mind should be flawless. So, Isabeni, how's a golden sun supposed to have a mind that's permanently busted? The frame changes, sure, but the mind is supposed to be the one thing that stays solid. So with my mind all messed up like this, no way I'm one of those golden suns from back then. Now. Notice, access granted. Please proceed. Member SUE-03 Kamui, welcome home. The access system's voice interrupts Kamui mid-sentence. It somehow finishes exactly what he was about to imply. And now none of that matters anymore. Isabeni, hang tight for a sec. Let me check the situation here. Kamui moves to the main control panel on the wall. His identity verification completes, reactivating his access to the system. Countless indicators flood the screen and he verifies each one meticulously. Alarm system clear. No level 2 or higher alerts have popped off. Backup defense systems aren't activated. Guess they never needed them. Central systems chugging along fine, no weird error codes. Everything looks okay. The automated detection system hasn't reported any warnings. Looks pretty normal. Okay, last one. The escape pods. Yeah, all still docked. None of them auto-ejected during an emergency. From what I'm seeing, no major intrusion. I was probably never made it here. Which means everyone here should be safe. Let's go, Isabeni. Essence storage is this way. The corridor to the essence storage stretches far ahead, offering the two of you a moment to yourselves. Kamui, leading the way, catches his foot on an unexpected ledge. His reflexes are quick though, and he manages to steady himself instantly. Oh, my bad. Really spaced out there. Didn't even see that step. Are you okay, Kamui? Let's walk side by side. That way I can catch you if you faceplant again. You okay? Yeah, I'm good. Not even a scratch. But, yeah, this floor is kind of sketchy. Let's stick close, Isabeni. Watch each other's backs. Kamui shortens his stride to keep pace with you. The deliberate slowness quiets his mind. Going over the facts he has checked and rechecked, he senses his anxiety ebbing away. Kamui, are you really alright? If something's bothering you, you can say so. I don't need you putting on a brave face. I'm seriously, like, super extra, absolutely, positively fine. Promise. This whole thing, I've been ready for it. Mentally prepped, you know? And honestly, this outcome is pretty much ideal, all things considered. For me, this isn't about losing something, Isabeni. It's more like finding something I thought was gone. What I always wanted wasn't really about being a golden sun. It was always about the power behind that title. What that power could do. That tracks. That's how you've been since the day I met you. To seek strength. To pursue power. Different era, same Kamui. Right? See, even back when I couldn't remember any of this stuff, I was still basically the same dude. I don't care about people looking up to me or whatever. That's not it. I just want the power. Want to have it. So I can protect my family. But you've been running after that for a long time. Running that far wears you out. You always put yourself out, you always put everyone else first. But not so much when it comes to yourself. If you're tired, you know you can lean on us too, right? Yeah, I know, Isabelle. We found the issues during the frame adaptation, when everyone came to check on me before this mission. Actually, it started much earlier, when I met you guys. I've just been constantly getting all these amazing things from you. You know that even if I mess up, even if I can't do the thing, nobody's gonna believe me. And that's exactly why I don't want to stop running. Because you've all been so ridiculously good to me. Everyone, whether from Azet or Babylonia, has always been like that. Even when things are rough, you all still find ways to give me so much warmth. And I really don't want to lose that again. Ever. But that's why you insist on taking this mission alone. You'd already decided that if there were survivors in Azet, you'd do whatever it took to come back for them. Yeah, and from what I'm seeing, they still have a shot. Carol and the others, I'm gonna make it right. I swear. There are still people waiting for me in the essence storage, and this time I'm not letting them down. Besides, this is already a win for all of us. The Golden Suns are still here, and even if I'm not one, I know Azael and Katriv have got this. They can definitely do it. They can use that power to protect everyone. Close enough. Welcome back, Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach. Kamui's determined voice echoes from the corridor as you reach its end. The door to the essence storage looms before them. One final step, and your objective is within reach. We're here. Hold up. Gotta do one last check, just to be safe. The essence storage is basically Azet's heart, so the security is way tighter than anywhere else. If someone inside tampered with the system, the only way in is to request access. Someone on the other side has to approve it before the door opens. Or, if they were expecting me, you might have already pre-approved my access. Member SUE-03 Kamui, sending access request. Only someone with a Zet clearance could have done that. They're in there. They're actually in there. You found your home, Kamui? It's right before us. Yeah. Life never proceeds without a hitch. Kamui knows this lesson well, etched into him through trial after trial. Yet somehow it is always the same. Even when someone is lost along the way, there is always someone left behind to remain by his side. People are still here. That's enough. As long as someone's still alive, then our past doesn't just disappear. Our home can still keep going. And I still got something to press on for. Even if the road ahead's still rough, I'll keep pushing. For all of you. Things will get better in the future that belongs to us. Take this surviving ember back. Guard it well, and one day it will blaze into a brilliant flame once more. The true sun burns with glory, but even an artificial sun holds fire enough. He will pour out everything that Kamui has, everything Kamui is, to protect his home. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Azael, Katriv, and everyone else. I'm back now. Let's get out of here. I'll take you somewhere safer. Kamui suddenly remembers their days at Azet, the three of them meeting in the communications room. He was always the last one there. Azael and Katriv would enter first, leaving him outside to request access. Each time Kamui would stand just beyond the threshold, and when the door slid open, he would call out their names loudly, hoping to catch their attention from where he waited. Azael! Katriv! Azael? Katriv? The door slides open. Kamui looks at those two familiar faces, meeting their eyes, but it is a one-sided gaze, a stare of disbelief. Because Azael and Katriv lie before him, eyes firmly shut. Their faces are slashed and bloodied beyond the reach of any look he might give them. His gaze then sweeps the room. Countless corpses litter the floor. Unlike the quiet corridor outside, the interior is chaos drenched in blood. This place is no longer a battlefield. It is an execution ground, the slaughter finished. In the end, he has simply arrived too late. There are no surprises, no applause, no warm greetings, no welcoming embraces like he imagined. Kamui has stumbled into what was once home, a home he can never return to. All that remains is a collection of coffins, a graveyard. Following the same road. I can't save you? Essence storage is it. What? How is this possible? We made it here. There's no invasion, no breach. Then who? Muffled impacts echo from nearby, as if coming from a small sealed space. Realization dawns and Kamui rushes toward the sound. The noise leads him to an observation pod in the corner, its exterior seal intact. He reads its designation and pulls up scan results on a nearby master control screen. Within the pod, something like a small robot is active, hurling itself against the wall in a frenzy, struggling to break free. That shape. Is that? Let me help. No, Miss Benny. We've got this. That little thing in there. If it's what I think it is, it might freak you out and hurt you. With that, Kamui positions himself between you and the pod, ensuring you are safely behind him. Then, without hesitation, he opens the sealed door. Cookie, Cookie. An active little robot bounces out of the observation pod, hopping straight for Kamui as it chirps without pause. What is that? This is our messenger bot. Cookie. It's not even that damaged. Someone kept it safe on purpose. Azael and Katriv. It must be them. They must have wanted to tell me something. Cookie. Detected Kamui. Kamui's home. Playing voice messages for Kamui. Receiving the command, Cookie spins a full circle in midair. This small flourish exists because Kamui pestered Azael until he finally caved. Whenever Cookie played a restored recording, it would first loop through its detection area, pick one of its 3 member masters at random, land on that person, and start playback. Cookie. Cookie? Azael? Katriv? Cookie orbits the air twice, hesitation in his movements, as if confused by the essence of the other 2 masters. Cookie. Kamui. Kamui. Recognizing a familiar face, Cookie chirps with joy and lands on Kamui's shoulder. Current landing point. Kamui. Cookie activated. Message playback. Message from Verification error. Rescanning identification data. Facial feature comparison. Comparing. Facial feature comparison result. Katriv. Information corrected. Message from Katriv. Kamui's gaze locks onto Cookie, desperate for it to play the message faster. What happened back there? Is there any chance they're still alive? What is he supposed to do? Kamui. Kamui. Static swallows the first call, the words too garbled for Kamui to grasp. After several attempts, the audio clears and he finally recognizes the speaker's voice. Kamui, you found Cookie. Can hear this message. This is Katriv. Everyone's hurt bad. Azael's gone. So I'll say the last words. The truth about back then, if you need, take it back to Babylonia. I speak, you record, for your mission. After that big fight, we 3 broke through. Azet back to base. Stayed there. Project Barleycorn continued. Then, Azael and I made it. But you? Nothing. The conversion. Punishing virus spiked. Drew corrupted. Lots of them. Azet was trapped. We sent you to Babylonia. Stayed behind. But Marlis, she was still watching. Had to cut contact. Hide and defend. You never came back. That's fine. You were hurt. Probably forgot everything. It's all right. You're home. That's enough. Marlis wanted the Golden Suns gone. We couldn't hold. Left essence here. Drew her away. We extracted everyone's essence. Left what we could. For you. Maybe you can still do it, Conway. Live on for us. Maybe you can make another son. We can't go on anymore. Conway, remember. Have to remember. Take us back. Back home. Home. Latest message playback completed. Cookie initiating auto loop mode. Playback logic. Sort by time. Sort by play count. Error. Playing randomly. Conway, this is your final warning. Next time you're late, you're getting extra training on your own. Conway, as they all found out, our injuries. He's not here yet. We run. Error. Error. Detected. Missed message. Ending. Auto loop mode. Beginning playback. We. After this message, you leave. Izette runs on the Golden Suns. The essence source is destroyed. The defense systems will fail. The essence will make punishing virus spike. Dangerous. Dangerous. Don't worry about us. Go now. Watch out! Conway doesn't even have time to process it. Cookie is already lunging at him. You intervene just in time, batting the frenzied little machine aside. But Cookie refuses to stop. Thrown clear but still humming with power, its surface pulses with eerie red light. It's gathering energy, ready to attack again. Getting ready to attack again. Conway wants to leave. Not allowed. No one is allowed to leave Azette. Stay. Stay. Cookie wants you to stay. I told you already. It was supposed to be a communication device. You should just follow the standard settings. You just had to add a personality simulation system. Then you slapped on every tag. Happy, enthusiastic, clingy, a whole ridiculous package. Do you have any idea what it was like? Followed me around for an entire day talking non-stop. I'm losing my mind. Ah, come on. Isn't it super cute? Look at it. Besides, Catcher Eve actually asked us for something. Do you realize how rare that is? You really gonna say no to him? Yes, I want it. Alright, alright. I never said you couldn't have it your way. Just turn down the volume. That's reasonable, right? Defense system. Shut down. Anomaly. Intrusion. Cookie clamps its mechanical mouth onto Conway's hand. It can't hurt him, can't even break the skin. But it holds on, stubborn and unyielding. Damn it, I really don't want to do this. But... Conway swiftly smashes Cookie to pieces, leaving the device completely unresponsive. Warning. Warning. Azette core damaged. Backup essence overflowing. All defense systems shutting down. Please evacuate immediately. A large amount of corrupted detected infiltrating the area. Initiating level 1 emergency protocol. Insufficient system power. Initiation failed. System shutting down. All personnel evacuate immediately. Please evacuate. Punishing virus concentration here. It's spiking. Cookie must have got corrupted. This place isn't safe anymore, Svenny. We gotta move. Now! With its core damaged, Azette's remaining power lies exposed. The solar essence calls out like a carcass in the wilderness, and the hungry come to feed. Corrupted fled Azet like a hive in frenzy, hetero creatures thick among them. This is no ordinary attack. It is an onslaught beyond anything Azet has ever endured. Distress signal sent. Miss Betty, you good? I'm hanging in there. Don't slow down for me, I'll keep up. Babylonia get back to you? Yeah, just now. They're on their way, but we still gotta punch our own way out first. Azet's layout's a maze, and Babylonia doesn't have the blueprints. If they charge in blind, they'll just make things worse. Miss Betty, behind you! Kamui quickly steps into the path of the hetero creature's attack, shielding you with his own body. He is not indestructible, but when it comes to weathering a blow, his frame surpasses fragile human flesh. These guys are blocking this route too. We can't push through. That was the last exit we could try. Looks like this area's gone too. No choice. We force it. Wait, Miss Benny, there's one more option. Azet's got a secret emergency passage, but the entrance is on the opposite side. We'd have to cross the whole place to reach it. It's a long push, and the corrupted keep coming. Plus, there's no guarantees that passage is in better shape than this. But if that area hasn't fallen yet, we can make it out. What's your call? That last exit we tried wasn't even as bad as this spot, but we got totally swarmed and couldn't break through. Forcing this one probably ends the same way. That secret passage is harder to breach. Technically, it's safer than here. I trust your judgment. Let's do it. Yeah, then we move. The entrance is right ahead. If we can just punch through these guys blocking the way. Miss Benny? Hey, what's wrong? What's happening? Just high punishing virus concentration. I'm fine. From the depths of his mind, your mind beacon has begun to fade. I'll move faster. Get you through this. Just hang on. Okay. Miss Benny. Kamui supports your weight. A quick assessment tells him that your condition is far graver than he thought. This is no good. We can't wait for backup. I need to get you out now for treatment. Back off! A hetero creature rips through the pipe. Kamui's blade meets it mid-lunge, carving it apart as he positions himself between you and the monster. The noise brings more. They swarm through the narrow space, cutting off any hope of escape. You are trapped. It is a disaster on top of a disaster, but Kamui refuses to fall here. Not now. Not when he has finally found a way forward. My frame can hold a bit longer. I'll cover the rear. You get into the passage. If at least one of us makes it, we can... The bullet whistles through the air, striking the hetero creature attempting to ambush Kamui from the side. We're getting out together. Your voice stays steady, your hands never faltering as you reload. But... Before the words leave his mouth, something tears through Kamui's mind like claws. He drops, unable to stand, hitting the ground hard. Kamui! My turbulence. Why now, of all times? He forces himself up, body trembling, jaw locked. But his greatsword betrays him, its light guttering like a candle in the wind. Right, the essence. There's still so much solar essence left here. It has to be enough to fix my mind. Miss Benny, disconnect now. Don't let me slow you down. We need to break through ASAP. Don't. Absorbing essence will make it worse. Your mind can't take more strain. Your voice vanishes beneath the rising howls of approaching monsters. Kamui doesn't care what it costs, as long as he can break through with the Commandant. He will not lose another person to his own weakness. He presses the solar essence to his chest, following the ritual he knows by heart. But this time, neither the essence nor he shows any sign of change. The golden liquid passes through like water over desert sand, unable to merge, leaving not even the faintest trace of its presence. Why? Why isn't it working? Why isn't it working? Now to use more. That'll do it. That'll definitely... In the split second of Kamui's shock, his defense crumbles. From the darkness, a hetero creature surges forward, claws extended, targeting his defenseless core. Kamui! Your call reaches Kamui. He spins around, and in that moment, your voice and your outstretched hand flash past him, already gone. You don't hesitate. Every ounce of strength goes into intercepting the enemy, your body becoming his shield. The gushing blood completely snaps Kamui back to reality, his pupils constricting in shock. In the next moment, the hetero creatures from all directions surge forward like a terrifying tidal wave, shrieking as they pounce. Isabeni! Kamui roars, his blade howling as he tears through the enemies ahead. Then he staggers forward, catching your broken body. Your labored breath falls on him like a weight. It crushes him, body and soul, until he feels he may never rise again. I'm sorry, Kamui. Kamui, get out of here now! Go! Kamui, take the children and go now! Kamui, you always say we're family. We can't be the sun anymore. So you have to see the dawn for us. Hello, Dawn. Kamui. Why? Kamui. Kamui. Kamui, I don't want. Kamui. Run. No. In that moment, everything crashes down on him. Faces he couldn't protect, moments he couldn't hold on to, all rushing before his eyes. Poor little Kamui. Always too late to save the ones you love, aren't you? I can't save you? No! Uzabeni! Kamui is beyond reason now. He props you up, swinging his weapon wildly. No technique, no strategy, only the desperate need to keep the monsters at bay. The agony in his mind sharpens, spikes, threatens to drop him. He forces his legs to move, dragging you both toward the passage entrance. I can't fall now. I still gotta protect Uzabeni. I gotta stay in front. I absorbed the essence. Where's the power? Why isn't it working? Why is there no reaction? Faster. Gotta go faster. We're out of time. No one answers his desperate cries. Not the silent solar essence, not the hunting corrupted and hetero creatures. All alone, he forces his shaking body onward, staggering toward the entrance. Don't you dare! I don't care who you are. I won't let you. Nobody stops me from taking Uzabeni home. Get away, you monsters! Faster. He needs to move faster. Uzabeni's wounds fester, the punishing virus taking hold. There is no time. But his feet will not obey. Invisible shackles drag at him relentless. Ghostly fingers rise from the earth and catch his ankles, holding, always holding. His path. He has run it so many times. He ran it once to search for his parents' fate, for a chance to live, for the first light of dawn over a place torn apart, for friends drawing their last breaths. But not once did he find what he was looking for. He runs until he can't, and then he falls. Kamui hits the ground hard, dusty yellow clouds erupting around him. Even now, even falling, his body remembers what matters. He curls around Uzabeni, taking the full force himself. Sand. Dust? Kamui barely notices the dirt. Something else cuts through. This isn't the cold steel floor he expected. And there, blinding sunlight floods his vision. We're out! The sun beats down, scorching, but to Kamui it feels more refreshing than rain. Its relief floods through him. Then he hears the familiar thunderous rumble of Babylonia's transport crafts. He runs toward the descending shadow. Finally, this time, hope has come. The vehicle touches down. Figures in familiar Babylonian uniforms rush out, and Kamui's chest fills with overwhelming relief. We made it. We're saved! Uzabeni, look! Uzabeni? But the human commandant in his arms can only manage the faintest response, barely moving at all. Kamui feels as if his body, one that shouldn't house any biological heart, has somehow regained a heartbeat. His heartbeat connects him to the human in his arms, yet it grows weaker with each moment as the Commandant's wounds worsen. Soon it may stop entirely. No. Mr. Betty, you can't do this to me. I'm taking you home. Babylonia is going to save you. Alone, he can do nothing. It has always been this way. It is still this way now. Kamui runs toward the Babylonian vehicle toward help, the dying Commandant cradled in his arms. Cradled? Help! Please! Someone save Uzbeni! Anyone else? Any, please. Only you can save the Commandant now. I can't save the Commandant myself. Hurry! Save the Commandant, please! Babylonian soldiers reach him, shock flickering across their faces at the Commandant's condition. A few urgent words pass between them and Kamui, then together they race for the waiting transport. Inside, medical personnel spring into action. Equipment deploys, monitors beep, and someone contacts Star of Life headquarters even as they work. Contact Star of Life now. Tell them to prep everything. Maximum priority. Clear an express route. Move it. No way out. But I don't have a home anymore. Ruins of Azet, 20 years later. The room is silent except for the noisy whir of machinery and Kamui's voice, rising and falling in cries that are sometimes suppressed, sometimes hoarse. I think the restraints are holding me down. No matter how bad the pain gets, at least my body won't freak out and break free on its own. But this isn't enough. I'm going to make it as a golden sun. This is like barely scratching the surface. More. Warning. Punishing virus concentration in simulation environments has exceeded theoretical safety parameters. Immediate termination of training recommended. Safety parameters. Those don't mean anything to me anymore. Crank up the concentration. Keep it going. Having manually disabled the equipment's safety protocols long ago, he ensures no program can automatically restrict his operations. The alerts grow increasingly urgent, yet the golden solar essence in his chest remains utterly unchanged. The simulation environment's pressure exceeds his limits, collapsing entirely. With a thunderous crash, Kamui hits the ground, surrounded by shards of the shattered containment wall. The damaged equipment forcibly halts all simulation settings. Like a fish gasping under a scorching sun, he finally returns to water just before desiccation, able to breathe again. Desiccation? Desiccation? No. But this fish, its body cracked and broken, still struggles to crawl back onto the scorching shore, all for one impossible chance to reach the sun above. I can't. I can't stop now. Subeni is still waiting for me. Kamui struggles to his feet, refusing to yield even an inch. There are spare machines in storage. This one is broken, so he will just get a new one. He will not even permit himself a moment's rest. Kamui, Uzbeni, the Commandant. You need to get to the med ward. The final critical condition notice just dropped, and the verdict is critical condition beyond recovery. Discontinue treatment. Oh, I'm dead. Am I dead? Those fateful words barely finished before Kamui bolts from the room without a second thought. It started with that Azet mission years ago, continuing through every subsequent fall of human defense lines. For 20 years, he has heard such news countless times. In the few remaining withering human outposts, devastating casualties like these have become the norm. But every time before, they at least used the phrase, recommend discontinuing treatment. Never a direct order. He knows exactly what this means. This is not a recommendation, but a notification. It means that every last medical treatment humanity still possesses is now powerless against the Commandant's condition. No, not like this. Not now. I've been looking everywhere for a cure. Maybe we're just one step away. While rushing to the medical ward, Kamui clings to his own reassurance. He had seen this before, back when he escaped from Azet with Usabeni. The situation was just as perilous then, yet in the end the Star of Life pulled the human Commandant back from the brink of hell. After that, the Commandant's health never again compared to what it once was, but the Commandant survived, holding on for 20 more years, right up until this moment. The only thing that matters is that the Commandant survives. The Commandant made it through the first 20 years, so he will fight tooth and nail to give the person another 20 years, maybe even a third. All he wants is for Usabeni to stay by his side. Usabeni! But the scene he knows so well never arrives. The human Commandant does not rise as if nothing happened, like all those times before. The person does not offer that familiar smile, does not tell him not to worry, that everything will be alright. Instead, the Commandant lies still upon the hospital bed, too weak to lift so much as a hand, too weak to call Kamui closer. Usabeni? Kamui steps to the human Commandant's bedside and gently takes the Commandant's hand in his own. He will not accept this ending when he has witnessed or lived through too many times before. The kind of story beat he despises more than anything else, Not like this, so heavy with sorrow, so drowning in grief. Not like this, with death about to claim the Commandant. He is going to lose Usabeni forever. Usabeni? Hey, what happened to you this time? That mission to Azet. The after effects from your mind beacon have been messing with you all this time. Is it your old injury acting up again? No worries, we'll just take some extra time to rest, and you'll bounce back. I'll stick with you through all the rehab sessions, promise. Or maybe you got hurt during your latest mission? Whatever it is, we can fix it. Just tell me where it hurts, okay? I've learned all sorts of first aid techniques. No matter what kind of injury it is, I can patch you up right away. Patch you right up. Wait, could it be a mind beacon thing? Don't sweat it. I've been working on becoming a golden sun. I'm gonna make it happen, and then I can help you. You're gonna be okay, right? Usabeni, please say something to me. Anything at all, yeah? Please? Anything at all. Just say something again. Tell him you're okay. Tell me you're okay. Tell me nothing will happen to you. Tell me you won't leave me. Kamui. In his mind, Kamui senses the mind beacon of Usabeni flicker to life once more. The light of it steadies his consciousness, grounding him by a fragile degree. Usabeni, I knew it. You're gonna be okay. I'll find a solution right away. Doctor, get over here. Usabeni can still. Kamui, it's no use. Don't waste more. No, don't say that. How could this possibly be a waste? You gotta live, Usabeni. Humanity still needs you. And me, I can't lose you either. Yet even as it flares to life, he senses the mind beacon within his mind beginning to dim once more. It gutters like a candle in the wind, sputters like a lamp running out of oil. It's my fault. If I'd protected you better during that mission, you wouldn't be dealing with these after effects. And in all those missions after, you kept pushing yourself in battles for mind connection, and I couldn't do anything to help. And every time I stubbornly tried to adapt to the solar essence, you must have taken backlash damage while connecting with me. Why can't I carry this weight for you? If only I was stronger. If only I had more power. If only I was a golden sun, then everyone in Strikehawk, Babylonia, you. Then none of you would be held back by me anymore. I failed to protect all of you. I was too late to save you. That's not true, Kamui. We're grateful to have walked this path with you. We all believe in you. You always keep your promises, don't you? I know. I know all that. I should have kept those promises. But I really can't go on anymore. Sabeni. I've got nothing left. No Azet, no Strikehawk, no Babylonia, no friends to move forward with. I don't have you anymore. I don't have a home anymore. Forgive him. Forgive him. He has failed every promise he ever made. Finally, the tears come, spilling onto the human commandant's fingertips and the pristine white sheets beneath. With each drop as it falls and scatters, blooms into a flower within this forgotten base, a place that has not seen spring's colors in years. And now, even this flower is beginning to wilt. Don't cry, Comely. Don't. Usabeni? Usabeni's mind beacon fades to nothing. Kamui kneels beside Usabeni, frozen in shock. He waits. What if? Perhaps the mind beacon still holds a flicker of life, waiting to reignite. But the human commandant's life has ended. Dead ashes do not rekindle. I see. This is another deep nightmare, isn't it? Just like when I was adapting to my frame in Babylonia, and later with every attempt I made at conversion. It's just a deep nightmare triggered by mind turbulence. There's gotta be proof to show it. I'll go find it right now. Ami bursts from the ward, hunting for proof that this is all a nightmare. The storage rooms, the arsenal, the archives, the comms room. They have to be illusions. But every location he touches is achingly real. He cannot run from this truth, cannot hide from it. And he finds nothing, nothing at all, to validate the one hope he clings to. No, this can't be real. Escape? Yeah, escape from the old Azet site. Maybe outside the base is where the real world's at. Kamui races for the exit at the Azet building. The corridor stretches on, but somehow his legs do not tire. There it is, the exit and the reality he so desperately wants to get back to. Why? Why has nothing changed? Shouldn't this place be fake? So this is reality after all. Beyond Azet, the prison that holds him still awaits. Even if he fled these ruins, he would not know which way to turn or where he could possibly go. Where am I even supposed to go? What can I even do now? Everyone's gone. Nothing I do even matters anymore. Kamui. The child stands in the doorway, face bruised and cut, clutching several medicine bottles and rolls of bandages as he calls for Kamui. You're one of those kids. The ones we just brought back. Kamui, are you hurt? I brought some medicine for you. The doctor said you've been really tired lately, that you're not doing so good. We all want to do something to help you. You're the one who saved us. We don't want you to... Kamui watches the timid child, so many others like him still live here at the base, clinging to existence in this barren wasteland, fighting desperately just to survive. He brought these people here. He wanted to give them shelter. After everything they endured to find refuge again, they cannot lose their home once more. I got it, kid. Let's head back to Azet. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll always protect you all. Promise. Kamui will forever protect the humans who dwell on this land. This is an oath he pledged long ago. Just being able to stand is enough. So he might as well return to that nightmare and continue this one-man show. He will keep going onward like this until he offers humanity his last remaining ember. Home. Ruins of Azet. Kamui carries Uzabeni from the medical ward to home, just like before when he carried the Commandant through enemy hordes to escape Azet. Together they moved down the long corridor, past row after row of observation pods, coffins, with each holding a familiar face lost to eternal sleep. He chooses an empty pod and gently places a human's body inside, but he does not rise. He cannot let go. His fingers curl around that cold hand, refusing to release it. How's it feel, Uzabeni? The spot comfy enough for you? Just let me know if anything's not right, yeah? I'll find you somewhere even better. You should get some rest. You're wiped out. You can't keep going like this. Huh? You still want to sit in on the upcoming strategy meeting? Of course you can, but just stay put right there, okay? I'll handle things from now on. Can't let you push yourself anymore. Only after speaking these words does Kami finally release the hand within the pod. Alright then, let's get this meeting started. He crosses to the presentation board against the wall. The weathered map still clings to it, bearing years of accumulated markings. There's so much cleanup to handle after our last mission. Do you believe it's kept us busy all this time? But no worries. The wrap-up work's pretty much done, and it's about time we got our regular strategy meetings up and running again. Strategy meeting number 9617, presenter Kamui, now in session. First on the agenda is a status report. Kamui faces the map once more, that great weathered thing covered in the scars of years. Every mark upon it tells a story of humanity's journey through this broken world. His eyes find the center, the most prominent place on the whole display. Azet. He lifts a finger and taps it. 20 years ago, Uzabeni and I followed mission orders to come to the ruins of Azet. We were searching for a device that could establish stable communications with FOS, and were planning to retrieve solar essence. Yep, that's right. The very facility we're standing in right now. But at that time, our mission ended in failure. Real golden suns were destroyed by Marlis, and all the survivors were slaughtered. The communication device didn't make it either, so we had to evacuate with just the remaining solar essence we could salvage. After that, Babylonia could never contact FOS again. Even worse, the phylatry of Osa got exposed to the enemy, and Babylonia was always one step behind. The enemy just kept taking and destroying what little humanity had left. And then Kamui shuts his eyes, and from the depths of his mind, horrific scenes he witnessed firsthand begin to surface. The map shows every tug-of-war battle between us and them, but honestly, every single time, humanity just lost. Our strongholds kept failing or falling. Our territory kept shrinking. 10 years ago, all the survivors from Babylonia retreated to the surface, making the ruins of Azet our new base to keep fighting. Our casualties kept piling up, while our chances for hope would just faded away. And then, his fingertip finds each marked location trailing a route that spans continents, and one by one a crisscross is there to greet him, failure etched in every site they ever touched. At last his hand drifts to the map's edge, to a region still uncharted by humanity. There a simple sketch marks the spot, an FOS vessel. We finally found a lead on FOS, and gathered all our remaining forces to go there. It's humanity's last ember of hope, one that might bring dawn again. But what we finally found wasn't paradise. It was hell. It was a ghost ship. Everyone aboard FOS was already dead. The vessel stranded in some nameless, deathly, silent realm. On FOS, there wasn't a single survivor. Instead, we ran into a crazy number of hetero creatures. We fought with everything we had and lost so many people before finally making it back. Usabeni's old wounds opened up during the escape, putting the Commandant in critical condition again. That's why we haven't been able to hold our strategy meeting on time. After falling back to Azet, they started to call this place home, a sanctuary for the dead, a shrine the living visit to honor those who have gone. But hey, thankfully Usabeni is okay now. Really gotta be more careful next time, you know? You can't just keep charging ahead without thinking about yourself. Your health comes first. With a heavy hand, he lifts the marker and draws an X over the final untouched land on the map. The sprawling chart is now consumed by stark, unforgiving marks, all except for one name at its heart, Azet. Broken, decaying, yet still standing. They chased survival across the world, and everywhere they ran, they found only graveyards. But the first graveyard Kamui ever knew, that place of death, has become their final shelter. A thin light before the dark closes in. So this is the only hope left for humanity on the surface now. Just this one place. Only one remains. There's no one else left. This place is just like the meeting he holds by himself. Every observation pod, coffin, holds only the dead. I'm the only one left now. But don't worry, I won't fall. I promise. I can't fall. Not ever. I'll keep trying to fuse with the solar essence and successfully convert to a golden sun. There are still other human survivors out there in the world. I'll find them and bring them back here. I'll keep going. This is the only thing I can do for now. If sometimes I get too tired and can't go on, please let me pretend all of this is just a nightmare. Numbness. That way, I won't feel the pain anymore. A walking shell. Only now does Kamui grasp the truth. The words were simple when Odile spoke them, but living them is something else. Not until every face he knew, every soul he loved, had slipped away did he understand that this lonely road, this endless march, is unbearable. What is there left to protect? He searches for an answer and finds none. Maybe oblivion would be nicer or kinder. Maybe fading into nothing would be easier. He has no homeland, meaning left. Only ruins stretching ahead forever. Phoenix. In dying, he finally feels what it was to live. Is at archive room 1 month later. SUE03, SUE03, calmly starting today's routine frame inspection now. Appearance damage at 45%. Doesn't affect combat capability. Negligible. Component wear at 35% within acceptable limits. Negligible. Speed and average strength stable within theoretical parameters. Performance normal. No detailed inspection needed. Bind status. Current damage doesn't affect combat performance. As for other metrics, negligible. All remaining values don't affect combat performance. As per usual protocol, no inspection needed. Negligible. With steady hands, Kamui records his notes in the log book, idly flipping back through the previous pages to confirm he has missed nothing. This log data dates back to Azet, to the days after the retreat. In those days, he was never alone. Others always stood with him, sharing the work. Kamui, would you quit messing around and actually cooperate for once? Hey, I am cooperating, look. No matter how much I bounce around, I'm not letting a single one of these gadgets fall off. And another thing, could you please stop filling out the logbook? We waste hours trying to decode your scribbles. Handwriting really does match your personality, you know that? There's so much stuff to record. No way I'm letting you guys handle it all. Don't worry, I'll write super neatly from now on. But all of that is gone now. He has learned to do the inspections alone. There is no joy in it anymore, only routine. As long as the frame is not ready for the scrapyard, he will continue using it. Only when it threatens battle performance or renders him unable to complete missions will he seek repairs. He is not really a person now. He is a machine, a weapon. Personality, feelings, a soul, none of it matters. The only thing that matters is that he can still fight. Time for base patrol. Alright, let's get started. Inspection of all rooms complete. Cleanliness levels don't affect functionality and pose no impact on constructs. Negligible. 85% of lounge lighting fixtures are damaged and non-functional, but constructs don't need lighting. No repairs needed. Negligible. Comparative analysis between Azet's current state and initial records shows a 90% deviation. But none of it affects functionality. So, negligible. Hey, no seriously. You should totally take my advice and decorate these rooms like Babylonia. It's all about creating that special vibe, you know? Making it feel as much like an actual home as possible. When you make a promise, you gotta keep it, yeah? Nobody's allowed to forget. In time, the task force is all but gone. Few survivors remain. Some died, some just left. Now Conway stands alone, the last one still holding on, and he has no strength left to keep any of this going. Next is personnel count. No changes among permanent base residents. As for the list of recently rescued personnel, total of 281 individuals, 164 deceased, 53 missing, including 3 children who left without permission. Count complete. Conway still thinks of those 3 children. One of them was the kid who brought him medicine at the gate that day when Usabeni died. When he realized they were gone, he tore out to search for them, only to find nothing. Inspection complete. The chime sounds again, familiar as breathing. Conway moves to the next station. The routine is carved into him now. Next, time for Solar Essence adaptation. Heading to the Golden Sun training grounds. Same routines. Same metrics. A life that means nothing, stretching out ahead of him. Conway wonders sometimes if the Corona gene will finally take him, if one day he will simply stop being able to bear it, and death, release, will come. That he would actually long for such a cowardly escapist end. The old Conway, if he could see this, would spring up and flick himself right on the forehead. Maybe others would line up to do the same. Odile, Eurydice, Azael, Kachaev, Leif, Strikehawk, Usabeni. But if it meant seeing them again, he would take 1,000 flicks and call it joy. The thought stirs something in him, a warmth he has not felt in years. So he keeps going, living by routine, numbly. Wait. Conway suddenly remembers one daily task he has forgotten to complete. Some parts of his nature, it seems, remain stubbornly unchanged. Refresh signal database. Check for new communications or distress signals. Small wonder he forgets sometimes. The task serves no real purpose, after all. There are hardly any humans left. Survivors are few, and those still active are weaker by the day. New signals almost never appear. So why keep trying? Why waste the effort on nothing? A voice tempts him. Better stick to the routine. Is that the communications room? Signal database update initiated. Checking for new signals received at Azet according to priority protocols. Scanning. Please wait. Scan complete. No new signals detected within jurisdiction. According to program's calculations, optimal results are achieved with 3 to 5 daily scans. Only 1 scan has been performed today. Would you like to initiate another scan? The rule dates back to the program's founding. Scan multiple times daily, maximize the chance of reaching anyone still out there calling for help. But as time passes, fewer people remain to be saved. Months go by without any new signals, making these repeated protocols seem like pointless redundancy. Should he just give up? It's not like anything would change for the better anyway. Yeah, run another scan. Make it 3 total. Acknowledged. Beginning scan. The machines drone on, relentless and indifferent. For long, the scan is almost complete. Third scan complete. No new signals detected within jurisdiction. Kami's thoughts drift away as he lets out a rueful sigh, feeling a twinge of regret for wasting time on this futile routine. He moves to shut it down, but his hand pauses over the button. His gaze catches on the real-time scan button. After a moment's hesitation, he presses it anyway. Real-time scan mode activated. System will remain operational and continuously monitor for signals at 4-hour intervals. Initiating first scan cycle. Scanning area A. Complete. No new signals detected in this area. Scanning area B. Kami pays no further attention to the device as he turns and exits the communications room. Scanning area. Scan. Alert. Alert. New signal detected. Signal database update complete. Now reporting latest results. Azet has received a distress signal. Signal source from area S, coordinates 4 and 23, 33, 11, 19 to 10. Signal transmitted from a device verified by the Azet system. Immediate assistance requested. At the sound of the report, Kami spins and rushes back to the device, scanning through the distress signal's details. The signal's from those 3 runaway kids. That's the signaling device I gave them. They found their missing friend, but they're surrounded by corrupted, asking for help. I gotta get there now. Right now. Kami races toward the target coordinates, terrified that even a moment's delay might mean losing any chance to save those children. I gotta check the comms again. They might have sent another message. As expected, a new message waits at the top of the screen when Kami opens his terminal. He recognizes the sender's signal immediately and taps it open. Kami, we found a hiding spot and wanted to send you this message. We don't know when those monsters might break in again, and we're scared we won't get another chance. Thank you for saving us. Thank you for giving us a home in Azet where we could feel safe. We're sorry we ran away. But our friend's still out there. We couldn't leave him behind. So we all went back together to the conservation area to find him. A long time ago, we pinky swore that we'd always be family. We promised we'd never leave anyone behind, or else we'd turn into oinking little piggies. None of us wanted to become piggies, so we went to look for him, as we promised. The one we're looking for is the youngest. If something goes wrong, we'll stand in front of him and protect him. We'll hold out as long as we can. And when that happens, could you come and take him back? Please, we want him to survive, and you too. From now on, he'll be your family. That way neither of you will be lonely. And hey, if we all make it out safe and sound, we all want to be your family. It's a promise, okay? You said you'd help make our wish come true, so we all have to keep our word. A tear, scalding hot, hits the chilled metal of the terminal. When did he start crying? Something he thought long dead rises up in him again. His body so withered, so empty, remembers what it is to feel. My family? Yeah, my family. Go now. I'm going to find you. I'm bringing you home. He sprints toward his family with everything he's got. Get back. I won't let you hurt my family. Face flushed, the frail child lets out a roar. Gathering every ounce of strength, he lunges forward. The corrupted barely lifts a hand, and one casual strike sends him hurtling backwards, slamming into the ground. The mindless creature offers no mercy. Youth means nothing to it. A blade slick with blood lifts into the air as the executioner readies itself to finish what it started. Get out of the way! Fall back now! In the final instant, Kami lunges forward, placing himself between the child and the blade. As he clashes with the enemy, he forces out the breath to shout back at the child cowering behind him. Run! Find somewhere safe to hide, quick! The child freezes at the sight of Kami's face, then shakes it off, scrambling to the ruins just as told. Free to fight without holding back, Kami throws himself into battle without reservation, quickly eliminating the corrupted. After confirming the area is clear, Kami plants his weapon in the ground and uses the brief respite to catch his breath. He turns to the child, searching for the right words, something to ease his fear and to earn his trust. But before he can speak, the child, whom he has never met, rushes forward and wraps his arms around Kamui. The crying starts, all the fear, all the relief pouring out at once. Kamui, you're Kamui, right? He told me what you look like. I knew it was you. You're the kid they came back to find? It's okay now, don't cry. You're safe with me here. What about the others? Where are they? They tried to save me, but now they're trapped inside and can't get out. Please, Kamui, hurry and save them. Kamui! The children's cries ring in his ears. Kamui's strength is almost gone. His awareness fades moment by moment. I'm the captain, so do what I say and go first. I'll stay and help Kamui. He's too banged up. What he needs is a doctor? We gotta take him back to treat his wounds. You're the ones who should stay put. It's all dark over there. You won't be able to see anything. I'll go. I see what this is. Their words do not reach him anymore. He only swings. He puts everything he has into his blade, carving through the wreckage that blocks their way to open ground. All of you, run! Everyone get out of here together! I'll draw all the corrupted to the other side and trap them there. You'll be safe. Now go! And Pinky, swear with us. Promise you'll definitely come back safe. You got it. I promise you all, Pinky swear. I'll come back to Azette with all of you, my family, and we'll become the sun for humanity. Pinky promised for 100 years. No backing out. Whoever breaks their word turns into a little oinking pea. You hear me? We heard you. Yeah, I see what this is. Basically. Yep. Child A is supposed to be Chrome, B is Wansha, C is Kamu, D is Commandant. Especially with her hair color. We'll all be together, waiting for you to come home. The crumbling ruins do not grant them more time for promises, goodbyes. Shortly after the children run off, all exits collapse. Kamui knows his overly worn body can no longer dodge the falling debris. At least the ruins will bury him deep enough. That way, even if the children come back, they will not see him at his most broken. Nah. That'd be way too embarrassing. Besides, they'd definitely cry if they saw me. And I just can't stand hearing kids cry. This is good. Being here is good enough. Dragging his heavily corrupted frame, he firmly pins down the last struggling corrupted. As the massive stone overhead begins to loosen, Kamui makes no attempt to move. The last enemy shatters into pieces, and so does he. Can anyone truly remember her being born? Kamui does not know. As a child, he told Odile and Eurydice that he remembered the moment. Darkness first, then light, sudden and blinding. He fought to open his eyes, and there they were, looking down at him. Odile laughed and tapped his head. Another dream, she said. From falling asleep with a book again. Eurydice pulled him into his lap instead, rubbing the spot where Odile had tapped. Gently, he explained that babies do not form memories at birth, theoretically. Kamui opened his mouth to argue, but then Azael walked over, complaining loudly that he refused to have an idiot for a little brother. He dragged Kamui away to study before the argument could finish. Kamui stared at the books until his head spun. His eyelids grew heavy. He slumped over the table, mumbling, still arguing with them as sleep pulled him under. But it really happened that way. He saw it all and remembered it so clearly. It's just like now. Everyone says that when you die, there is nothing, no sight or memory. So why is he still seeing? He's dead, isn't he? His body shattered, only a whisper of awareness left. Something surrounds him now. Soft, light, impossible to name. It feels like a mother's arms, but he cannot hold on to anything. He simply floats, weightless. After a long while, a beam of light gleams. The children have returned. Thank goodness they are safe. But Kamui can no longer wipe away their tears. He can only silently pray. Don't cry for him. Don't feel sorry for him. Don't grieve over, mourn him. The children search for a very, very long time. At last they gather all the pieces of his body and bring them back to Azet. Just as he told them to, they lay his remains in the great energy furnace. The fire takes him. Finally, no more running. I'm so tired. My body feels heavy. I can stop now. I can finally go to the same place as you all. Sorry I'm late. You must have missed me. His wish at last comes true. Soon he will hold them again, his family gone so long. Finally, they will be together, reunited. Forever. Ow. Burns. Hurts so much. Is the fire burning my consciousness now? Pain is not so bad. Feels like I'm still alive. To be human is to feel joy, rage, grief, happiness. When the turning of life and death no longer stirs anything, the soul has already gone quiet. Now in dying, he finally feels what it was to live, and for that, he is truly grateful. My body is falling. He does not recognize this place. Some valley, maybe, deep and dark at a cliff's foot. He falls like a bird that dared the crossing, only to have its wings broken by falling stone. It hurts. It's so cold. But it's okay. Everyone. They're all here. Beneath him are many other birds, kindred souls. They too had once spread their wings for the ideal of soaring across, only to have their wings broken earlier than his, perishing in this place. The flock of birds, who should no longer be able to speak, call out to him nonetheless. It's alright. Coming back to us is the perfect ending. Look, we're all here. This is the most beautiful home, the best ending ever. We are kindred. We are family. Nothing else matters. So come back, fall down, and die together with us. Break your wings with us. Stay in the darkness. Don't fly out anymore. You already have us. Sink gently now into these familiar arms and rest. Let our quiet lullaby cradle you, soft as breath, warm as embers. Drifts without a care, like a child in peace, eternal slumber. Let the fire rise and wind us in its fierce embrace. Let us turn to ash together, and in that stillness we become one, never to part again. I want to be with you all. Yes, that's right. Let yourself go. Choose our home. Become one with us. You're finally home, Kamui. Home. I'm so tired. I want to go home. But home? Where is home? What is home? Is it Azet, past? Is it Babylonia, present? Or is it the children, future, he saved? Home is everything I have to protect. But your home is already gone. It's nothing but ruins now. If you want to go home, then stay here in the ruins with your family, with us. Is that so? Then why, even as he stands in this abyss, does he not feel the faintest trace of that familiar warmth, home? The wounded bird opens his eyes and turns his gaze toward the direction he had so desperately sought. The cliff's edge looms impossibly far above, a height he may never reach in this lifetime. Suddenly, something stings his eyes. It's a blazing sun, ringed in flame, yet not enough to rouse him fully. High above, a bird wheels and hovers, wings beating across against the sky. It looks down on him, longing to draw near, but it cannot. A futile rescue would only pull itself into danger and offer him no true escape from the darkened valley. So the bird lingers beside the red sun, watching. Do you remember the promises you made? What you wish for? What you long for? What is it that you want to protect? What is the meaning that you're searching for? And I want to protect the meaning. The flock of birds below him surges and presses together as one. Though their bodies are bound and enslaved by the abyss, mere puppets meant to drag him down into the depths, their souls have broken free of their cages. They transform, each one, into pairs of hands reaching up to lift him. They are all wings. Those already broken, those still intact, those not yet fully grown, and those ready to give their last. All press against his back, urging him to soar upward into the sky. Something. Did it go? Hang on. Oh. Okay. Wings of the past, wings of the present, wings of the future. They buoy him. They call to him. Fly now, they whisper. Let us go together to see the sun of your dreams. Alright, Leisure, thanks for hanging out. Have a good rest of your night. And yeah, if not later in the weekday, then definitely the next weekend. Gamui, stop slacking off. Get up. Didn't you say you wanted to be the bravest warrior of Azet someday? Gamui, it's okay. If you're tired, lean on us. We're here. But I know you still have it in you to rise again when you're ready. Gamui, where's that hotshot who's always first in line? Get back to your spot. Move. Gamui, thank goodness you're here. When you're around, we always know everything's going to be okay. Gamui, see? With you in our squad, we're definitely the strongest out there. Listen to me, Gamui. No matter what happens, every member of Strikehawk stands with you. Don't ever forget that. Gamui, that you? That's good. Keep watch for me, alright? I'm gonna crash now. I know you've got this. Resident Evil Showcase is out? I'll watch it next week. It's gonna be a long wait, but I'll watch it next week. Gamui? What the hell's that look? You look like a total ghost. It's not you at all. Quit moping and get over here. We're all waiting. Gamui. Gamui. What I want to protect is my home. The dreams we share, the future we believe in. The path humanity has walked, this land we cherish and love. Everyone who warms each other, everyone who loves each other. That's what I'm fighting for. That's my forever home. And speaking of next week, I'll play the new Rua update next week. That's what I'll watch the showcase. That's why I can't stay here. I have to release them from suffering. I have to bring them home. He remembers the pain. He does not let it claim him. Again and again, he fights to move his wings. Until at last, they answer. Hands lift him. Voices guide him. With everything he has, he rises. The bird that has fallen countless times spreads its wings again. Broken wings grow new bone. Bloodstains dry and flake away. Cliffs once unreachable will finally be crossed. For you are an undying wing, an ever-burning torch marching against the wind. You should raise your proudest wings and soar toward the blazing sun. You have always been the sun that shines the brightest. They are calling out to him, all of them. Wake up, Gamui. Wake up now.
集中しなさい。
立てカムイ。
カムイ、みんなはもう限界だ。
どうせ俺たちも黒点になる。俺たちのエネルギーを受け取れカムイ。カムイカムイカムイ。
日を追え、そして太陽となれ。
He reaches for it, so close now, but the cradle rises from the dark valley to block his path. It shifts, warps, and becomes solar flares, the vast black masses all surging together to eclipse the sun he flies toward. Leaving us now? Leaving the home we shared? Did you forget the family who was once by your side? You traitor. I've never forgotten a single one of them. That's exactly why I have to become that son. Coward, you're full of excuses. Kamui, you betrayed Azet. Kamui strikes at the solar flares without a moment's pause. He will shatter this eclipse himself, no matter that the enemy wears a face he knows, a face he once loved. Face your execution, traitor. The one who betrayed Azet. The one who hurt our family. It's you! Azael! A crime forced upon you. Kamui, it's me. Catcher Eve. A muffled thud erupts. The distance between them is too close, far. Catcher Eve has no time to react. In his imagined scenario, Kamui isn't supposed to know the truth. Me? Catcher Eve's word hangs in the air. For a split second his body freezes. Then it is hurled backward dozens of meters. Fractured wall fragments rain down with a thunderous roar as dust and smoke swallow everything. The cliff and blazing sun dissolve as Kamui's vision sharpens. His awareness locking back onto his own body and the world around him. The nightmare never happened. He has remained at the Azet ruins, reality and present, this entire time. Golden Sun training grounds, corrupted, ruins of Azet. Kamui, I'm Catcher Eve. Catcher Eve rises from the rubble with a marionette's jerk, his limbs moving as if fighting against invisible hinges. It is the gait of a pilot inside a malfunctioning machine. He cocks his head at an unnatural angle, staring ahead, his fingers compulsively tracing the lines of his cheeks and chin, as if searching for a familiar landmark in the flesh. That's right. I'm Catcher Eve. This is Catcher Eve's face. Kamui, why'd you hit me? Don't you know who I am? What, you getting face blind too? Cut it out, Azael. This joke isn't funny at all. Rather than entertain the delusional questioning, Kamui turns to help the human Commandant. Still groggy, the Commandant is only now beginning to regain consciousness, having been pulled into the same illusion through the mind connection. Cut it out. Catcher Eve, or more accurately, Azael, who now inhibits Catcher Eve's shell, staggers forward. His already twisted mouth begins to convulse, gradually contorting into something monstrous. Found yourself some new friends, and now you're tired of your old family? You used to love this game. Remember? When we brought Katareve home to Azet? You couldn't tell the two of us apart, looking like a big fool. Pretty sure you're the one who suggested we mess with him like that. Help him remember. Where is Katareve's consciousness? Where did you put it? Unmoved by his opponent's words, calmly raises his head again. His eyes reflect nothing but calm determination. This isn't your body. His consciousness isn't in that mess you're puppeting. So tell me, what'd you do with him? Azael freezes mid-motion, as if someone has pressed the pause button. After a beat of silence, he finally speaks again. When did you figure it out? When you tried to pass off the punishing virus's solar essence. You tricked me into absorbing it, hoping to suppress my mind and devour it. That's when I knew for sure. Tommy speaks softly, his tone eerily calm, as if the events he describes bear no connection to him nor the figure standing right there, the one who occupies so much of his past. Even when I couldn't see anything, when it was just darkness, that malice in your action, it told me everything I needed to know. Malice? Huh. Malice. The air around Azael thickens as Conway speaks, irritation flickering visibly across his face. What is the source? Is it Conway's suspicion? Or is it the human beside him, the one who doesn't belong to Azet? Look at you. Babylonia really did a number on you, huh? Taught you to doubt. Look at your own family sideways. To look at your own family sideways. Since when do you get weary of me, Conway? You. I didn't want to be wary of you, Azael. I just wanted the truth. I wanted justice for everyone. In a rare display of force, Conway cuts him off with a low shout. Back in Babylonia during the tests, they kept telling me my mind issues were leftovers from the past experiments. Then Asimov noticed something weird. The damage was all over the place with no logic pattern, but the basic functions were completely fine. So I started thinking, what if it's not damaged? What if it's something just missing? A hollow crater. You can plant all the seeds you want, water it all every day, but nothing's ever gonna grow. Conway's head lifts, a flash of anger blazing in his eyes. And you want to know what I'm wary of? The shadows. The ones still hanging around Azet. The ones that once hurt us. When we picked up that signal from Azet, I thought maybe one of you was still out there. And if that's true, I have to find you. I have to help you. But you, what have you done? Conway exhales slowly, his eyes fluttering shut for a moment before they open once more. You took Katareve's body. You used it. And then you used that letter Mom and Dad left behind like it was nothing. And of course, Conway, you must know that our expectations for you go so much further than this. You carry more than just your own destiny now. The future of Azet is on your shoulders. You and Azael must become that son. Both of you. There's no other way forward. There's no other way. Otherwise, everything we sacrifice would be meaningless. You won't let us down, will you, Conway? You promised you'd always be our pride and joy. We've signed agreements to voluntarily donate our bodies for research. If something happens to us, the world government will use the data to advance the construct tech. The essence we've left with the letter is what we fought to secure for you. Our gene enhancement wasn't fully mature, so we couldn't extract much. But we hope it will still be somewhat helpful for you. If you need it, go ahead and absorb it. Consider it our way of staying by your side. You would never say something like that. Neither Mom nor Dad would ever push their will onto us. That was never them. Still so childish. Still so stupidly naive. You think you knew them so well? You think you understand anything about people? Azael's body sways. Even though he knows arguing is pointless in their current situation, he can't resist the urge to contradict calmly. It's just like the past, just like all siblings. Beneath the laughter and joy, there have always been contradictions and arguments between them. Just because you don't want to believe they do something doesn't mean they wouldn't. If they actually cared, why would they leave us behind? They were always this cold. They were not. I remember. Mom and Dad, their bodies were cryopreserved. They didn't even make it to the later stages of Project Barleycorn. Until the very end, they were still human, flesh and blood, not constructs. The punishing virus won't turn humans into corrupted, so somebody must have done something to their bodies. No. Azael's breath comes in heavy, visible gasps. He shakes his head over and over, a frantic refusal of it all, as if his denial alone might bend reality. No. That's not... That can't be right. Azael lunges forward, his image sharpening in Kamui's suddenly constricting pupils. Kamui blocks Azael's attack, their weapons locking. Azael doesn't relent or shift strategy. He simply leans in, driving his full weight against Kamui's guard. In this stalemate, they are drawn chest to chest, their mutual fury and rage spiraling between them like a tempest. How do you even remember that? Your mind isn't even complete. Quit lying through your teeth, Kamui. Just because you lied to us, you figured I'd do the same thing? With a low growl, Kamui lifts one knee and thrusts it forward, the force of the blow sending Azael staggering back. Better even me. We knew it all along. After what happened with Solar Exodus, you had been secretly contacting Marlis. But we chose to trust you. We believed you were doing it for Azet, so we waited. Kept waiting for you to tell us the truth. Even now. Kamui grits his teeth and hoists his blade high. The real battle isn't in powering his strike, but in containing emotions too painful to bear. Even after I met Marlis in the comms room, I still wanted to believe you. The blade arcs down as Azael scrambles up, desperately trying to shield himself. The effort is futile. He is hurled backward dozens of meters once more. Kamui, gasping, props himself against his sword. He can't tell which took more out of him, the force of the strike, or the soul-barring roar that fueled it. I know Marlis has always had her eyes on the Golden Suns, on Azet. Plenty of reasons for her to pull strings. But I know you too, Azael. I can't ignore what's right in front of me. I can't betray the ones who already gave everything for this family. In that test of hers, I caught traces that led back to you, and as much as I wish it wasn't true, you're the only one it could be. Azael lies in the cloud of dust, but this time he makes no effort to move. Instead, a quiet laugh escapes him. The sound builds, rising in volume until it is suddenly choked off by a violent fit of coughing. Yeah, you do know me, Kamui. Of course you do. We're family. Inseparable, loving family. And that's why I knew that you'd follow every breadcrumb I left, every path I paved, right back home. Right back to us. I knew you'd still absorb the essence even if you noticed the punishing virus mixed in. But what if? What if there was a chance they were still alive in there? I knew you'd still come running even if you didn't trust Marlis. Even if you knew it might be a trap. Because that's the kind of idiot you are. Emotional, stubborn, you won't stop till you've run face first into a wall and come out the other side bleeding. Azael hauls himself upright as a frenzied excitement pounds on his broken head, growing more frantic by the moment. So why'd you stop? Keep going. To Azet. To us. When our minds finally come together, when everyone's inside everyone, nobody leaves. We'll be together forever. Kamui watches Azael's hysteria unfold, a slight tremor in his lips as his hands ball into unconscious fists. Carol's death, Ketra Eve's, and even yours. You used everyone to provoke my mind. Just for this? He remembers those agonized, twisted faces. The excessive punishing virus, paired with the trauma of witnessing his family's deaths, did trigger a dangerous instability in Kamui's mind. If he gave in to despair, the punishing virus released by Azael would consume him during the invasion, seizing control and leaving him a mindless puppet. Kamui's instincts are what helped him break free. Even when trapped in a hopeless, illusory world, he made choices that stayed true to himself. But more importantly, it was those shattered things that awakened him, guiding him to the missing parts of his mind. Fragments that, though no longer whole, remained close to Kamui. We're going to establish anchor points at the vulnerable junctures within your mind. If something goes wrong, touching these anchors will grant you a brief return to clarity, a window of just enough time to save yourself. They can take the form of objects that can trigger your memories about us, or specific markers we make together. For good measure, we'll also place anchors in the damaged empty spaces. If you manage to restore what's missing there, those anchors will remain uncompromised, and if they do, their effect may be unexpectedly potent. As for what those anchors are, Zet has received a distress signal. Signal source from Area S, coordinates 4N 323311 19210. A long time ago, we pinky swore that we'd always be family. We'd promised we'd never leave anyone behind, or else we'd turn into oinking little piggies. None of us wanted to become piggies, so we went to look for them, as we promised. And that's why these 4 children reflected as Strikehawk and Commandant. And pinky swear with us. I'm the captain, Chrome, so do what I say and go first. I'll stay and help Kamui. He's too banged up. What he needs is a doctor, Wansha. We gotta take him back to treat his wounds. You're the ones who should stay put. It's all dark over there. Kamu, you won't be able to see anything. I'll go. I blank, we blank. This is Commandant. Oh, speaking of which, thanks for the reminder, Azael. Those who pulled me out of that spiral helped me take back the missing pieces of my mind. You're still holding on to them. It's about time you let them go. What? Azael's head snaps up. His voice sinks to a menacing growl as his limbs contort and twist. You took them back? No, that's not possible. You shouldn't be able to. No way you could take those pieces back. You'll never break free from me. Never be whole again. That's how it should be. People of Azet belong here. This is the only ending waiting for us all. Hard disagree. That's just what you want to believe. Your voice cuts through the argument at just the right moment as you finally break free from the illusion's aftermath. Kamui, tilt your head to signal. I'm counting on you, Zbeni. Without another word, Kamui opens the mind connection port to you. He doesn't belong to you. You don't get to touch his mind. There's a natural, almost serene coordination between you and Kamui that gets under Azael's skin. Together, you construct an unspoken barrier, a seamless front that renders him invisible and severs any tie he tries to maintain. But he was the only one who should be standing with Kamui and Kachaiv, as he always had, on the battlefield and off. That's how it should be. Kamui, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you let other people, them, replace our place? How dare you forget everyone from Azet, leaving us to shoulder all the suffering, abandoning us in the past? While you find new happiness in your new home and leave us behind without a care. He roars, charging forward in a hunched posture, unleashing a devastating attack toward you. Kamui rushes to intercept, meeting Azael mid-charge to ensure the battle zone doesn't advance any closer to you. The massive impact reverberates through the center of the training ground, causing the already broken space to shudder once more. Betrayal. Execution. He picks up the unresolved debate from that illusory mind tug-of-war, rehashing the argument they never settled. You want execution so bad? Fine, let's settle this, Azael. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? That wreck of a mind you're running, stuffed inside that thing you call a body. It is an utterly bizarre body, radiating a fundamental wrongness. Imbalanced and torn apart, it seems both whole and incomplete. And yet, Kamui recognizes the people to whom each part once belonged. And the charred body's remains, scattered everywhere in the twisted training ground after he broke free from the illusion's grip. He remembers every single one of them with perfect clarity, their memories etched into his heart. It's you who killed everyone at Azet, Azael! And then you trapped them here, tore pieces off some of them, stitched them together, and shoved them into yourself like some kind of monster. Why? How could you do that to them? To any of them? Still asking dumb questions, Conway. Guess some things never change. You seriously asking why I did it? It's obvious. Or is that core principle? We are one as a family. I gave our family exactly what we always wanted. Fusion and unity. Gritting his teeth, Conway unleashes a powerful blow on Azael with a roar. He is now a raging lion, fully transformed. You turned your blade on your own family, and you call that unity? Do you even hear yourself? Does that word not make you sick coming out of your mouth? You don't get to judge me, Conway. You're just a failure, a coward. They were all gonna die anyway, running out of essence, burning themselves out for a sun that's never gonna rise. Meaningless sacrifices for nothing. So why not end it sooner? Why not make it mean something? At least this way we're together forever. You know how it feels, don't you? This ruined world stole everything from us. Every hope, every path. There's nowhere to go. So why the hell should I love it? Like some idiot like you? Should I not hate it? This is the answer. The only answer this cruel world left us. Why we love, why we hate. Because I will always love Azet, my home. Azet archive room passed. There's just no answer to this. A total dead end. War had left Azet in his somber, oppressive mood. The archive room, which had always been sparsely visited, was now utterly deserted. The only sound that proved the place wasn't completely empty was the intermittent tapping of keys. The screen's pale light played across Azael's face, covering his worried brow into sharp shadows. A soft noise from the door made him jolt. He killed the display and spun around. Who's there? Boo! Conway. Recognizing the visitor, Azael let his guard down. He casually tapped a key to wake the screen, revealing the standby interface. And catch her if. Azael, we came. What are you guys doing here? Shouldn't you be at the dorm? Looking for you, man. Nobody else in the dorm wants to go out and do anything. And lots of people in recovery. Katri's words stirred something in all three of them, bringing a moment of collective silence. Yeah. More and more turning into sunspots as their corona genes go haywire. Only the three of us made it past the seed stage, as we're the only ones with any energy left. But even we can't push any further. You got any ideas, Azael? So that's why you came looking for me? With a sigh, Azael shook his head. He hooked two chairs with his foot and gestured for them to sit down. Look, if the research lab couldn't figure this out, what makes you think I can? You both already know the deal. Sunspots can't be cured. No magic fix. Your options are either forcibly separate the corona genes from the punishing virus, or just hang on and wait for the inevitable. And that one possible solution, the doctor made it crystal clear last time. The real golden sun. Exactly. We need new data to create new possibilities. That's the only thing that can shake up the dead end that is Project Barleycorn. No change, no breakthrough, dead end. Conway sat, deeply absorbed in thought, as he processed all the information available to him. What if we just get more people into the seed phase? That's got to up our chances, right? You think the world government hasn't thought of that? They halted the relocation ops because they saw hope in the three of us. That's why they pulled the remaining Azet members back here for more conversion training. And you already know how that turned out. Nobody could figure out how we broke through, and now look, more people in the recovery ward than ever. But here's the thing, don't you think it's weird? We only made it to the next stage because we absorbed the essence extracted from other members. So why aren't they, doing that more? Other members could probably pull it off too. Kami's question gave Azael pause. He glanced at the standby screen before shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Maybe the essence requirement's just too massive. They can't sustain it. And the real problem is that we can't produce the essence of the quality you need for a golden sun. All we need to do is stack quantities and hope for a qualitative change. You don't trust us enough to go all in. Then we give them reasons to trust us. We prove our worth, show them we're a solid investment. They gotta listen then, right? Yes, we try. Ask Glaive. It's not that simple. I told you before, don't trust the world government. To them, we're just guinea pigs, tools to grab power and wealth. But even they're not that stupid. At a critical moment like this, they wouldn't mess with our military supplies. They wouldn't short us on research resources or combat supplies. Azael's lips moved, but no words followed. Only after a long pause did he finally speak, as if weighing each word with care. They must have had other concerns. The real reason is right here. Azael typed in a password and brought the display back to life. The screen now showed a real-time link to a terminal database populated with rows of files. Each file was stamped in the corner with the world government's official verification seal. This is our training data? Wait, these look different from the ones we usually see. What's this extra data at the end? Tests of the corona gene and brain activity levels. It's also our real defect. What do you mean? Azael opened one of the files, revealing a subject they all knew, a member who had recently turned into a sunspot. Is the sun eternal, Conway? No, it's not. Why are you asking me that? Our modifications are modeled after the sun, burning energy to unleash power. Simple logic, right? The sun isn't a forever machine. It burns itself out. So here's the thing. What if the fuel keeping us going isn't just the essence or those daily supplements? You mean... Conway went still. At that moment, even he had finally grasped the full, terrible weight of the implication. It's a flaw, built right into the opportunity they gave us. A defect in our genes. Yeah, Conway. The burning weakens us, drains us. Our bodies are running on overdraft. All that power we throw around is just a front. The real toll on our bodies is way worse than it looks. If you go by physical function alone, the person in this file is basically in his late years. Conway shot to his feet, fists clenched tight as he brought it down hard on the table. So that's why the project stalled? It wasn't that they didn't want to keep going. It was everyone in Project Barleycorn has already burned out completely. We're just the lucky ones who happen to fill the gap. No way. No freaking way. The experiment had this huge risk and nobody told us? We gotta confront the world government. They owe us an explanation. And how exactly are you gonna do that? This file is not from a clean source. It won't hold up as evidence. The world government will never accept it. So just deny everything, make up some excuses, and brush it off as fake news. Then, right, we can still reach out to Leif. Leif's gotta believe us. Plus, we can totally back it up with proof. There has to be evidence that we can find from the members who turned into sunspots. No time to waste. Let's go. Having made up his mind, calmly tossed the words behind him and, without a moment's hesitation, raced out the door. Ketra followed close behind, but stopped dead in the doorway, casting a glance back at Azael. Azael, you waited here a long time, right? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not blaming you, Azael. Just tell us sooner. No matter what, Kamui and I, we help you. Katriv gave Azael an earnest nod before turning and rushing after Kamui, who had already vanished into the distance. What a pair of idiots. They were so impossibly close to him that no matter how perfectly he covered his tracks, Kamui and Katriv had always sensed the hidden meaning behind his actions. Yet they hadn't cared. In fact, their unwavering trust only made Azael feel all the more hypocritical and despicable by comparison. I'll explain everything, Katriv. Once this is all over, I'll tell both you and Kamui everything. Azael made this promise to the empty data room. Then he rose, powdered everything down, and pushed through the door to rejoin the other two. Powered. Gazette Recovery Ward. What the heck are you doing? Kamui tore the sack from the nurse's grasp. She could only stare back at him in utter shock. Kamui, we can't afford to start anything right now. Rushing over, Azael grabbed Kamui's hand to restrain him and gestured for the nurse to leave, all while trying to calm his agitated brother. The trio's initial plan had been to brief Leif on the situation, but they couldn't find him in either the command room or the training ground. They then decided to change course and instead sync up with the members still in the recovery ward. To their surprise, they were greeted by an empty room with vacant beds and neatly made bedding. If not for the nurses tidying up and gathering personal belongings, no one would have believed that just that morning the room had been filled with soldiers who had recently turned into sunspots. Where'd everyone go? And why are the nurses packing up their stuff? As Kamui opened the sack, a flicker of anxiety crept into his bewilderment when he found it filled with objects he recognized. Because they'd been given a new mission. The voice came from behind the trio. It was Leif, the person they had been searching for, who pushed open the door and appeared. That's exactly why I'm here, to inform you of this change. According to the military order issued by the world government, 20% of all forces previously assigned to Project Barleycorn are to be immediately reassigned. Those selected will be transferred to regular combat units centrally deployed by HQ to reinforce the front lines. This order is effective immediately. You three are not included in the reassignment list. Your training will continue as scheduled. Wait, when was this military order even? Shock widened Kamui's eyes, but Azael stifled his words before they began, clamping a hand firmly over his mouth. Seizing the perfect moment, Ketchaev moved forward and positioned himself to conceal most of Kamui from Leif's sight. Commander. Ketchaev, speak. What about the other soldiers in our unit? I know what you're concerned about. Most of the Sunspot members who were in the recovery would have undergone artificial removal of the corona genes and are no longer at risk. However, they can no longer use the solar essence, making it impossible for them to stay at Z. They've already been included in this reassignment quota. The remaining members have been transferred to a specially equipped medical center established by the world government where attempts to reverse the Sunspot components will continue. Once the results are finalized, their status will be publicly announced within Z. Leif spoke in a monotone, his explanation flowing out without hesitation, like lines from a script rehearsed long in advance. Do you have any other questions? No. No questions. Then return to your training. Dismissed. Copy. Leif gave a curt nod before turning away, dismissing the three without another glance and walking off. Kamui wriggled his shoulders and used his hands to wrench himself free of Azael's grip. Dude, why didn't you let me ask? That was totally not the whole story. Not normal. Kamui picked up on Katri's unspoken warning. Leif's demeanor had changed. Sensing that pushing the issue would only lead to disciplinary measures rather than answers, he held his tongue. Ugh. Kamui dragged his fingers through his hair, a gesture of pure frustration. Hey, easy. Azael drew Kamui closer with a reassuring pat. Yet his gaze trailed Leif's fading form, while his lips shaped a silent, unheard whisper. Marlis, when you said I'd come to you again, is this what you meant? Huh? Azael, what are you talking about? Nothing. We'll talk when we get back. Azael narrowed his eyes slightly. Leif's behavior had been understandable. Reacting that way after receiving military orders from the world government hadn't been wrong per se. However, for Azet, not being wrong had never equated to being right. Leif had his limitations. People like him could never truly protect Azet, just as Odile and Eurydice have been unable to before him. We're on our own now. A few days later. Azet Medical Ward Supply Room. Kamui, Azael, and Ketchaev stood within the building's long shadow. Last chance. You guys absolutely sure about this? Walking through that door means we're officially breaking the rules. We've got 10 minutes before the signal blocker on our locators craps out. Leif's extra monitoring will ping that we're not in the dorm, and then he'll start searching for us. There's nothing to hesitate about. Look around. How many people are even left in the dorm now? Every single day, more of our guys turn into sunspots, get sent to recovery, and then poof. Less than half a day later, they're magically healed and shipped out of Azet like they never existed. For everyone, worth the risk. Azael, you really think we'll find answers down here? Yes. From the corner of his eye, Azael stole another glance at his terminal. After parting ways with Leif that day, he contacted Marlis again. Her reply to Azael had been sparse. Only 2 words, medical ward, followed by a string of cryptic numbers that resembled an unlock code. He knew this was a bad sign. Marlis was the type whose attitude shifted in direct proportion to the leverage she held. She was utterly confident that Azael could not slip from her grasp. Let's move. All 3 of them had visited the medical ward's supply room multiple times for various reasons. On this return visit, everything appeared just as it always had. However, with clues to guide them and a more scrutinizing gaze, the 3 of them quickly spotted something unusual. The dust pattern's messed up. Entrance is here. Someone's been here recently. After exchanging a knowing glance, Kamui pulled open a hidden floor panel in the corner of the room. A pitch-black tunnel yawned before them. The spacious chamber was brightly lit, its interior filled with rows of observation pods arranged in perfect order. Figures in white lab coats moved through the space, bustling between the pods. Some were busy scribbling notes on clipboards, while others adjusted the controls at the external operation consoles. As one of the researchers recorded data from an observation pod, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. A hand appeared from behind him, clamping firmly over his mouth. A sharp blow struck him a second later, and his consciousness faded. In his final moments before his eyes closed completely, he caught sight of a colleague nearby. Someone was standing behind them as well. Oh, crap. Kamui tightened his grip, cutting off the researcher's final gasp until unconsciousness finally claimed him. Realizing they weren't Azet's medical staff, he examined the person's ID badge. He then lowered the unconscious body gently to the floor before crossing the room to rejoin the other 2, who stood waiting in front of an observation pod. So this is your so-called manual removal? No more danger. Is this it? Kamui closed his eyes. His words came out in broken fragments, each syllable forced through gritted teeth. How's the progress? How many nodes is there total? 25? I think this is node 21 or 22. Getting there, getting close to the end, I guess. In the observation pods, the people were a perfect match for the list of Sunspot members who had supposedly been reassigned. Hey. Damn it. Catcher Eve, calm down. Kamui, give me a hand over here. Kamui? Kamui, who stood nearby, didn't move a muscle. Sensing something amiss, the 2 turned. Following the line of Kamui's gaze, they saw a man standing at a distance, watching them in silence. Leif, tell me why. So you found your way here after all. As if provoked by the silence, Kamui stepped forward. His suppressed voice was laced with an unmistakable mix of anguish and confusion. Leif, how could you do this? After everything, you're still not going to give us an explanation? You've already seen it. The truth's right in front of you. The man let out a sigh as he walked to the control panel. He activated it, and the system hummed to life. Go ahead. Open it. Everything you want to know, it's all in there. As he methodically typed in the password for the encrypted document, Azael's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly. It was the exact code Marlis had sent. Kamui surged forward, his gaze fixed on the text now flooding the screen. Project Barleycorn contains a fatal flaw. The experimental protocols have resulted in genetic defects within all test subjects, manifesting as irreversible physiological deterioration. Based on historical records and analysis of current subject tissue samples, we have reached the following conclusion regarding the long-term viability of all individuals involved in the project. All test subjects possess a maximum physiological lifespan of 35 years, with a critical transition phase occurring between the ages of 17 and 19. Upon reaching adulthood, subjects enter a stage of latent deterioration. During this period, they will continue to exhibit peak physical performance until a sudden and complete failure of organs and tissues occurs. The onset of organ and tissue failure triggers an immediate and accelerated aging process. Is this why you kept it from us, Leif? Why didn't you just tell us? Maybe we could have found another way. Too late. Nearly 2/3 of all trainees, including you three, are already showing signs of physiological decline. The members older than you can't fight off the sunspot's influence anymore. And even the ones who seem fine now, they'll deteriorate too. Once they hit a certain age, it's over. Zet only has you three left as viable seeds. And even you are almost past your physiological prime. If we wait any longer, we lose everyone. We had no choice. We had to gamble everything on you. Sacrifice whatever it takes to seize that one chance before your bodies give out. The world government knew. They knew Project Barleycorn would cause genetic defects, didn't they? They knew this would give us a maximum lifespan of 35 years and they just didn't tell anyone? The genetic defects in your body weren't entirely caused by Project Barleycorn. Even if intervention had begun at birth, it would have been beyond saving. The prototype for Project Barleycorn was already being tested within Azet during the Golden Age. It was only after the Punishing Virus outbreak that it was adapted for combat. Genetic modification defects were already present in Azet members a few generations before you. These issues persisted through heredity, affecting your parents and ultimately yourselves. No sooner had Leif finished speaking than Azael, expected against all expectations, became the first to show agitation. That's nonsense! My parents never showed any of these symptoms. They were simply less obvious, hadn't manifested yet. The earlier modifications weren't affected by the Punishing Virus, so the defects hadn't reached such a severe state. That's why, before we arrived at Azet, the adult combat personnel volunteered. They chose to be the first test subjects for Project Barleycorn. Even without the modifications, their bodies were already entering, so they made their choice. They placed their hopes in you, the younger generation. Welcome back, Dawn. Hello. You. Azael tried to say something more, but beside him, Conway held him down. So then, what was the research team's final conclusion? Finally, he opened another document. Based on the current progress assessment, it is recommended that solar essence be extracted directly from Sunspot members. The supply is to be prioritized for trainees with the highest probability of successful conversion to facilitate the breakthrough. Following the extraction procedure, the subject's physiological functions will be unable to restore normal immunity, leading to rapid deterioration and death. It is therefore recommended that the bodies be immediately frozen in observation pods post-surgery to serve as test specimens for subsequent research. This is your conclusion? This is the approach you chose. Why not try other alternatives? Why give up like this? We tried what we could. I know you're angry. I understand. What do you understand? That we were born monsters? That because of genetic modification flaws, everyone in Azet doesn't even get a normal life? That Conway and I completed 19 years of growth in just 6? That we're destined to be nothing but failed monsters our entire lives? Azael's emotional questioning left everyone else in the room stunned in silence. Leif, is what he said true? I understand this is a tremendous shock for you all. Don't force yourselves to process it right away. Take your time. Choyen! I'm close to finding a solution. Trust me, I will. Leif sighed and tried to turn away, but then excruciating pain struck him without warning. He collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony. Leif? Wait, this only happens when the corona gene deteriorates? Why would Leif be affected by that? With no time to ask questions, the three of them hoisted Leif up and hurried him away from the area. Afterward, they all remained in the medical ward for a long time. The doctors treated Leif immediately, but some truths could no longer be concealed. It was then that they decided to tell the three boys everything. It's just like before. Leif didn't want to put you kids in harm's way. To explore new possibilities and deal with the world government's pressure, he gathered a group of soldiers who started receiving corona gene injections and underwent experimental training. But these old-timers are way past the optimal age for modification. I told them back then this was asking for trouble. It's pure nonsense. I believe you deserve to know the truth. That's all I can tell you for now. If you got more questions, wait until Leif wakes up. Talk to him yourselves. The three boys stood in silence outside Leif's room, their hands gripping the stack of documents the doctor had given them. These petitions. They matched the list of the Sunspot members who left. It was Conway who chose to break the silence first. Leif never forced any of them into this. He just told them the truth. They volunteered. They gave up what little they had left, lives and essence, for Azet's future. And Leif, he's given everything too. All his negative emotions evaporated without a trace. Conway even started to reproach himself for his past behavior, for the way he had sulked and given Leif the cold shoulder all that time. And that's just a band-aid. It won't fix the real problem. After everything they've sacrificed for us, we can't just sit around waiting for the end. We can't let them down. So, what do you want to do? Azael breathed out those few words feebly, not even bothering to look up at Conway. Noticing something was wrong, Katja Eve moved to support him, but Azael simply waved a hand, signaling that he didn't need the help. Okay, so here's the thing. The genetic defect is a fact now. No matter how much we hate it, we can't change what's happened to us. We're running out of time. We need the fastest, most effective solution we can get. If the regular trainees don't have enough solar essence in them, then we pull what's in the three of us, the seed candidates. We pick whoever has the best shot at a breakthrough among us. Then we extract all the essence from the other two and put it into that person. At least, for now, I think it's our best bet. The solution wasn't new to Leif. However, he and the Sunspot members who stepped forward were unanimous in their conviction. They would never sacrifice anyone from Azet but themselves. The three boys represented their greatest hope, the people they would protect at all costs. Ultimately, the decision belonged to them alone. They were the only ones with the right to make that choice. What if that doesn't work? What if even that doesn't work? Or, what's the tone in this one? Okay. What if even that doesn't work? There we go. It's all about emphasis on a certain word to make it make sense. Then we cross that bridge when we get there. Figure it out together. As long as we don't give up, the spark of hope doesn't die. Nonsense. Complete nonsense. When are you gonna face reality, Conway? Azael let out a laugh as he teetered on the edge of breakdown. Stomping toward Conway, he seized his collar in a white knuckle grip. Count them yourself. How many different approaches have we tried? When has even one of them actually worked? You can go back even further than that. When we were kids, we worried about not growing fast enough, strong enough. Mom and Dad told us not to worry, that they'd always be there to guide us. That was our solution back then. But as we grew up, that devil called the punishing virus showed up and none of us knew what to do. They told us there was hope, so we believed them. We waited for them. But they died anyway, killed by the punishing virus. They weren't the hope we were counting on. Who did we pin our hopes on next? The world government? The other people from Azet? Leif? Or even ourselves? Every single one of us, every single time, has pressed on without giving up. We kept searching and searching. And what do we have now? Tell me, what have we actually gained? Every time we give it our all, Conway. Every single time. Instead of getting something, we're always losing. I'm sick of facing the same ending over and over again. After Odile and Eurydice were gone, they found themselves trapped in an endless cycle with no way out. Every path they walked ended at a cliff of despair. They had fallen too many times already and were left to wonder how much more their bodies and minds could take. I know, Azael. I get it. But we can't stop. Azet's counting on us. Even if we give up, what happens to them? Those who walked this path before us must have felt the same way. They weren't afraid of failure or death because they knew exactly who they were fighting to protect. All the people standing behind them. You wouldn't turn your back on our family either, would you? I'm not afraid of loss, Azael. Even if I have to lose myself, it doesn't matter. If I can hold this family together for even a few more days before the end, then I'll keep going until I've walked through every last one of those days. Even if I'm lost, there are others to take my place. If we keep going until the very end, Azet will always have a glimmer of hope worth protecting. Isn't that how our family survived all this time? Leif, awake. Catcher Eve spoke up, interrupting their argument. If you've got more on your mind, take it to Leif yourselves. I've got nothing to say about it. I'm tired. I'm heading back. Kamui understood that this was Azael's way of ending the argument. Acknowledging his exhaustion, he decided not to push for a conclusion. He let Azael go ahead, taking it upon himself to handle whatever needed to be done. He would be the one to search for their hope. Kamui entered Leif's ward, speaking with complete honesty. Azael returned to the member dormitory, connecting a call with Marlis. I knew you'd come anyway. Kamui explained his plan to Leif. Azael confided his wish to Marlis. There's still hope for Azet. We can't give up now. Azet has no hope left. Stubbornly persisting is pointless. Leif told Kamui that he needed to accept reality. Marlis offered Azael her congratulations on finally facing reality. This is a rough plan, and you may still fail. Kamui, are you absolutely sure about this? I told you long ago that idealistic naivety comes with a price. Sooner or later, you wouldn't be able to bear the wounds it inflicts. Congratulations, Azael. You won't have to suffer from it anymore. Kamui accepted reality. Azael despised reality. I know there are countless challenges waiting for us, but we've overcome them before, and that's what made us who we are today. I'll never let reality defeat me. I'll change it instead. I'll turn it into the fertile ground where our home can thrive, where everyone can be happy. Reality? That thing only brings despair and suffering. It should have disappeared long ago. Since reality, cruel as it is, chose to abandon us through these endless cycles of the same outcome, why should we foolishly hope for its charity? Leif Marlis asked, what if your vision failed to come true in the end? That will never happen. My wish is simple. As long as people from Azet survive, as long as there are still human survivors out there who can keep on living, if we can do that, our home will continue to exist. I believe humanity will live on until we rebuild our home again. Life is too fragile, too easily shattered by this ugly, disgusting world. I found a more enduring connection medium. Through it, our family will never be separated again. Why would you do something like that? Because I love this world. Because I hate this world. Because I will always love Azet, my home. It was everyone at Azet who taught me what love is. Even though some of them are gone, and others still endure cruel suffering. We've lost so much. But everything we've done is always about one thing: love. I'll never forget their deaths, their sacrifices, and the pain these things brought. But what I want to keep, what I want to continue, is what they tried so hard to give me. This thing called love. They taught me how to love. So I want to share this warmth with the entire world. This is what I want to remember and what they hoped I would remember. The most important thing of all. As long as there's love, home will never disappear. From the moment I was born, Azet was my entire world. Mom and Dad, Kamui, Kachaev, and everyone else at Azet. We struggled so hard to get where we are today. But what did this world do to us? It took away our precious family, brought endless suffering upon us, and trapped us in the clutches of something called fate. Every time we thought we could save our home, this cruel world reduced it to ruins once again. If the world is nothing but an unreasonable tyrant, then let it burn to ashes. The world will no longer define what home means. I'll make our family inseparable in my own way. So what is your choice? Bring hope to Azet. Bring death to Azet. Hope might cost me my life, but I'll never give up, and everyone else will keep fighting for it too. Even if howling winds extinguish our flame time and again, I'll keep lighting it until we reach the highest peak, until we become the undying sun. Since we're destined to lose everything anyway, why not embrace that loss completely? Death will forge a bond more eternal than anything else. If we can't ignite the spark, then let's rest peacefully in darkness instead. No need for futile struggles anymore. The night will become our eternal cradle. In this way, our family, all the people of Azet, will never be separated again. I will bring them home. Be free for me. Kamui, be free. Be free for all of us. Azet archive room entrance passed. So Azael, he still won't come? In response to Kamui's question, Katriyev could only shake his head, equally helpless. The argument and its raw honesty had led to an agreement with Leif, a full retest and documentation of their total solar essence levels and corona gene activity, with Leif forwarding the data to the world government. Passing their probability assessment was the key to securing support once more. Azael, however, had done little more than comply with the required tests. He spent his days shutting himself away, actively avoiding them, and he continued to do so, even now that the assessment results were being announced. Is everything okay with Azael? Feels off. Worried. Yeah, I'm super worried too. But he's been dodging us hard. Doesn't even want to see us. But at the end of the day, we need to fix the root cause. Come on, let's head in together. Leif heard the door open, and he turned to face the two boys when they came in. Well, getting cold feet now. You were so enthusiastic about this before. I thought you two were going to breeze through without flinching. On the table, Leif laid the documents out. Inside were the results he had to share with the boys today. Psh, cold feet? Us? No way, right, Katriyev? Yeah, not scared. Okay, maybe. A little nervous. Like, if this goes south again, I've got no idea left. So, all that bark and now you're backing down. Where's that whole charge headfirst energy? I'm still that guy. You don't believe me? I literally walked in first just now. Yeah, I'm nervous. So what? That doesn't mean we stop. Even if I'm freaking out inside, I'll still be the first one charging ahead. Alright, Shock Trooper. If you're so ready to charge, then charge over here and be the first one to look at the results. Wait, what? Wait. Katriyev, don't push me. Let me just mentally prep for a second. Deep breaths in. And out. Nope. Still too nervous. How about... Okay, what if I close my eyes and you check first, Katriyev? Then you can tell me what it says. As Kami continued to back away, Katriyev simply shook his head before gripping him by the shoulders and pulling him forward. Kami, charge. Look yourself. Alright, enough messing around. Kami, Katriyev, both of you come over here and look together. Ready? Here it is. I thought Azael was behind all of this because of Marlis. Kamui's that optimistic idealist, while Azael's that realist. And Marlis is just the one that really pushed them into that direction. Like, what's the point of even trying? Going to fail either way, so why not just, give up now? And Azael was like, yeah, sure, why not? Why the fuck not? Azael. Is that communications room? The past. Thought it'd be Kachaev. I thought so too. Because unfortunately, they did show like who the final boss was going to be. And so when I saw Kachaev show up the first time in the story, I was like, isn't that the final boss, dude? So that's why I immediately thought it was going to be him. But a part of me also thought Azael, too. Like, if Kachaev was made me think he was going to be the villain just by appearance, Azael made me think he was going to be the bad guy or antagonist in this, just based on his name. Like, his name is what it was. Azael kind of sounds like it's like a biblical name. Sorry, I'm just looking at it right now. And as Azael is closely similar to the name Azazel. And Azazel is also like a biblical name. Yeah. Ready, Azael? Just so we're clear, once the punishing virus enters your system, there's no going back. You're sure it's stable? Indestructible? Azael dropped his gaze to the vial of substance that Marlis had pressed into his palm. Of course. Why else would I take it into myself? Besides, look at what humanity has become. Have you seen anything capable of standing against it? Submit to the punishing virus. Through it, you gain eternity. I don't submit to anything. This is a tool, nothing more. A means to keep Azet whole. Don't confuse me with your kind. And you call yourself virtuous? You're about to end your own family. Death in the punishing virus, delivered by your hand. Choose your words carefully. This is a release from suffering, a fusion of family. Even if they struggle on, this cruel world will eventually tear them away from me. Now there's a better place to be, so why not? I know them. This is the ultimate ideal we've always sought. After this, our family will become truly inseparable. And showing you its power was the right call. Still, I'm almost disappointed. I recall you being far more skeptical. No need to test it further. No need to waste time. I've seen enough. I know it has the power I need. But you gave me your word. No more claims on Azet. You handle the world government and ensure we're recorded as annihilated, erased from human history. I expect no complications. Am I understood? I need to hear the truth. And if I told you yes, would you believe me? Your hesitation only existed because you had something left to lose. That's why you feared losing them. But now, there's nothing left to hold on to, is there? Attachment is just another word for concern, and even more so, restraint. Shed them, and you're no longer bound. You would be truly free. The punishing virus. That was always the end game for you, wasn't it? All that talk of power and position. Nothing but a mask you've been hiding behind. Exactly right. That's why I've always said we're the same, you and I. I despise this world as much as you do. This ugly, human world. The punishing virus, though? It's beautiful, powerful. This world is long overdue for a new master. Care to join me? Bring your family. Together, we'll build something new. An empire that's ours. I don't care about your new world. Stay away from us. Our world is Azet. That's all we need. Azael gazed at the message on the terminal. Before entering the comms room, he had ordered all Azet members to stand by for an emergency deployment. No one was to leave the base. But Kamui, Katriv, and Leif were different. When he sent the message, they were still in the archive room, waiting for the results of their so-called assessment. For all Azael knew, they were probably already on their way to find him. With grim resolve, he opened the vial filled with the punishing virus, decanting the ominous fluid into a syringe. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove the needle deep into his own heart. Azael's body underwent a torturous transformation, each second an exercise in excruciating pain, or agony, same thing. The crimson power crawled through his veins like countless biting ants, gnawing at his very heart as he stumbled forward. He reached the device they had prepared and pressed the activation key. Leveraging his internal clearance, Marlis's virus program began its silent, rapid infiltration of Azet's central system. In a matter of seconds, every defense and distress system was rendered completely inert. Outside, the swarms of corrupted, assembled by Marlis, lay in wait around the perimeter. They were poised, ready for the moment Azet's gates swung open to surge in like wolves descending upon their prey. Alert! Alert! Abnormal punishing virus fluctuations detected within a 4-kilometer radius of the base. Level 2 alert protocol activating. All Azet blank members. All members. Central system failing. Initiating self-destruct mode. Activating level 1 alert. From this moment on, the order of a family will be established in Azet. No one leaves. No one betrays. Says the guy betraying. Azet dormitory. Passed. You noticed it too? There must be something wrong with the punishing virus readings from the defense system. Yeah, Carol and I have been tracking it. To be precise, it started 3 days ago. We were on night patrol, and since Leif and the others had been swamped, we decided to check the systems ourselves. Most of the time, everything looked fine, but then, at regular intervals, every single system in Azet would just die. Maybe once a night. Maybe 5 seconds. Like someone's running tests. We were going to report it today, but Leif and Kamui are busy with the assessment, and Azael ordered everyone to stay put. So we waited. What about the defense system? Have you checked it? It was fine yesterday. It should still be. Wait, it can't be right. The defense system. It's completely down? A wave of shock washed over the girls' faces. The defense system was Azet's only protection against the punishing virus. With it gone, and with the solar essence reserves still stored in the base. Someone find Leif, or Kamui, Azael, Katriv, any of them. We need confirmation now. They rushed to the lounge together, where everyone else was standing by. Upon seeing them burst in, breathless and panicked, those who had been waiting rose to their feet, their faces etched with surprise. What's with you two? No time. Where's Azael? Did he say when he'd be here to give us orders? Him? Actually, he just messaged me right before you came in. Said he's on his way. Told us to wait. Knock, knock, knock. The knock came right on cue as if summoned by their words. It could only be Azael at the door. See? Right on time. That's weird, though. What's up with Azael today? He has his own access. Why is he knocking? Despite his confusion, Darren rushed to open the door for Azael. Outside the dormitory, all the lights had mysteriously gone out, leaving nothing but impenetrable darkness beyond the threshold. There, Darren saw Azael standing unnaturally far back, not moving to enter. He lingered in the gloom, with only a single hand extended, the same one that had just knocked. Without a second thought, Darren stepped forward to pull Azael inside. Everyone was waiting for him to take charge after all, but Ava standing just behind him caught something Darren had missed. An unnatural crimson gleam flickering in the darkness. Now she saw it clearly. The hand Darren was pulling into the light had grotesquely mutated beyond recognition. Punishing virus? Darren, get back, now! What? The moment Darren turned to face Ava, the hand he had just drawn toward him drove itself through his chest and into his heart. It was only then that he realized what he held was no longer a human hand. A crimson substance mixed with his own blood, now gushing from his wound, was spreading to engulf him. Hell? Why? Darren, reeling in disbelief, attempted to meet the eyes of the figure behind him, searching for any kind of explanation. Azrael looked back, yet under the punishing virus's influence, his perception had begun to betray him, warping and distorting the scene before his eyes. Darren, you? He was crying, laughing, fear, joy on his face. Clearly he was resisting, accepting everything Azrael had done and thought. He was accepting it. Azrael, you took your time getting here. We've all been waiting. Of course there's nothing wrong with this. This is exactly what we wanted. But you know me, I hate pain. So make it quick, alright? Don't let it hurt too long. Azrael, it hurts. Don't... Of course, Darren. I know you. I know all of you. Whatever you wish for, I'll make it real. No! With a violent clench of his fist, Azrael crushed Darren's heart. He wrenched his hand free and watched the light die in his friend's eyes, Darren's body crumbling into a lifeless heap on the floor. Run. Ava scrambled backwards, yelling warnings to her companions further up the path. He stood frozen in ignorance, completely unaware of the horror taking shape before her eyes. Azrael's lost it. He's infected by the punishing virus. Everyone run! Chaos engulfed the dormitory. Everyone scattered in panic, scrambling like mad ants to get away. Darren, hang in there. Someone stop the bleeding. He's gone. Carol with me. We gotta find a place to hide. Where are Kamui and Lef? We need to find them. Ah! Dorian's scream echoed through the room as Azrael brought his heavy sword down on his legs, shattering bones and tendons and leaving him helpless, crawling on the ground. Azrael, I'm so tired from running. Can you do something about it? You know me, I suck at long distance running. Yeah, if only I could just sit or lie down forever. Anything would be fine, anything but running. Azrael, how about we do something with my legs? My legs. My legs. They hurt. Need to stand. Run. I have to. There. That should do it, Dorian. Rest easy where you are. You'll never have to worry about running again. Everyone was as playful as ever, he thought. Azrael watched the members scatter, laughing and frolicking as they talked about revisiting their favorite childhood game. Azrael, you're it this time. You'd better run fast if you want to catch us. Hurry, I know a spot he'll never find. How can I say no to you all? Alright, I'll play. 5 seconds to hide. No waiting for stragglers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, time to come home, everyone. Yes, this was it. This was what made a perfect home. He remembered what each person wanted, what each person feared, and he would sweep those fears away, fulfilling their every desire. Once everyone was finally in place, they gathered together in a state of pure contentment and bliss, ascending the steps of the punishing virus as one. They became an absolute and perfect whole, never to be separated again. Carly! With the few survivors left, Carly and Carol had fled the farthest, but it was not far enough. Azrael descended upon them, swiftly killing Carly and letting her fall limp into Carol's embrace. Carly, you're always so busy. Half the time I can't even find you. You're always walking ahead, leaving me behind. I just want to stay with you forever. I don't care how. Silly, I walk ahead to clear the path. If there's danger, I face it first. You don't have to. We've always been timid, even when we were little. So let me take the first step. I understand, Carly. Your sister means everything to you. You shield her from every risk. Stand between her and the world. And Carol, you feel the same. Don't worry. I'll give you both what you want. You'll stay together. Forever. You're insane. You're a monster. Go to hell. Carol grabbed her weapon and struck at Azael, but she was no match for him. She seized her by the throat, his grip a brutal vice that left her gasping. For the first time, she met his gaze with unbridled fury, forcing her head up to stare him down through gritted teeth. Azael, for this, for all of it, it's going to come back and bite you. We already sent word to Kamui and Kachaev. You won't last much longer. Azael, don't just focus on us. Where are Kamui and Kachaev? You could also try getting Leif to join us. We all know, everyone's close, but Kamui and Kachaev are different. Don't wait around. Go get them. Azet isn't complete without everyone. Azael tossed Carol's body beside Carly so they could cling tightly together. He gazed at the sisters embracing in death as they once had in life and smiled with satisfaction. Patience. It will happen. Every single one. I'll bring them all home. And now, just like when you were small, rest in your sister's arms. Let her sing you to sleep. What the hell happened here? Alerted by the commotion, the soldiers arrived on the scene and were met with a horrifying spectacle. For a moment, they could only stare blankly at the trainees lying dead on the ground. Then, as dread settled in, they looked up and locked eyes with Azael, who stood watching in the distance. Azael! Hey, what game are you kids playing that you didn't invite us? Don't call us childish. We need to blow off steam too, you know. Perfect. Yes. One by one. Everyone. Together. You came later than the others, brought in by Leif. But you've been part of Azet for a long time now. So no one gets left behind. Our sweet dream is just beginning. Still no response. Comms are completely dead. Leif told Kamui and Kachaev about the situation. As they were about to leave, the base was suddenly filled with the sound of unfamiliar alarms. They quickly discovered that the central system had collapsed. Leif's soldiers had initially radioed in, reporting they were on their way to check the dormitories, but after that, all contact was lost. No way. Did those corrupted that jumped us already destroy the signal tower? We lost so many people holding them off. How? How did this even happen? The other members are not answering either. They might already be. With anxiety etched across his face, Kamui fended off several corrupted nearby. Leif had managed to activate Azet's emergency system, but its functionality was limited to basic enemy scanning. It was powerless to provide any real assistance. The interface lit up with a swarm of red dots, a chilling revelation that a massive force of corrupted had already breached the interior, trapping them completely. Standing around won't fix this. Come on, let's move. We gotta save everyone. Maybe they're waiting for us right now. Kamui, Kachaev, fall back. Leif's hurt. I'll cover. Kachaev didn't wait for a response. He pushed Leif into the small room behind him and then moved to block the doorway, positioning himself against the oncoming surge of the corrupted. The fresh wave of enemies had caught them on their way to rescue the others, slowly forcing them back toward this corner. With a small emergency shelter nearby, their plan had been to take a short break, but with the corrupted in relentless pursuit, someone had to remain outside to hold the line. Kachaev, I'm coming to help you. Taking in the situation at a glance, Kamui charged forward, placing himself between Kachaev and several incoming blows. Fighting as one, they withstood the relentless assault just long enough to fall back into the emergency shelter and lock the door. Okay, we're safe for now, but even if we could reach the others, I don't think we'd make it in time. We need a new plan. Leif, can we call for backup? Comms are still jammed. Unless someone can fight their way out of Azet, we've got no way to signal for help. But there are too many corrupted out there. A small team wouldn't break through, and if we send too many, the ones left behind won't stand a chance. Now let's get everyone to the escape pods. The wounded and the weak evacuate first. We'll stay and hold out as long as we can. No time to overthink this. We've got to rescue the others. Let's go! Kami readied his weapons and made to charge out, but Katraev caught him by the arm, holding him back. He had been staring at his terminal in silence ever since they first detected the anomaly. Throughout their advance, he had been deeply preoccupied, slowly assembling the pieces of the puzzle. So as Kami fought at the front lines to buy Katraev time to patch up his wounds, Katraev had already made his decision and put his plan into motion. Katraev? What's that in your hand? Wait, what the? Before Kami could react, Katraev plunged the syringe filled with golden liquid into his vein and depressed the plunger, emptying the entire contents. They had fled in such a hurry that no one had seen what the others had taken. Katraev hadn't yet formed a concrete plan then, but as precaution, he had grabbed equipment capable of extracting solar essence in an emergency. Fortunately, it was all proving useful now, just as he had hoped. What are you doing? You just gave me all your essence. What about you? Without power, how are you going to fight these things? How are you going to survive? Kami. It was the first time Katraev had ever cut Kami off. He had always been a patient listener, absorbing every word before he could speak. Patience was a luxury he could no longer afford. He knew that hesitation now meant it would be too late for everything. We can't win this. You know that. Fighting won't change anything. Look, I gave you my essence. You can break through. Katraev lifted Kami's arm to show him the wound there, revealing that the area once infected by the punching virus was beginning to heal. As it did, Kami could clearly feel the oppressive weight of the virus's influence fading from within him. Take essence to Babylonia. Get surgery. Construct tech. You'll make it. What about all of you? The injured, the ones in the recovery wards close to the Sunspot stage. We can't take everyone with us. Not leaving. Leif and I, we find them. I'll protect them. And Azael, I'll find him too. All of us will hold out. You come back with help. Save us. But though Kami wanted to continue arguing, the essence that had surged into him forcibly triggered his final conversion phase. His body reacted violently, paralyzing him mid-motion. My body... No! It burns. Like everything's on fire. No. I gotta... stay awake. Leif stepped forward to support Kami, whose body had been weakened by waves of excruciating pain. Katraev's right. If we all stay here, we're dead. Every last one of us. We need to preserve at least one chance, Kami. In terms of your body and your abilities, you're our best shot. You've got the highest chance of a successful conversion. Trust us. We'll protect everyone left in Azet. We'll hold out until you come back for us. Katraev, continue the rescue operation. We'll get Kami to the pod. Copy. Having said his piece, Leif helped Kami up and made ready to withdraw. The moment they started to move, however, Katraev's hand shot out and closed tightly around Kami's wrist. Wait. He stepped forward, wiping the grime of battle from Kami's face. Katraev had never forgotten the first time they met at the orphanage, where he had been the only survivor, when Kami had wiped away the mud and tears from his face in that exact same way. Thank you, Kami. And we'll see each other again. With these words, Katraev let go and waved Leif on. He remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on their diminishing shapes until they were gone. Then, he turned and broke into a run forward. He made straight for Azael's terminal location, his course set without an instant's doubt. There were things he kept buried, suspicions he nursed in silence. His only hope was that this time, they could settle it once and for all. Katraev. Once the last Azet soldier had fallen by his hand, Azael sensed someone drawing near from behind. He spun to meet the threat, but it was only Katraev, whose expression was utterly devoid of emotion. You made it here first? Where are Kami and Leif? Leif, I thought he'd get here before you. Azael. Why? Isn't it obvious? I'm building a new order for Azet. A family that will never be separated again. So you're here to judge me too? Like all the others who can't see I'm doing this for us? Who curse me? Despise me? Katsuri shook his head. Then, as if nothing had happened, he simply walked toward Azael and approached him. Not questioning. Azael saved me. You are family. Whatever you do, I won't fight. Azael, if you need family, I will be. Spare calmly. Let him go. You both saved me. Your kindness, I remember. I will be with you, Azael. I'm not leaving. Let everyone and Kamui go. They need freedom. You're telling me about freedom? With a grim expression, Azael mercilessly thrust his blade forward, piercing Katsuyu's heart. Katsuyu's offered no resistance. Hurts, but it's okay. I'll be here for you. Katsuri, since when is freedom more important than family? Well, it's fine. I've always seen you as my little brother. You don't know any better. That's why you like how we go and say all these useless things. But I won't hold it against you. You haven't betrayed me. You haven't betrayed this family. So I'll forgive you. Rest now. You're at home. Once I bring Kamui back too, we'll all be together again. In that moment, Katsuri's face was a mask as always. He didn't struggle, nor did he show any fear, and he felt no regret. His life, he had decided long ago when Kamui and Azael brought him back to Azet, belonged to them. He found it impossible to resent Azael, whom he saw as family. His only thought had been for Kamui. I'm sorry, Kamui. I lied to you. Run now. Live well, Kamui. Be free. Be free for me, for all of us. We'll see each other again. Farewell. Having tucked the unconscious Kamui into the escape pod, Leif secured him and initiated the launch sequence, setting the destination for Babylonia. Kamui, he believed, would endure the journey and awaken there as a true golden sun. He then retrieved Kamui's terminal, which he had pocketed earlier without a moment to spare. Now he has finally scrolled through the messages glowing on the screen. His eyes went wide with shock. In the very moment the truth of what had happened, and what was yet to come, dawned on him. Azael arrived. Finally my turn, Azael. Where's Kamui? Somewhere you'll never find him. You want blood? Take mine. I was going to let you keep your dignity, Leif. After all, since Mom and Dad died, you've been the closest thing we had to a parent. But you let him go. You aided his betrayal. Don't expect mercy now. He had completed retrieving his last family member. No, this wasn't the last one. There was still Kamui. However, Azael couldn't wait for him now. The happy family reunion couldn't wait any longer. He extracted the consciousness of everyone from Azet and forced them into his own body. Yet despite being so weakened that they should have had no strength left, all their minds still instinctively rejected him. So he seized Katsuyu's body, and sure enough, those consciousnesses showed not the slightest rejection toward this vessel. The fusion was complete. But Azet was now too empty, completely devoid of its former liveliness. Everyone's bodies, he decided, had to serve a purpose for this home. Azael grafted parts of some bodies onto himself, while freezing the rest in what he deemed their happiest poses from when they were alive, standing them in every corner of Azet. They were all here now. They would never leave again. Before Kamui left, Azael had secretly slashed away a portion of his mind to keep for himself. But this fragment wasn't enough. It couldn't replace Kamui as a whole person. But Azael knew that one day, Kamui would return. He understood Kamui all too well. Amnesia? Even lost his own body? What did you expect? He was half dead when he left. Critical damage from the corona gene conversion, and his mind, the one you sabotaged, was fundamentally broken from the start. The fact that he's alive at all is a miracle. And don't look at me to help you bring him back. I'm already on Babylonia's deserter list. Whatever scheme you're cooking up, you're on your own. Then you would just have to wait a little longer. The time hadn't been right yet. Azael wanted Kamui to return to this family whole and of his own volition. He had been doing everything to spy on Babylonia, watching as his foolish brother Kamui became fragmented and weak. Once again, Kamui had experienced the helplessness of loss, yet he had still extended a helping hand to everyone around him. As expected, even without memories, he was the same idiot who never learns. So, when everything finally came to light, he would return here again. Day after day, Azael had watched his surveillance screens, yearning for the day that the high and mighty Babylonia would come crashing down so he could finally have Kamui back. That day finally arrived when Kamui sent probe signals to Azet in their search for FOS. Azael had known then that his wait was over. After all these years, even like this, you're still not letting go? That's none of your concern. This serves your interests too. We'll continue as we always have. I'll help you remember everything, Kamui. I'll make you experience once again our birth, our growth, what we gained and what we lost. All those memories of being loved, learning to hate, obtaining, and being stripped of everything. After you have lived through all of this again, I'm sure you'll come to hate this cruel world just as I did. Then you will come back to our home, to our embrace. And then, and I can at last welcome home the last member of the Azet family. The fool and the hero, so that no one among us will ever lose their home again. Azet Golden Sun Training Grounds. Chaos. Present. Hang on. Okay. What do you mean by the only answer? Azael, after everything that's happened, you're still talking all this nonsense? Second achievement. That's what I was actually reading just now. It might be tough. You're the one who backed everyone into a corner, who forced them to jump off the cliff, and now you've got the nerve to blame the world for not giving you a way out? Well, listen up, you're dead wrong. There's only ever been one path for all of us. Forward, toward the sun we've always chased. Toward the light, no matter what. Kamui swings his weapon with all his might, driving Azael back several meters, but instead of pressing the attack, Azael remains rooted in place. He throws his head back and erupts into a twisted, maniacal laughter as if he had just heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Forward. Forward to where? Deeper into the valley? Straight into the abyss? It doesn't matter which direction you pick, the end's always a cliff. Destruction is the only fate waiting for us. So now you get to stand there all high and mighty, spouting pretty words, acting like you don't feel a thing. You don't dare forget, Kamui. Don't you dare forget, Kamui. I didn't force that ending on you. You saw it yourself. Every nightmare during your adaptation, every time I nearly tore your mind apart, those were all futures born from your own fears. You know this could happen. This world will strip everything away from us. How can you stand there and tell me you're not terrified? Azael mapped out this path from the beginning. He calculated the move based on his understanding of Kamui's personality, knowing he would never back down until hitting rock bottom. You're right. I am terrified of losing the people I love. I am terrified that someday I'll be walking this path all alone. It is precisely because he cherishes the love he has received that partings bring him such agony. The deeper his connections with others become, the more they are etched into his very being. And when they are torn from him, it feels as if a part of his soul is ripped away, a pain that consumes him to his core. And no matter how many times he starts over, he can never forget these pains. But the pains teach him far more than just suffering. Kamui pulls his heavy blade from the ground, resting it lightly on the surface as he drags it forward. Drawing closer to the light, he emerges from darkness, gradually gaining clarity about where he stands and where he is headed. But even if I am terrified, I'll keep moving forward. Even if I'm crying, even if I'm broken, even if the whole world gets in my way, nothing's going to stop me from charging ahead towards what's out there. Because this isn't just my dream anymore. They pushed me this far. They believed in me. And I'm not stopping now. I don't care what stands in my way. I don't care how many times I fall. Forget all of that. Forget all that. The only thing that matters is I've always had the courage to run toward the sun. Foolish courage. Azael charges forward once more, bringing his weapon down as he confronts Kamui. Now, face to face, he glares into Kamui's eyes with fury, driven by the urge to scold him like an older brother just as he used to. Kamui, you filled your head with too many fairy tales. You can't tell fantasy from reality anymore. I know exactly what you're going to say. Those stupid, laughable stories we heard as children. The old man who moved mountains. The bird that tried to fill the sea. And fools just like you who chased the sun until they burned to death. That's it, isn't it? None of them ever made it. If you follow their example, you'll burn to ashes the second you get close to the sun. And I'll worry about that when I actually burn up. Until I've given everything I got, I'm never gonna stop running. People ran ahead of me once. They shielded me from the sun. And even if I fall, everyone I protected behind me will step up and take my place. Even if my flesh and bones burn to ash, I'll ride the wind as dust and keep moving forward. And someday, we're gonna catch up to that sun we could never reach. You stubborn idiot! Azael brings his full force down, the blow sending Kamui staggering. His gaze drifts to the charred remains, family, floating in the air and littering the ground. The sight makes Kamui's foolish courage seem all the more pathetic. Keep putting on that brave face, Kamui. Others might buy it, but I know you better than anyone. You haven't changed since we were kids. You're still that crybaby who can't let go of anything, paralyzed by your own emotions. Is that your big plan? Hurting, crying, and still pushing forward through the tears? But take a good look at every single one of them. Azael seizes the charred bodies around him and flings them toward Kamui. These are the remains of those he once called family, their wholeness, a shrine he has tended for years. Now he casts them aside without hesitation, weaponizing their broken forms only to shatter Kamui's composure. Go ahead, say it to their faces. Tell them about your courage to move forward. Look at them. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel regret? Doesn't it hurt? Do you really have the heart to turn your back on them? To leave them behind forever? Azael thought Kamui would hesitate, but he was wrong. When Kamui faced the charred corpses hurled as weapons, he shattered them without a moment's doubt. Is that all you remember about them? You trapped them in death. You only remember the grief, the pain, the loss. But Azael, ask yourself, is pain and grief all they gave us? Is that really all that's left of them? Kamui charges forward fearlessly as Azael continues to throw the remains of their family at him, a shared journey now fractured by conflicting dreams. Azael tries to twist family into painful scars, but Kamui sees only long-lost warm embraces. So he holds no doubt. He knows with unshakable certainty that if any of them still lived, they would never truly raise their blade against him. In this moment, even as their shattered remains are weaponized against him, their souls will perceive it not as an attack, but as a reunion, an embrace. Kamui shatters the mechanical parts and severed limbs flying toward him, each step bringing him closer to those all too familiar figure. That cleaved arm likely belonged to Odile after the modification, the very arm young Kamui once slept against. A howl erupts from bone-white teeth. That should be Eurydice, who once sang him sweet lullabies. A chunk of bloody flesh flies from a blade. Kamui slices through it, releasing dark blood, just like the wound Leif suffered protecting him when he was young and reckless. Bandages flutter from Azael's face. The eyes they covered are probably Kateri's, eyes that suffered from night blindness. Kamui cannot bear to imagine how they endured endless darkness all those years. There are many, many more parts he once knew, pieces he can identify, fragments too damaged to recognize, all used as weapons by Azael. But amid the bloody storm, Kamui feels their warm embraces. Go forth, Kamui. Don't look back, Kamui. Come home, Kamui. They smile, welcoming his return as his family. Thank you for bringing us home, Kamui. Kamui roars into the distance, finally repelling the storm's last assault. He pours every ounce of his grief and fury into that howl, the only way to hold the tears threatening to fall. Of course I remember, and I'm never gonna forget. Every single one of them, how they came into my life and why they left. What about you, Azael? I don't believe you only remember the pain. You remember too, don't you? Look at this family you've torn apart, locked up like prisoners. Don't they remind you of the warmth and love they gave you? How could you do this to them? How could you repay their love with nothing but death and suffering? Have you forgotten every moment that gave us strength? Every moment that gave us hope? Azael ceases his struggle, Kamui's words striking a chord deep within him. How could he forget? For years, in his self-imposed isolation, he has whispered to the traces each of them left behind, reliving every memory, treasuring every mark of their existence. Without those moments to sustain his illusions, how could he have held on in this dead place till this day? He has asked himself this question countless times, but the answer is always the same. So what? So what? I can't stop now, Kamui. The cold, charred corpses and mangled limbs remind him only that the seeds of his sins have already taken root. Given what stands before him, what else can he do? Every path behind him lies severed. There's no turning back now. If you can't, then let me handle it. Kamui tightens his grip on his weapon once more, readying himself to strike. Leave the path ahead to me. I'm taking you back. Here we go.
カムイ、お前ようやく家に帰ってきたな。
ああ、もうあんたは手遅れだ。俺が処刑してやるよ。
あとはお前だけだ、カムイ。
どうしてこんなことを。よくもみんなを傷つけたな。
解放してやったんだよ。俺があいつらを救った。お前のことはこの役立たず。
俺が死の闇を払い。
覚えてバーカ。少しは成長してるな。なら互いに本気を出してみようじゃないか。
暗闇なら焼き尽くしてやる。
裏切り者だ。お前こそ俺たちを忘れて俺たちを見捨てた。
みんなを裏切って目を背けてるのはあんただ。
ライフ語れるオーディンリー、みんながここにいる。
これは俺が守りたい全て。絶対に俺たちが勝利をつかむ。こんなもんもう慣れっこだ。こんなもんもう慣れっこだ。俺が死の闇を払いのける。こんなもんもう慣れっこだ。絶対に俺たちが勝利をつかむ。こんなもんまだだまだゴールじゃない。こんなもんもう慣れっこだ。まだだまだゴールじゃない。こんなごめん、もうみんなの太陽でいられない。こんなもんもう慣れっこだ。俺が死の闇を払いのける。
Okay.
絶対に俺たちが勝利をつかむ。
That's a lot of parries, Jesus.
俺が死の闇を払いのける。こんなもんもう慣れっこだ。
Be better if I just stay in this form instead for those parries.
こんなもんもう慣れっこだ。 まだだまだゴールじゃない。これは俺が守りたいすべて。まだだまだゴールじゃない。まだだまだゴールじゃない。絶対に俺たちが勝利をつかむ。俺が死の闇を払いのける。EZ の最高理念覚えてるか。彼らの希望を背負って歩み続ける。ナイスカズレブオーディンリー、そしてお前もアジャール。俺が家に連れて帰る。
行こう。家に帰ろう。
まだ。
Ah. Under the light of the sun. The sun. Azael glimpses where Kamui stands. The earlier battle tower opened the ceiling, and outside the morning sun shines through. A beam of light descends through the breach, falling upon Kamui. It is perhaps the first sunlight to touch Azael's sight in many long years. He yearns to step forward and bathe in it too, or simply extend his hand to touch even a small piece of it. That would be enough. But he can't do anything. Struggle as he might, he can no longer command his broken body to move. He can only remain in the darkness, imprisoned within boundaries of his own making. Is this his body's instinct? Katraev, even now your body still can't bear the dark. That's just like you, Kamui. Kamui offers no reply, remaining silent and still in thought. When he finally moves, it is only to the boundary. He approaches the line where light gives way to shadow, wanting to taste the oppressive darkness that has been Azael's torment for so many years. It is so dark, so cold. To be trapped here year after year would drive anyone mad with loneliness. Kamui recognizes the feeling, but he has no wish to sink into it, nor any intention to forgive. Half of his body remains in the light. It is a stance, a choice, that has defined him from the very beginning. You want to know what that assessment said? Azael never expected Kamui to bring this up. During this long wait, he has revisited many memories, but this particular subject is one he has always steered clear of contemplating. What's there to guess? Either the world government shut it down, or you passed and you got the green light. Why else would Katraev give you his solar essence? Why else would you make it to Babylonia? So what now? You're here to rub it in, to wave your survival in my face. You know why he did it. You've always known. You're just running away. No matter what that report said, if we had to do it all over again, Katraev would make the same choice every time. He noticed something was off with you way before any of us, but he didn't want to put anyone in a tough spot. He tried to make everyone's wishes come true except his own. And the reply Leif got from the world government? All 3 C candidates have passed the evaluation. After review, Azet's support request is approved. The world government will begin research and supply of artificial solar essence. Full support will be provided to all 3 candidates. That's what we wanted to tell you back then. In this moment, Azael's heart, long as still as stagnant water, finally stirs. He looks toward Kamui in disbelief. How could this possibly be the outcome? So, was it he who killed their hope with his own hands? The hope that belonged to him, to all of them. With his own hands, he dragged the 3 nearly rising suns down into the abyss. Even if that was true, it would have ended the same way. You know how it goes, Kamui. Hope comes first. Then it gets ripped away, and all that's left is despair. Even with the world government backing us, you think the modifications would have worked for sure? You think something else wouldn't have gone wrong? Azael, do you remember Azet's core creed? Kamui cuts off Azael's wallowing, gazing up at the towering sun emblem as if it were a real blazing star with the power to dispel all darkness. For a moment, Azael is speechless. They were just speaking of this. He still doesn't understand why Kamui always does this, latching onto a single phrase and hammering it home again and again. To let no one among us ever lose their home again. To let every person, every family, live under the light of the sun. Most people who came here had already lost their homes ripped apart. Had already had their homes ripped apart. This place was always a shelter for those with nowhere else to go. We'd already seen what loss looks like, so why keep being afraid of it? When we built this new home with our own hands, we never once stressed about losing it again someday. Because we knew that a home could never really be destroyed. Walls fell down, we built them back up. People left, new ones showed up. Though the ones who lived on, they moved forward in search of new hope. War tore us apart, but it also brought us together. Even knowing life means losing people, means grief, we kept moving. Because that's who we were. Naive, fearless fools. And that courage was what kept our family alive and thriving. Azael stops arguing. He's not completely oblivious to these truths. He once claimed to know every soul and every secret in Azet intimately, so these thoughts haunt him without mercy. How could he not feel regret? The very minds he loved now resist him. He can only mumble to their long decayed remains, never again to hear them warmly speak his name. He simply can't turn back now. This is a prison he welded shut with his own hands, a cage with no escape. He must force himself to spin excuses and justifications just to hold on until Kamui returns to finally give him release. Alright, Kamui. In the name of family, I've been clinging to life, struggling all this time. This twisted fantasy should have ended long ago. Azael, with his dying strength, steadies his weapon on a killing spot, making the choice to end his own sin-cursed life. My consciousness will be gone. Soon, there will be nothing left of me, this body. Then, you won't feel bad about this anymore, Kamui. You can finally take them home. What's left here will be clean. A home unstained by me. His consciousness scatters like dust motes in the wind. As his weary eyes begin to close for the last time, a torrent of memories washes over him. Of all the souls he has crossed paths with, only Kamui is there with him at the end. He feels it all again, everything the troublemaker has woven into the fabric of his life. The unfamiliarity and rejection, the tears and playfulness, the concern, attachment, longing, and gratitude. Then, Azael finally sees that bright, clear light, just like the afternoon sun on Izette's training ground, where he and Kamui once played without a care in the world. Kamui, don't remember me as I am now. Don't remember this Azael you hate and despise. If you ever think of me again, only remember the Azael from before. The one who protected Izette with you. The one who would never betray you. That song. Do you still remember it? I taught you how to sing it. With sparks of life. The sun comes back every dawn. This hope never dies out in a war. Inner words. Inner words. Will the wind stretch to the horizon, carrying silent prayers? The song fades away as the singer finally pulls himself from the mire. He dissolves into white feathers, becoming an invisible bird that flies beyond this cage. You're finally free, Azael. But the song isn't over yet, so Kamui's singing continues. His voice trembles at first, but with each passing note it grows more and more steady. I hear your call. Well, I didn't get that achievement, but whatever. The orphan. Now I'm bringing you all home. With Azael's passing, the chaos of the training ground slowly fades away, the place returning to its former self. As this familiar scene unfolds, Kamui gazes upon the space, virtually unchanged from his memories. It's as though he has slipped back into his human days, when he spent countless nights and days in this very place. Azael? But no one is there to answer him. Everything is the same, yet everyone is gone. The home he had yearned for long ago is no more. Kamui places his hand on the device in his chest, feeling the surging solar essence within. Having reclaimed the mind that Azael once slashed away, his power is finally complete. From now on, he will never forget. No important person, no crucial event will be lost, and he will no longer be trapped in nightmares by mind turbulence. He has, at last, become a true son. But why, he wonders, does he still feel the chill? The beam of light falling through that small opening fails to warm him. The fiery heat he had envisioned never arrived. Kamui hesitates, or rather, he can no longer be certain. Has he truly caught up to the sun he sought? Or was the sun always like this? And his past self simply idealized it, flying to the gap between reality, or dream and reality. He misses everyone who once ran beside him. There was friction and awkwardness between them at first, but eventually they found their way to one another. He had grown so accustomed to their lively companionship both then and now. Then, suddenly, he finds himself walking alone as the world dims, everyone gone from his side. Has he truly obtained what he wanted? On this journey chasing the sun, those who walked by his side were either burned to ashes or scorched into ghosts. And now he alone has made it this far. Kamui, you okay? I'm here, Kamui. Right here with you. From behind, a hand comes to rest on his shoulder. Against his cold metal shell, the warmth is sudden and unexpected. In that moment, he feels his own heart grow a little warmer as well. Hey, Sabini. You want to know what I was just thinking about? Back when I was a kid, Mom and Dad used to tell us stories. There was this one thing I always wondered. The sun's just up there all alone. For billions of years, it's just been hanging in the in the sky by itself. Doesn't it ever get sad? Anyone who gets too close just burns up, and the ones who used to keep it company all change into stuff it doesn't recognize anymore. When no one's watching, does it ever try to hide and cry? Did you find an answer back then? Tommy shakes his head. I kept asking the same thing over and over, and they kept giving me different answers. At first, it was like, that's just what the sun does. It's got to keep going, no matter what. And later, they'd say, only the sun knows how it feels. When you finally catch up to it someday, you can ask it yourself. And finally, they just got tired of my questions and distracted me with other games. I'd play till I passed out, sleep like a truck, and by the time I woke up the next day, totally forgot to ask again. But just now, it all came back, like out of nowhere. Guess this question's been chasing me all this time, huh? Demanding I finally face it. Until I give it an answer it's happy with. Children speak without restraint, with a paradoxical innocence and cruelty. Their eyes remain unclouded, allowing them to see through all the carefully wrapped facades to perceive what adults deliberately ignore or hide. They tried to emphasize the sun's greatness, but Kamui was only concerned about whether it felt lonely. That was the beginning of Kamui's pursuit of the sun. He has traveled far around its circular, fiery outline, from daylight to darkness, from scorching heat to cooling chill. Even after going in circles, he still must return to this point and complete his unfinished thoughts. Only then can Kamui truly complete this arduous chase. Now, who else could he possibly ask for the answer he needs? That's the theory anyway. But reality's different. You've always had to roll with it, adapt. Those answers you got came from people chasing the sun. But you didn't just stop at chasing. You became the sun, Kamui. So maybe this is a question you should ask yourself. Ask myself. Do I get sad? Do I get lonely? Yeah, probably. At least at first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be having those nightmares. Long-lasting love isn't always a virtue. More often, it's a shackle that only one who loves can truly understand. Humans are strange that way. People can't forget the love they've received, but they also can't let go of the bitterness and resentment love leaves behind. Once you've known warmth, the fall into the icy abyss is unbearable. But maybe that cold is just temporary. Before, I'd try not to think about them. Thought if I pretended to forget, maybe it wouldn't hurt anymore. But I couldn't do it. Every time I close my eyes, every time I see sunlight, and in countless other beautiful moments in this world, it all makes me remember them. And little by little, I only remember the good stuff. The laughter, the happy times we shared, them at their best. Then I think, maybe they never really left. Maybe they're just living in a different way. Right here. Kamui places his hand against his chest once more. This space now holds more than just the golden solar essence. They live here, forever with him. Over billions of years, mountains crumbled to flatlands, and oceans dry into fields. They all leave something behind for the sun. A tiny rock, a single drop of water, anything. And the sun remembers every bit of it. The sun carries all those traces with it, forever lighting up the world. Though they never really left. They're still out there, seeing that future they all dreamed about right alongside the sun. And I think a sun like that can never be lonely. You and Kamui never get to finish. A sudden commotion outside the building seizes your attention, and the sound sends a jolt of recognition through Kamui. He rushes to the foot of the opening, straining for a better view. Miss Benny, you heard that too, right? Come on, let's go check it out. I'll sit this one out. You can greet them yourself. Wait, huh? You know who's out there? It's probably your rock and water drop. Kamui! Kamui leads the charge, reaching Kamui before anyone else. Close on his heels, Chrome and Wansha rush over in the same direction. Whoa! Kamui, Captain, Wansha. How'd you guys... Ow! Dude, that hurts! Kamui also breaks into a run, instinct propelling him forward. The moment he is within arm's reach of Kamui, his question still unasked, a heavy blow connects with his head. Not bad, because that empty skull of yours hasn't completely rotted out yet. Kamui stands before Kamui and looks him straight in the eye, completely self-assured. Kamui, what was that for? That seriously hurt. It's called a combat readiness check, genius. Way more efficient than running some stupid diagnostic. But you didn't have to go full power. A hit like that could crack even a normal guy's head. Like yours needed any help cracking? Be grateful I didn't knock whatever's left loose. Captain, you're the boss. You gotta do something about him. Gotta help you there. But now that you mention authority, as soon as we're back at Babylonia, I'm officially requesting a full examination from Asimov as your captain. Until those results clear you, no more off-grid adventures. Understood? What? No way. That's cruel and unfair punishment. You can't just lock a guy up. I'll literally die of boredom. Now let's take Wansha and Kamu's advice. We can run the examination here and now. Once we confirm you're in one piece, you're free to bounce. Same one we gave you before you left. Exactly the same. Huh? Yeah, no thanks. I'm good. Appreciate the thought, though. You know, being away this long actually made me miss Asimov. I'll just let him handle it when we get back. Oh, right. The mission. We're still in the middle of that, aren't we, Yuzbeni? Come on. Gotta find that comms device so we can link up with FOS. Gotta run. No sooner does he finish speaking than Kamui races away into the distance. Kamui naturally gives chase without a second thought. Don't you dare run away! Kamui! I'm not running! I really need to find that comms device! I'm getting sleepy again. Kamui, wake me when you've got him. I'll radio the pilot. We'll reposition to a safe zone nearby. They race toward the sunlight, a perfect echo of the past. In this very place, young boys and girls once played and laughed, their dreams woven into the joy around them. And just as it was back then, the most spirited figure leading the charge is, unmistakably, Kamui. Ha! Nailed it! Good thing the FOS comms device wasn't busted and Marlis totally missed it. Mission accomplished. Huh? Wait, this looks really familiar. After handing the communication device to Chrome for safekeeping, Kamui's searching fingers find something else tucked away in a deeper spot. A flicker of memory sparks and he acts on pure instinct, his hand plunging into the darkness to claim the hidden object. Can you just keep this in a safe like a normal person? Dude, where's the fun in that? Come on, this is way more exciting, like a treasure hunt. It's a recording tape. There's nothing exciting about it. Nah, you're missing the point, Azael. This is Azet's treasure. When one of us finally becomes a golden sun, this thing becomes legendary. An heirloom, man. No cap. Hate it. Eve, back me up here. Yeah, legendary. Heirloom. Are we doing this or what? I'm hitting record. Kamui? Huh? Who's Benny? What's up? Nothing. Just figured you might need a minute. We're gonna go ahead and run through equipment checks. Take your time in here. Find us when you're ready. Yeah, thanks. I will. Everyone wordlessly leaves the space to Kamui, them, understanding not to ask more questions. He picks up the recording tape and transfers its data to his terminal. Despite the years, the tape has been preserved well, and the message plays back smoothly without a stutter. So we're going straight into this with no rehearsal? And who's first? Rehearsing takes all the fun out of it. Let's just wing it. Give it 100. Say whatever comes out. You first, then. People of Azet, listen up. Okay, so we don't actually know what time it is when you guys play this. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Whenever you're hearing this, what's up? Right now, you're listening to the three and only, the future golden sons of Azet. That's us. Live and uncut. Let's do quick intros. I'm Kamui. Guys, you're up. I'm Kachaev. Kamui, can we skip the fluff and get to the point? Whoa, chill, we're getting there. So, ever since Operation Solar Exodus kicked off, Azet kinda forgot about the Family Day tradition. But now that we've hit the next stage and are back at HQ again, we figured, why not bring Family Day back? Give it a whole new meaning. So the three of us hereby make this pact. Someday when one of us pops off and becomes a golden sun, that day will be the new Family Day. Forever and no takebacks. That's why we're only recording half this tape for now. Once one of us makes it, you'll finish the rest. That's right, and we're using a beep as the divider between part 1 and part 2. Future Golden Sun, the floor is yours. Leave your message after the beep. Beep. Did you just beep with your mouth? Do you have any idea how ridiculous that looks? No way, man. It's about the vibes, the ceremony. Come on, Azael, do it with me. Beep. Get lost. I'm not doing it. Then Kachaev. Kachaev, you're with me. Beep. 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 Hey everyone in Azet. We made it to the second half. I'm Kamui. Like we said back then, today's the day. Azet's new Family Day, official and permanent. I'll remember this day for the rest of my life. Every year, same as the tradition, same as always. I'll celebrate it with all of you. As for what else I wanted to say, well, sorry it took me so long. I know you've been waiting, and I want to say it again, the promise I made to all of you. Hello everyone, it's me, Kamui. The promise I made to you all. I finally did it. Now, I'm bringing you all home. Come with me. Let's go home together. Kamui lifts his head to the sky and lets out a shout. His voice cuts through the drifting clouds, echoing into every corner of Azet. The scene feels deeply familiar. As a child, he always loved to sit at the highest point in Azet, what he believed was the spot closest to the sun, and bellow toward the heavens. Hey, Mr. Sun up there. Can you hear me? Hey, I'm here. I can hear you. Mr. Sun, you're always so far away, way up there. How am I supposed to catch up to you? Easy. You just gotta start running. Don't overthink it and don't look back. Clear your head and just run forward with everything you've got. Then when will I catch you? If it takes too long, there might not be enough time for my family. It's never too late. Start running right now. Huh? Right now? Yeah, right now. Look at me. All you gotta do is stand up and run forward. Don't stop no matter what. Come on, follow me. Everyone's cheering for you. Look, they're waving. I see them. Wait for me, Mr. Sun. I'm gonna catch up to you soon. That's it. I'll be waiting right here. Now run. Run, Kamui. Run beyond the training ground, beyond Azet, beyond the Iron Fortress, and the barren wasteland of your birth. The wind whips at his face, a familiar enemy that has left his skin corrupted by sun and frost, his eyes stinging and raw. But Kamui never stops because of this. Even when exhaustion sets in, countless hands are always there behind him, pushing him forward, making him unstoppable, urging him onward. Then comes the flight and the night. It is a suffocating darkness, thick as mud. He runs through it for an eternity, so long that he's almost convinced he's lost forever. But those hands find him again. They transform into self-igniting moths, darting toward every spark they can grasp, continuously burning themselves. Eventually, they merge into torches strong enough to defy the wind, illuminating the unclear path ahead, and finally, he finds the exit. He runs and runs until he finally breaks free from the terrifying night, but they are nowhere to be found. The decaying mire has caught them, holding them fast. They call to him, pleading with him not to look back, not to worry, just to keep moving forward. But he refuses. He refuses to give up, refuses to accept it. He turns back, digging deep to summon every ounce of strength, pulling each and every hand free. The mire, unwilling to release its prey, begins to climb his body, trying to drag him down with it. Unable to break free by force, he decides to follow their example and sets himself ablaze. The searing flames are agonizing, penetrating to his very marrow, but they are enough to burn away the mud that holds them captive. Seizing the moment, he pulls them close and begins to run once again. But they have already burned to ashes. What can he do now? It doesn't matter. He gathers the ashes and merges them into his withered wing bones. In their place, stronger, brighter wings grow, wings that carry him to places farther than ever before. Through him, they witness everything together, forests and mountains, seas and fields across endless ages. He flies because of them, and in him, they find freedom. After flying for a very, very long time, he finally lands again. There, waiting ahead, he sees a flock of birds just like himself. They call to him, inviting him to join them on the journey forward. Kamui, what are you just standing around for? Move it! I'm not holding back, so don't cry when you lose. The terrain's a bit rough here. Watch your step. That said, do I really have to join this race? Last place writes the mission report, because that's going straight to the captain. Or you could assign it to me. I'll definitely write it, eventually, when I don't feel sleepy. Why is everyone stressing? From the looks of it, Kamui's got last place locked down easy. Actually, Usabeni is here too. Uh-oh. You hearing this, Kamui? Oh, I hear them all right. No, wait, we're taking last place. We're about to show you guys what's up. Even if we're in last place right now, we'll definitely make it an epic comeback. Kamui looks to where they stand. The morning sun rises, its rays shimmering brilliantly across the landscape ahead. Where is home? What makes a place home? It is with the people he loves, and in every moment he is loved. Because he loves this wonderful world. Because his family is here, and he wants to bring them all home. Turning, he reaches out his hand to you behind him, offering warmth just as you once offered yours to him. Come on, Usabeni. Let's go home. Dying sun makes a place home. Family Day. Maybe it isn't what we can't. It isn't that we can't find it. Maybe we just can't see it. Tricehawk Lounge, Babylonia. Kamui, you're still gonna resist after all this? Across from him, calmly takes his stance. Unmoved, he squeezes his eyes shut and holds his ground. They hang in the silence, two coiled springs ready to strike. My mind's made up, Kamu. No negotiations. On this, I will never back down. I'd rather go down swinging than surrender. Good. Very good. Kamu bends his body and sets his hand on his weapon, adjusting his stance. Across from him, calmly mirrors the tension, settling into a defensive posture as he braces for the fight. If that's how it is, then this fateful clash is unavoidable. Prepare yourself. Kamu. That's my line, Kamu. Huh? Ugh. A lazy yawn echoes from the corner of the lounge where Wansho stretches his arms. He glances over, roused by the commotion the two of them are making. Spotting that he is awake, Chrome walks over and sits beside him, giving Wansho a reassuring pat. The gesture signals that there's no need for alarm. They just need to sit and wait. Captain, you're not worried they're gonna wreck the lounge? Chrome shakes his head. It'll be over soon. Just as Chrome predicted, Kamu doesn't charge. Instead, he tosses his weapon as a distraction and, producing a camera from seemingly nowhere, makes a beeline toward their position. Kamu catches the thrown weapon out of instinct, but upon seeing the camera in Kamu's hand, realization hits him like a ton of bricks. He snaps his head around to look behind him. Just as he fears, the position he was supposed to be guarding so vigilantly is already completely empty. Kamu, that's cheating! You can't just swipe the camera while I'm not looking! We were supposed to duke it out! Winner gets the camera! Like I care. Kamu squeezes into a tight spot between Wansho and Chrome, rolling his eyes at Kamu while clutching the camera. You've been acting shady lately. Time for special measures. You've been guarding this thing like your life depends on it, refusing to show anyone what you recorded. So now we're finding out what you're really hiding. No way! Don't you dare watch that! Kamu? Kamu rushes forward to stop Kamu, but then freezes as a sudden voice calls out from behind him. Huh? Uzabeni? Wait, what are you doing here? I was gonna bring the camera to you later, as we said. I contacted Uzabeni to meet us here. That way we can all watch the commemorative video together. And you won't have to run around everywhere, Kamu. Oh, I get it now. You guys planned this. Kamu distracts me, and you, Captain, sneak behind my back to bring Uzabeni here. That's so mean, you guys. Zero honor. Kamu, you're acting super nervous today. Got something to hide? Kamu lunges for the camera, but Wansho's question freezes him mid-motion. His bravado evaporates, leaving behind a look of suspicious guilt. What? No way. Wansho, don't just make stuff up. Not making anything up. I definitely didn't notice you stuttering just now. Enough chit-chat. Let's just play the damn thing. I'm hitting play now. Wait! Kamu! No matter what he tries, Kamu can't stop Kamu. He resigns himself to his fate while everyone crowds around, their attention fixed on the camera's screen. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Perfect, we're rolling. Alright, time to execute the plan. For part 1, I, Kamu, the genius creator of this masterpiece, will introduce myself. What's up, everybody? I'm Kamu from Strikehawk, and what you're about to see is the special first Family Day commemorative video. Ever since I got back from my mission, I thought, why not bring the Izet tradition to Babylonia? So we're kicking things off with Strikehawk for our very first attempt. Oh, and a massive shout out to our volunteer special guest, Grey Raven Commodore Uzabeni. Appreciate you. And that's it for the intro. Now let's get to the good stuff. In this video, I'm going to give you all a sneak peek into the daily lives of every Strikehawk member. First up, let's start with Kamu. Check it, there he is, totally locked in on his training. Okay, hear me out. Instead of just walking up like a normal person, what if we sneak up behind him and give him a good scare? Surprise attack style. So what do you think? Sick, right? Yeah, I knew it. Alright, shh. Gotta be quiet now. Can't let him spot us. First, I'm gonna hide right here in his blind spot. Do some recon. Perfect. Looks like he's taking a breather. Guard's totally down. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yo! Kamu, what the? Before Kamui's so-called surprise cry even finishes, the video feed lurches violently. The camera takes a heavy blow, flickers several times, and then goes completely blank. However, the audio recording function appears unaffected, allowing the group to hear exactly what happens next. Yeah, the camera's on the ground. The screen's dead. Idiot, you charged at me from behind. What did you think was gonna happen? Instinct. And I thought I was being ambushed. No, this is not working. If the camera's broken, we can't use any of the footage. Kamu, stay right there. I'll run and grab a new memory card, then we reshoot. Reshoot? Like I care. In fact, we haven't settled the score for that sneak attack yet. Huh? That nice weather today, right? Haha. You keep doing you. I'm just gonna find the captain now. Get back here. As compensation, you're my personal punching bag for the rest of the day. Until I finish my training quota. Don't even think about running. Take this. Come on, let me go. I've got stuff to do. Ow. You want to fight back? You're asking for it. So that's why Kami requested a new memory card on the very first day the camera was put to use. Because of this. What are you all looking at? He's the one who acted like an idiot. Anyway, first video is done. I'm playing the next one. Captain! I knew I'd find you here. Called it. Ta-da! Check it out. Brand new memory card. Fresh out the package. Never used. All yours now. Alright, camera's all set up and ready to roll. Captain, we can start filming your part whenever you're ready. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all colleagues in leadership for their guidance. Oh, calmly. Perfect timing. Since everything's prepared, I'll use this camera to rehearse my public speech for tomorrow. Wait, a speech? Wait, Captain, hold up. I can totally come back another day. What? Why are you making me stay? I don't want to sit through a speech, no. Now then, I will structure today's address around 6 key points. Rome's voice fills the room in an unending stream of words, while across the space, Wansha lets out yet another yawn. So that's how your second memory got completely filled up, huh, Kamui? Let me fast forward this, or just wake me when it's over. I'm playing the next video. Man, rough start. Real rough start. 2 days in a row and everything just keeps backfiring on me. Today we're filming Wansha. There's no way anything can go wrong this time. See? Told you. He's totally out cold in his sleep pod. Nothing wakes this guy up. This is awesome. Finally a smooth filming session. Okay, I'll just point the camera at his face for now. Maybe he'll wake up in a bit. In a bit. Just in a little bit. I'm getting kind of sore. I'll just use a stand instead. Man, he looks so peaceful. Kind of making me sleepy too. Why isn't he waking up? I'll just lean here for a sec. Just a tiny sec. That's fine, right? Slept well. Why is there water in my sleep pod? Oh, it's Kamui. So deep in your sleep. Guess I'll just let you rest. But since the camera's already set up, might as well use it. So the last memory card. So how long are we supposed to stare at this idiot's drilling face? Who the hell falls asleep while filming someone else? I think this kind of video is pretty good, actually. Well, all 3 officially requisitioned memory cards are now completely full. That should be all the footage. Yeah, totally. Yeah, totally. All full. You wanted to see the videos, and you've seen them all, right? And now, right? Great. I'll just take the camera back with me. Like there's totally nothing to hide. Kamu, you handle this. Got it. With just a glance from Washa, Kamu swiftly pins Kamui in place, leaving him unable to move. Hey, come on. You guys are taking this way too far. You've already seen the videos. Why won't you just leave me alone? There's something I forgot to mention, Kamui. Yesterday, as we were passing by your lounge, we happened to find this. Rome produces a 4th memory card. In contrast to the pristine, officially issued cards, this one is clearly worn from regular use. All that sneaking around and hiding. You've definitely got secrets on this one. Let's see where you've been hiding. Oh no, oh no. Last memory card's done too. What am I gonna do about that thing now? No, can't give up now. There's gotta be another way. Let's see here. Game cartridges, snacks, comics. Nope. Aha! Yes! Thank goodness there's still a spare card in that old recorder. Perfect! I'll hide this one away and keep it separate from the other 3. Then when I go see Usabini, I can give it to the Commandant directly. Ah, it's still recording? Did I forget to turn it off? Whatever. I'll delete this part later. First things first, gotta take care of the important stuff. Nice, perfect camera angle. When opening this video, the first thing Usabini will see is this handsome face. Instant mood boost guaranteed. Hello, Usabini. What you're seeing right now is an exclusive video. I made this just for you. Only you have it. Only you get to see it. The reason I did this is there are some things I want to tell only you. I've got a lot to say actually. So I'll record them as short videos and you can upload them to your terminal. Watch them whenever you want at your own pace. That way, no matter where you are, whenever you watch them, you'll think of me. And I want to make a promise with you, Usabini, just between us. No matter how many people join our Family Day celebrations in the future, I want to save the last bit of time for just the 2 of us. Just you and me. Is that okay? I'll have everything ready in my lounge. Good snacks, game cartridges, and all kinds of fun trinkets I've been saving especially for you. We'll have it all. Between you and me, I've been hiding all that stuff specifically for you. I had to come up with all sorts of excuses to keep it a secret from everyone else. Anyway, that's it for now. Next up, I'm going to record all the little secrets I want to tell you. No, don't play the rest. Don't you dare watch it. Breaking free from Kamui's grasp at last, Kamui lunges for the player and shuts off the video. Kamui, you punk. Keeping all the good stuff to yourself? And deliberately keeping secrets from us too. Very heartbreaking. Perhaps it's time for a thorough cleaning of all the Strikehawk lounges. Hand over those snacks and games. Now. No way, I am not giving those up. Then I'll knock you out cold and see how stubborn you are then. Everyone? Excuse me. Kamui, your terminal keeps flashing. It's probably meeting notification, same as the one I just got. Thanks to this timely explanation, Kamui is saved from the crisis, glancing at a new notification on his terminal. He shoves the screen right up to Kamu's face. Yeah, that's right. See, guys, I'm not making excuses. There's a super urgent meeting I gotta rush to. Duty comes first, Kamui. You should go. I'm going back to sleep. I'll let you off the hook from now. But when you get back, we're settling this. Without a second thought, Kamui seizes you and makes a break for it, fleeing the Strikehawk lounge without looking back. He doesn't dare stop until the lounge is far behind you. He glances nervously over his shoulders, and only when he's sure you haven't been followed does he finally let out a full, relieved breath. Whew, that was close. As long as I get back early and hide everything, I'm good. Hey, Usabini. You totally did that on purpose, didn't you? Helped me make a clean getaway. What if I said it was just a coincidence? Yeah, pretty clever move, right? Shh, some things are better left unsaid. What if I said it was just a coincidence? What? La. Not listening. I don't care what you say. I know what really happened. The terminal's persistent beeping cuts through your conversation. On the other end, the caller notices the delay and fires off another message, urging you to hurry. We should get going. Yeah, let's go. Conference room, Babylonia. Can you confirm the security status of the communication device? Based on what went down at the time, pretty low chance it's compromised. I just ran tests on the device's protection system. It's fully compliant with AZET's internal encryption protocols, with no evidence of any outside intrusion. In conclusion, the intel we got from this device should be considered trustworthy. I'm with Conway with on this one. Understood. This gives us enough to work with for now. We both did good out there. Go grab some rest. Something else going on? Just need to verify a few more details on our end. Once we've got solid answers, we'll loop you in. These are going to pick up again soon enough. Use this time to recharge properly, Usabeni. You and Conway both sense that pressing for more information would be unwise. Accordingly, you obey their orders and file out of the meeting room. Hey, Usabeni. Now time like the present, yeah? Why don't we dig into my secret stash today? Wait, hold up. Captain's blowing up my messages too. Let me just... Whoa, this is bad. They're already at my lounge. They're totally gonna raid all my stuff while I'm gone. Usabeni, let's move. We gotta book it back and defend our turf before they clean us out. Yo, let's roll. The commotion gradually recedes from the meeting room, returning it to its familiar silence, though now it carries an undercurrent of gravity. Nicola looks at the communication device brought back from Azet. On the screen, coordinates are displayed, information they deliberately withheld from Kamui and Usabeni. These are no ordinary coordinates. The stakes are too high. They must verify the data multiple times before moving forward with any confidence. Setting aside what they just told us, what's your take? Pretty much the same. Marlis, a former world government counselor and now a defecting construct. She's actively recruiting followers on Earth. We've been picking up her presence everywhere since Azet. She's not even trying to stay hidden, operating pretty openly, which means she's got backup. Someone powerful, watching for the shadows. Luna's group? Not necessarily. The FOS starship's coordinates aren't just a pathfinder to us. They need this intel just as badly. So they won't interfere, not yet. They need a lead as much as we do. Pathfinder. Well, this particular lead seems to be taking us straight to a cliff. These coordinates can't be where FOS actually landed. But if we treat them as an anchor point instead, they tell us enough. At the very least, FOS did arrive at this location. It's just that. In the next instant, it somehow vanished. No trace left behind, not making any logical sense. Like it drove off a cliff and plunged straight into the abyss. Maybe it's not that we can't find it, but rather that we can't see it with our current capabilities. The Science Council recovered data from when FOS disappeared. Nearby pulse arrays recorded unusual modulated gravitational wave signals. Asimov's is compiling it now. In his words, the coordinates are hidden by something. We need to find the entrance first. There must be. Meanwhile, white mist constricts around the starship like a living prison. The metal hull shrieks and fractures with a bone-chilling sound as it corrodes. Deep within the dense mist, countless spectral shadows drift, pale, twisted forms of limbs. Joints bend backward unnaturally, appendages writhing and emerging in bizarre patterns as they emanate an inhuman cold. Fall back. Blow up anything that can explode. Don't bother saving your ammo. Use it. Lay down fire. Two pale, twisted specters shriek and lunge. Vanessa raises her weapon, blowing one skull apart as she dodges sideways. In a single fluid motion, her boot drives down onto the other's spine, shattering it with brutal force. We've still got wounded that need evac, so hold the damn line, every last one of you. If you're gonna bleed out, do it inside the perimeter. Bullets scream through the air. The students' hastily formed defense crumbles, their perimeter shrinking as a tide of white figures surges forward. Eerie shrieks pierce the air, punctuated by the wet sounds of tearing flesh in the narrow passages. They're everywhere! Facing combat for the first time, the recruit freezes paralyzed with a horrific scene before her. Her weapon clatters to the deck as she collapses, trembling uncontrollably. Completely oblivious, she fails to notice the razor-sharp claw that emerges from the mist behind her, now dangling inches from her neck. You idiot, get back! Vanessa kicks her aside in one swift motion, levels the weapon, and blows the monster's head apart. A spray of warm, fetid blood peppers her cheek. Useless. On your feet! A hand swings and a harsh blow strikes her face. Freshman, if you got a death wish, grab a grenade and take one of those things with you. Don't you dare die like a dog, tucking your tail between your legs and letting them tear you apart from behind. FOS doesn't bury cowards who die for nothing. You hear me? Vanessa grabs the recruit's collar, wrenching her upright. The recruit's vacant stare sharpens instantly in pain as blood begins to bloom from between her tightly clenched teeth. Yes, ma'am. Under Vanessa's hoarse commands and the students' counterattack, the white tide momentarily halts before their shattered defenses. But high in the dense fog, unseen by all, a figure in an FOS uniform watches from the bridge, observing their struggle with cold disdain. I'm already at my limit. I'm sorry, but this is a choice I have to make. Please wait for me. Usabeni. Lucia. Now who could that be? In an FOS uniform. And they're familiar with me and Lucia. I wonder who can that be? Someone in an FOS uniform. It's probably just like a completely new character. Okay. There we go. ER15, Dying Sun, done. This was really good. Super good. Super good. This was really, really, really good. Definitely the long-awaited Kamui chapter here in the big 2026. The wait really paid off. Oh yeah, this was super good. Super good. And I do like how they've made like two or three references here and there from previous Kamui related stuff. For example, where Kamui was saying, I love the world. And that immediately brought me back to Kamui saying, Kamui, teach me how to love this world. And then I remember, I think it was his interlude too. Hang on. I think the title of the interlude. Where is it? Was it this one? Crimson Sunset. Talking about the sun and all that shit, yeah. This floating record talking about the sun and whatnot also brought me back to this. I do like it was super long, yeah. Super long wait. Chapter was quite lengthy too, about 12 hours long, maybe 13 hours long, but really good. A few callbacks to previous Kamui related stuff here and there, which was really nice to see. It was really cool seeing Koya in one of these notes here. This was really good. Oh yeah, super good. This was super well done. Oh yeah. And I really enjoyed the story with Azet. The whole theme about, family and blood doesn't make family. Blood, we all bleed the same blood type of thing. As long as we're together, we'll always be family. I really liked the theme with that stuff. This was super good. Super good. For sure. Oh yeah. It's so funny how the fire Isn't it funny how like a good portion of like fire characters have a really good story to them? It's really funny to me. Like a lot of the fire characters have really good story. Vera was Spark to Wildfire, Lucia was Shaper's Ripples, Sparrow of Kronos, Eon Reforged. Really good stories. Surviving Lusum, Evernight Beach, Her Last Bow. I'm not really going to count these ones because these were like early days of PGR. But if you want to include them, yeah, they're at least they're interludes. They're interesting to read through. It's funny how it's funny how like a lot of the fire characters have great stories. So far, like these 5 right here, just easy. But yeah, this was really, really good. Super, super good. I liked the contrast a lot too between Kamui and Azael quite a bit. I didn't really see the contrast until like that last until one of those like later nodes by the end there. But the contrast was like super, by that point was super clear and apparent, and I really liked that. Where Kamui is this idealistic, optimistic dude who will continue to fight for this world, show that love will prevail. Familial love, pragmatic love, romantic love, etc. Just love in general. And then Azael, he hates the world for what it is and decides, you know what, we're better off just, instead of fighting against the suffering, just go along with the suffering. I like the contrast between the two right there. It would be nice. It would have been a bit nice to see like a tiny bit of the contrast earlier on in the chapter, but that's like a really minor thing. It's like it's not like crazy of a it's not crazy of like a criticism I could give, I guess. It's like a very tiny minor thing, so it's whatever, right? It was still really good either way. It was still super good either way. Oh yeah, no, Azael was definitely a victim. Like Marlis really just like kind of stoked the fire. She added fuel to that fire. If Azael is growing like concern about the world and his family and all that stuff was like a candlelight, Marlis was the one dumping some fuel on top of it. Like she was like, yeah, no, this world fucking sucks, bro. This world fucking sucks, dude. But you know what doesn't suck? The punishing virus. You should like totally like take a hit of that, dude. Cat fighting her. But yeah, super good. Really good chapter. So the next story, yeah, it seems like it could be, most likely will be Alpha. I mean, it's only one quick little mention, but they did, mention like Luna's Ascension group, but that's like one tiny mention of it. But whatever the next story is, it's definitely going to focus on the FOS starship. Seems like Vanessa is going to play a role in the story as well, so I look forward to that. Well, and this one is only a floating record, and they didn't mention it too much. There was only like 2 mentions of the philo tree, but that was only during like Kamui's like nightmare simulations or whatever. But that really shows that second time they mentioned the philo tree, it really showed how the philo tree stuff is super like impactful. Like, I know it's just a nightmare simulation he was going through, but like whoever we're dealing with, this new group of ascendants, and they want this phylatry stuff, like, it's pretty serious. It's gonna be really serious then. Because just based on his nightmare stuff, just based on that, like, if they get their hands on that, it's trouble. It's bad. Or if they get more information on that shit. So, yeah, really good. Yuka's available. Yeah. Oh man, it's already been 6 hours. That's crazy. I do have Kamui, but he's only S rank with no signatures, so I do want to finish this at least. Actually, wait. I think I already have all the missions done. Yeah, there's no fucking reason to do it. I'll just leave it empty. Vonnegut? No, I don't think Vonnegut will show up. At least not for a long time. He's out of the picture for the time being. Same thing with Cradle. Like, they're not going to be a focus right now. So I don't think they're going to show up again anytime soon. We have a whole new group of antagonists to deal with. So, standing up for Actilec arc still? Yeah, Eternal Engine. Yeah, for sure. We'll see what happens, because all we now know right now is the next frame that they've teased in the past was going to be Alpha. So, who knows? Maybe they'll do another live stream, live stream, where they tease another four frames, or 6, or no, 6, 4 or 5 new frames. Who knows? Maybe they'll do a live stream like that. Smash won't come. Yeah, there's a lot of characters that deserve some return too, just like Kamui. But we shall see. Yeah, no, this chapter was really super good. It was lengthy. Well, only a few notes were like particularly long. This chapter as a whole is kind of just like average. It's like 12 hours long-ish total, but it's good. Alright, I managed to get the Dying Sun done in 2 streams, which is great. That's why I intended, even though it went a little over 6 hours for today, which is fine, I guess. Okay. So, the next time I stream, Monday through Thursday, I have no idea if I feel like it. If I'm not feeling too tired, maybe, possibly. For those who are living on the other side of the world, like Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa, those would be like Tuesday through Fridays. So I don't know if I'll stream on those days, and if I do end up streaming on those days, it'll only be like a few hours, for like 3 or 4 hours. But for sure, next weekend I will stream, and that time will be Wuwa, since Wuwa's next update is quite literally in just a few days. In less than a week. But next weekend, Friday and Saturday for me, Saturday and Sunday for those living on the other side of the world, I will be playing Wuwa. Well, I don't know how long the main story is going to be. I might end up finish the MSQ in one stream. That's how long the Wuwa stuff usually is. So if that happens, no, I'll still play Wuwa 2 days ago. The next weekend will be Wuwa. And yeah. Alright. And that should be about it. I got nothing else to say, man. Aside from, you know, again, this chapter was really fucking good. Super good. And I'm very, very happy for all the Kamui lovers out there. All the big Kamui fans, I'm super happy for you guys. You waited a long time for this shit, and this paid off for y'all. This really did. I love Kamui. I like Kamui as well. I'm not like a super big fan of him, but I do like him a lot. He's a really great character. And I like him even more because of this chapter now. So, Vera is still better. Personal bias, I'm sorry. I still love Vera, okay? Don't hate me. Don't hate me. But seriously, yeah, no, Kamui, I like him quite a bit. He's a cool, really cool character. He's awesome. Down bad lapdog joke. You're joking, but I'm not. All right. Yeah, I'll finish it off here. With that being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care. Stay safe. Drink plenty of water. And I'll see you definitely next weekend. I don't know if I'll stream in the next few days here. Most likely not. But if I do, it's probably just going to be something really chill. Like, I might end up just playing a fucking, like, super chill game, like some sim game or something. I don't know. But definitely next weekend, it's going to be Wua. So, all right. Again, thank you for watching. And again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a great rest of your weekend. Thank you. Bye-bye.